What's up, YouTube? I'm about to get started on TikTok, so give me just a second. Here we go. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. We're back for another show. Let me go and share my shit out. Ooh, that's too damn loud. What's up, y'all? There's Chip. What's up, Chip?
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
How are things in your neck of the woods today? Are you in Mississippi? Or where are you in Missouri? Where are you now?
Yeah, I'm in Mississippi.
Okay. Yeah, I've only been through there once. I went down to the casinos on the coast, Biloxi, I think it was.
Yeah, it's pretty nice down there. The beaches are, it's the Gulf, but they have an ship island you can take a ferry out to. It's like hour and a half ride. And
Oh,
on
wow.
the other side of the island, the water's a lot clearer, because it doesn't have all that sediment from the Gulf. It's worth going. Yeah, the trip is relatively cheap. But that sand out there gets hot as a motherfucker because there's like nothing. It's just a kind of sand island out in the middle of the ocean.
Now, that Horizon oil spill that took place in the Gulf, I know they put all that Corexit chemicals in the water. How much did that affect the coastline down where you are?
You talking about the one from like decades ago?
It wasn't decades ago. I think it was like 7 or 8 years back, maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah, I wasn't here during that time. I've only been here for a few years now. I think this is my third year, so I don't know, but I do remember taking it was a boat, like it was like a corporate trip or whatever, and we went out on somebody's boat and they showed us how they do oysters and all that stuff. And I think he had mentioned something about that and that it had killed like the oyster population there, and so they had to spend millions to like reseed the oysters. And so they like, I don't know, basically make babies and then they have to put it out in the ocean as they make them. Pretty interesting stuff. Sorry, I'm still trying to share this out to my people. Give me just a second.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same.
Yeah, we are live. And to everybody that showed up, welcome in, guys. We just getting started. Haven't really got the show going necessarily yet, but we'll get there. So just when you get in, start tapping, sharing, reposting, all that stuff. Because I'm sure within 10 minutes, TikTok probably won't let you repost. So if you get it done now, then you might be able to. Let me go bring in my alt, and then we'll get started. Now, Chip, there were some things that you wanted to discuss. I mean, if you're ready, you're welcome to take the floor and offer your thoughts.
Well, I wanted to let a few more people filter in, but just to sort of outline the bigger picture of what's going to be talked about. Obviously we're seeing a lot of frustration. It's manifesting itself in certain actions that I think a lot of people aren't surprised by. Some people are quote unquote normies, are just against anything that's not within the rules. But I think a lot of people are saying more and more, like what happened with Luigi and what happened recently, that they're understanding why it's happening and they're a little more sympathetic than in the past. And as civil discontent continues to rise, obviously that usually is accompanied by this type of stuff in general. And I would always prefer that there be non-violent ways or non-destructive ways to achieve change. The question is, are those methods, are they capable of having the aggregate impact, creating the leverage necessary to affect change? And usually, unfortunately, the answer is no, because anything that can be disregarded or ignored by the ownership class tends to get ignored. It's not a threat to their day-to-day functioning, and it may be a nuisance. It may not be the best PR, but in the end, it doesn't really do much. So what I want to do is just talk about, be realistic here, because we're in a very complex society. We have a very complex economy. We have a long history of things going in one direction, and it's a big boat. It's very hard to turn a big boat around quickly, and it's just a difficult task in general. The good thing is we have history as a guide. We know in certain historical contexts these sorts of things have taken course, and usually it involves a lot of unrest, a lot of, unfortunately, loss of life, loss of freedom, injury, incarceration, whatever it may be. It's never easy because those who hold power don't want to cede power. That makes sense. They want to hang on for dear life, and that this is no different. The only thing different about this case is rather than the power structure being held by state actors, heads of state, monarchies, governments, it's sort of an international criminal cabal of well-to-do asset owners who look at the world as their playground, and they extract from either the labor pool, the ecological pool, the treasuries and or the militaries of these different states to their end. And they manipulate the public perception, and they use international institutions and regulations and laws to their benefit. And that's a real problem. That paradigm is very difficult to overcome, in my view. So what I want to do, though, is this. And again, big picture, little picture stuff. Obviously, we're talking big picture stuff here, 30,000 feet satellite kind of stuff. But in the end, it comes down to, what's on the ground. Your day-to-day life, we have our day-to-day functioning. We have neighbors, we have our communities, and everything sort of goes up from there. And the good thing about this is there are far more of us. And in the end, if organized, we have far greater power and the ability to create and exert leverage if we can somehow accomplish that. And therein lies the challenge, because the communication systems, the media, the entertainment, the political systems are all set up to, it's like the experiment with the fleas. For those who don't know, there was an experiment done where they had a jar with a lid and they put some fleas inside and they left the lid closed, and the fleas would jump up and they'd hit the lid and fall back down, and did that for a long enough time. And they just figured, well, that's as high as we can go. And then they took the lid off, and the fleas still didn't make it outside the jar because they were sort of conditioned to believe that they couldn't exit their situation. And I think we're very much like that right now. We've been conditioned, especially those of us in the West, that our only path to getting out of the jar is through voting and protest. And that obviously has not gotten us out of the jar. In fact, we're sinking deeper down into the jar. The lid's coming closer, frog in the hot water kind of thing. And so I think one of the challenges that we face, though, and again, trying to lay out the landscape, figure out what we want to do, we have to have clarity. And I think for most people, again, myself included, this is not pointing fingers. Most people say, I want a better life. I want things to be better. I don't want all these people to have, and those are all fair points to raise, but there's going to need to be some specificity, because if there is organization and if there is leverage brought to bear, whatever form it takes, and there is a transition in some form after one group relents some power, it's going to have to morph into something. And that something has to be thought out in advance. Otherwise, if it's just haphazard, and we run the risk of falling into the hands potentially of something that could even be more egregious if the wrong types of forces fill that vacuum. This is often what happens in U.S. interventions globally. We know that from recent history. Things tend to get worse. Sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. But getting back to that, so this is why, and this is the hard part. First of all, anybody who's critical of this, fair enough. Okay, anybody who thinks this won't work, fair enough. I also agree with you. I think the likelihood of successfully bringing to bear pressure, using said pressure to transition power away from one group to another in whatever form it takes, and shifting to a life that benefits more of us, is less likely than more likely to occur. Okay, not to be a pessimist. I think that's just an accurate, sort of a objective assessment of the landscape. However, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. And that's the good news. But to take it from less likely to more likely is going to require a change of thought. The anger that people are experiencing, the frustration, the difficulties, financially and otherwise, financial stress leads to all sorts of personal stress, which makes your health worse. A lot of people are really struggling right now. And it need not be the case. There's so much abundance, both domestically and globally, for all of us to live relatively good lives, in addition to taking care of that which is around us, which you also have a responsibility, in my view, not just to, as Homo sapiens, do great while everything else sort of gets degraded. We have to kind of find a way to balance all of it. But unfortunately, given the current rules of the game, the current incentives, the current punishments, everything is geared towards enriching a small number of humans and degrading everything else, including the humans and non-humans in the biosphere, to the benefit of that small group. And we have to decide as humans how much of that quote unquote natural wealth we want to collectively extract to benefit everybody, or how much of that we want to balance. And almost like a national park. Do you keep it put aside, or do you develop it for its resources? And some balance comes through all that. But the bigger point is this. I think what we need to do is have clarity around the ends. And this is another thing I want to differentiate, because I often hear people mistake these two. Okay, the means to an end and the ends are totally different things. So a lot of us strive, for example, instant runoff voting is a means to an end. It's not an end. The end is, if we have instant runoff voting and we can then get elected officials in office who are larger numbers, form a majority, that then will vote for things that the mass majority of the public wants, like low cost or universal health care, a food system that's not poisoned, an education system that doesn't cost an arm or a leg, reasonable standards of living, at least in the basics, so people aren't without things like housing and just a dignified life given the abundance that we have. I think those are the mostly universally agreed upon outcomes. So a lot of times we get caught up in the means to achieve those outcomes, and I think we have to start being more outcome driven. Making more money is not an outcome. Having the things that money can provide you, whether it's freedom, flexibility, material items, lifestyle, those are the outcomes. And then, of course, the associated emotional benefits and lifestyle benefits that accompany that. Those are the outcomes. So I think what we want to do is look at, if you take the largest number of society, in this case, let's say it's 88%, 92%, whatever that line is sort of gray, dividing what I would call the ownership class at the top and the non-ownership class. And there's some bleed over, people have 401ks and houses, but let's face it, the majority of the assets, whether they're equities, bonds, land, real estate, you name it, the military industrial complex, it's owned by a relatively small, most of the shares and most of the value of productivity is channeled to a very small number of people. Some of it trickles down, let's be clear. As Milton Friedman said, tell me one system that's provided more abundance than capitalism. He's got a point, okay? Our poorest people in our country live better than some of the middle-class people in smaller countries do. They have access to things like air conditioning and running water and hot water, blah, 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 blah. And great. And so relatively speaking, we see the inequities, but the system itself it does have some merits to it, but it's when it's so far out of balance, it moves the needle to one side over the other. I think we all can identify with that. So why am I saying all this stuff? So I think everybody has strong emotions about what matters to them. So my background is, just to let you know, I'm a white 59-year-old, American, grew up in the States, East Coast, was in the Army, went to college, got a graduate degree. I'm what you'd call someone who had a lot of help along the way. I started on second or third base, so to speak. And no, I don't think I hit a home run looking back at first base and pointing fingers at people, but I also realized that I had some chances that not everybody had. Not as good as some, but a lot more than many. So in that regard, I don't have expectations of others to do anything in particular. What I want to do is lay out possibilities for people to choose to engage in if they so are inclined to do it, able to do it, et cetera. And it's not fair to ask the same of everybody, because not everybody even has the chance to listen to a conversation like this, because they're chasing their tail trying to make ends meet. And we have to be cognizant of that. But even if you could pull everybody away right now, we had a big room of Americans, and we asked people, what are the 5 or 6 most important things, outcomes that you would like to see change in this country? I think people would universally say very similar things. Not everybody, because you have the people at the top that want to hold on to this, this excess. There's actually a few that want to make change, but most of them are very happy with where they are. I have family members that are in that top 1%. My mom's extended family has very wealthy people, between $40 and $60 million on up kind of people. And that's a lot of money. It's hard for me, again, I'm somebody who wants more egalitarianism, but they're not for that. They want to see, they want to see less money going from their taxes to help other people. That's their mindset. They think everyone else is lazy and incompetent, stuff like that. I think the answers always lie somewhere in the middle. But getting back to that point about universality, I always use the example of the union because I think it's the most similar in terms of the process and approach to trying to take over challenges and create leverage. So when you're in a company and you have a job, and the company, which we see often, is making record profits, their revenue is growing, their profits are growing, they're doing great. and they're not sharing. They're sharing either very little of that increased bounty with their staff and workers who support create the whole value for the company, and they give more and more of it to shareholders. They buy back shares, they give dividends, they retain the earnings and use it for whatever else. And that's where I think a lot of people get upset. So what do? They once they recognize the pattern of basically unfair behavior, they then decide, well, hey, we're not happy about this. I think that's what we're seeing right now writ large. But if you replace the company's management and the shareholder class, the ownership people, the higher ups, you just at a company level, just replace that with the international power structure that runs things right now. The people that lobby and push the politicians to do certain things that benefit them, tax policy, banking, infrastructure, militarism, all that stuff. Behind every politician, there's somebody, a donor or 10 donors that are pushing them to do something. These people don't make decisions in a vacuum, as we know. And the system is set up to reward those who can put that money into play. And so those of us who don't have that money, we get denied access, and herein lies our problem. So what are the things we want to do as a group? The only way employees can change their company's policies, because otherwise, why would they change? Everything's going great for the people, and management's doing great, the shareholders are doing great. They're happy. They don't want to see anything change. In fact, they probably want more concessions from the workers. They want to cut pay. They want to cut their pensions. They want to cut vacation days. They want to squeeze more out of them. And obviously, the workers don't want that to happen to them. So the workers have choices. They can take what they got and say, well, I'm glad I have a job. So therefore, I don't want to upset the apple cart and risk my job. I also don't want to not be able to pay my bills. So if I was to join a union and go on strike, well, that puts my family at risk of not having a house anymore, not having our health care, right? And these are legitimate concerns, by the way. But the way that unions tend to organize is they stress commonality. So you have lots of different people that work for companies. You got men, you got women, you got older, you got younger, you got white, you got black, you got different ethnic backgrounds, all that stuff, socioeconomics and stuff. But mostly people socioeconomically tend to be a lot closer than you would describe them amongst those other categories, because it's basically an us and them paradigm. Most workers, the lowest paid worker and the highest paid worker, not the management, are not that far apart in terms of multiples of pay. You might have somebody making $40 an hour after 20 years working there and somebody making 20, but that's not a huge multiple. Whereas the management of the company and the shareholder class, in terms of the allocation of the benefits from the business, is in multiples of 100, 200, 400, which is obscene, right? It seems ridiculous. So the only way the employees can have leverage to try to force the management to change that paradigm is to do something that has an effect on them, that causes them, that threatens their ability to maintain the status quo in one way or another. What the threat of a strike does is it interrupts the business flow. Hold on one sec. Hold on, girls, come on. Interrupts the business flow, threatens profitability, threatens loss of market share to competitors. And those are all very, very detrimental things, because if you're, let's say, making $1 million a month as a shareholder in dividends, and that's going to cut your dividend to a third, if not all of that goes away because your business stops running, obviously that's not ideal. You'd rather have $950 coming in every month, or not, whatever it is, 950,000 versus the million. If you have to make a concession, it's better than that. So that's the position you want to get the other side into, is thinking from that vantage point. Right now, most companies take advantage of their workers because the workers aren't organized, and they do everything they can to divide the workforce, pit the older versus the younger, just like they're doing to us in society right now, left and right. This is why at the union level, it's critical when they organize a union is to have commonality, common purpose, common desired outcomes. You may not get all your demands, but you want to put together a reasonable, as much as you can, universally embraced set of outcomes. So, for example, not having to work in dangerous situations if your company requires, safety issues. Maybe have safety harnesses made available if they weren't before, whatever. Compensation, have the compensation indexed to the profitability of the company to some degree. Time off, health care, child care, time off for women who need to, all those things. And so these are all points of contention, because every time a company has to concede on these things, it costs them more money typically. And that doesn't go to the shareholders. It goes to the workforce. And that's the battle of capitalist society in general. And then the ownership class is always going to try to get policies in place, obviously, that benefits them over the working class. And this is the real struggle. So the question is, if you have a commonality with your coworker, let's say there's a Trumper who I've never been particularly fond of. You know, they come in and they were gloating when Trump won and da 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 da, and I just don't like the guy or gal. But that guy or gal, even though I can't stand them, has the same problem that I share vis-a-vis the management of this company. Let me close my door 1 second. And that is, we're both being exploited in some degree or the other. And even though we disagree on, let's say, 12 issues, we could agree on one or two because those are the two that have the most impact negatively on our lives. That is the mindset from which organized unions organize. They don't focus on what you disagree on. They say, we're not even going to talk about that stuff. We're only going to focus on our universally commonly held desired outcomes. And we'll deal with the other stuff later. In fact, the other stuff is actually counterproductive and toxic because it detracts from our commonality. And the only way we're going to exert leverage is if we use our commonality, cooperate, work together to create said leverage, which then has some chance to change the policies that might end up benefiting more to the workers versus the management/shareholder class. And that same mindset is what needs to be shifted, in my view, needs to be shifted into the public. I go on TikTok all the time, and I hear people just berating other people because they voted for so and so, or they believe this. It's insignificant given our common predicament, in my view. And yes, would I like to see all these unfair situations in life, racial issues, gender, class? Yes, absolutely. I'd like to see them all fixed. But I think we have to be in a crawl, walk, run mode and understand that it's impossible to flick a switch and have everything kind of work itself out magically. It's a progression. It's a process. But I would argue that once we can create a more equal playing field, the chances of having other things be able to be changed is higher in likelihood than lower, because we break down some of the barriers to efficient representation by virtue of knocking down some of those bigger keystone issues that are preventing everything from changing, no matter what your particular set of interests may be. So what are the desired outcomes that we want to have in our society? Let's think about that for a second. And if you were to go out and talk to 1,000 people from the non-ownership class, how many of them would say yes to this versus would say maybe not as high priority? That's the way I want people to think about this. So I hear people constantly saying that healthcare is an issue, that they go broke or they can't get treatment or the insurance company denies that. Okay. People need access to healthcare. Obviously, it's a huge part of life, right? Your body, your health is everything. You don't have that, you have nothing. And yet we have a system that basically extorts money from the public, goes through the insurance industries, goes to the hospitals, and we're on the other side of this, getting what we can get with, looking at each other like, why the hell are we doing things this way? You got people making $20, $30, $40 million a year salaries, milking this system at the detriment of most people in society. It doesn't make any sense. It's not reasonable. It's not a sensible way to run your society. No other society does it this way except for the United States. Why is that? Well, what is the sickness in our system that allows that kind of perverse set of incentives and outcomes to persist? So I think that's a big issue. Most people want to have some sort of affordable, universal, just basically maybe even preventative health. So we don't have to even need to go to the hospital. But right now, if somebody gets sick, it's actually good for the ownership class, right? Because it creates more economic opportunity for them. So that goes into the healthy food thing. I think most people don't want to have poison put on their food, whether it's pesticides, herbicides, disgusting ingredients, chemicals, whatever it may be. And we know that all too many of our foods have issues to some degree or another. Most of the things that are banned elsewhere, like in Europe and other countries, are not allowed. They're not allowed anywhere in the world except for the United States. Why is that? Same exact problem. It comes down to profit over people. The ownership class using their leverage politically to take advantage of the lack of organized, lack of leverage public to get their way, which gives them the ability to make money and not have to be concerned about negative outcomes for the population. They're sort of sociopathic in their thinking. As long as their family makes more money, as long as they have a better life, so be it. It's someone else's problem. I think that's what needs to change. We need to create a system that doesn't ignore the basic needs of society. I think everybody agrees with this, right? So what are the top 5 things? And we should talk about them because I don't have the answers to everything. None of us individually have this, but we have to decide collectively what are the top 3 to 5 outcomes that we can put together in a demand list and say, okay, until we get these 3 to 5 things, we're going to do the following things sequentially and in an escalatory fashion to get the leverage in place until you relent and provide systems that offer us these outcomes. That's the concept. It's the same thing a union does, by the way. They don't go on strike day one. They first sit back and the union leadership, as well as representatives from the company, meet in like an executive committee, and they talk this stuff out. Okay, what do we want? What are the outcomes we have to achieve? They get very clear on the expectations of the culmination of the process, what they're willing to concede and negotiate with, what they're not willing to bargain with. And they get very clear on that. And then that forms the basis from which to then exert the leverage. You can't make unreasonable demands up front. You can't have 137 things that have to change tomorrow and then go negotiate. It's too haphazard and it's unrealistic and it's actually not productive. But what you can have is, we have to get rid of the private systems of healthcare. It just can't persist. No more insurance companies, no more managed benefit care, all that bullshit. That's got to go. And we need to have a more public system. I think most people agree with that. Even though it's going to have some inefficiencies, right? We know that other countries have certain inefficiencies with their system, but I think on balance, for preventative care, for whatever, it works better. It's not perfect, but it works better. Nothing's going to be perfect, by the way. There is no utopian society. Food. We should have access to healthy food. We shouldn't have poison on our food. And if need be, if it costs more to produce, whether it's animal agriculture, plants, whatever it is, then that should be subsidized or paid for out of the commons, not something that we have to pay a premium to get. It should be something that society is agreed upon. I think most people would agree with that. And no one wants to spend $1,000 a week on groceries to be able to have healthy food. That can't be the expectation. And that's what you have now. You have only really, really rich people can typically get an all organic, healthy diet, which is obscene, right? In fact, we have places in our country where you can't even get access to produce. You have these food deserts in cities. I live in one where some parts of town don't even have grocery stores. They have these little corner stores with processed food. It's immoral. And that kind of thing needs to change. So, people need to have access to healthy food. These are the basics of society, right? People need to have a reasonably affordable place to live. You can't have rent that's, 60% of your income. There's no money left over for other stuff, right? So affordable housing, affordable, readily available healthcare, healthy food, maybe access to lower cost education. So if you want to make something of your future, you have a chance to do it without getting into huge amounts of debt, and maybe one or two other things. I think most people, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, or whoever wants to chime in the comments, would agree that those are pretty basic, universally held outcomes they'd like to see happen. And I think those are pretty much fair things to say. Now, there may be a few others, but I want to just point something out. I've had this interaction with folks here on TikTok, and again, everyone's entitled to their point of view, and I respect it. But I've heard people say that until things like this, and again, this is just one issue among many, but until there's absolute racial injustice and reparations for what's happened historically, nothing else matters. Burn the whole system down. I can understand, even though I haven't personally experienced that because I'm not historically a part of that, but I can understand the concept of that. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me, given that background and all the egregious things that have happened. But again, if the union said that going to the company, that you need to make sure that we have, DEI for every worker in the company, that's probably not for everybody in the company their number one issue. It's not that it shouldn't be given attention and have importance in the hierarchy of change, but it's not going to be universally held. And unfortunately, given the pragmatism of politics and life, we're probably going to be relegated to sticking to get the most support and the most buy-in and the most people willing to take risks and step out of their comfort zone to participate in whatever forms of leverage it will require. We're going to have to keep things simple and universal at first. And those who are stubborn on their one point of view, you can do it if you want to, but it's not going to help the effort. It's like you're the guy at the water cooler saying, I'm not working with those darn liberals. That blue-haired girl down the hall and the nose ring, I can't work with her, even if it'll make me more money. That's not a rational, sort of sensible way to come about trying to create leverage. So we're going to have the maturity and the discipline and the patience to understand that that's just going to have to be part of the path ahead. Otherwise, we're doomed to failure. If everybody wants their issue dealt with first, then none of the issues are going to get dealt with in the end, in my view. So there's that. Now, what is this let's just say, for example, just fast forward. Let's say we build a movement. We sequentially increase pressure in certain areas, not necessarily culminating in some of the things we're seeing now, although that may accompany it. And we have enough pressure on the powerful that they're willing to relent. Okay, uncle, let's make some changes. We need to be very, very clear on what form that will take. And I don't know about you, but if we maintain the current structure and current incentives at the systemic level in our political and economic systems, the same problems that evolved to where they are today will recur because the same incentives and forces that led us to here will be in the same places, even though some of the outcomes have temporarily been shifted. So my view is we have to create some systemic changes at the systemic level so that the incentives change and therefore the behavior of those who enter into business, commerce, politics, whatever it may be, education, are shifted accordingly to the vision of the changes that the leverage created. Otherwise, there's no point. It's just you're getting temporary concessions that will fade over time. So I hope people agree with that. And then the question is, what form of government and or institutional level formation will that necessitate, and how will that be created, staffed, funded, supported, et cetera? What happens with the armed forces? What happens with the different entities within the government? Do we maintain the constitutional structures as they currently exist? All these questions pop up about where things go. All these, well, what's it going to look like? And those are a lot of times details that can be worked out by people who have expertise in these particular spaces. But it's a complicated set of interconnected systems and institutions. There's no snap your fingers, it's all done. I think that our constitutional structure in its principle makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, because of very smart people and crafty people, they've figured out ways to work within the framework of the Constitution and create something that benefits the few over the many. Obviously, we wouldn't even be talking about this. So that system does have some flaws that are going to have to somehow be rectified if we're not going to find ourselves in 10 years in the same spot we are now, or worse. Now, how exactly that gets put, I don't have all the answers for that. And just because all those answers aren't in place in this conversation doesn't mean that they can't be put into place. But it's going to be difficult because we have constitutional requirements to make the very changes to the Constitution that are, unfortunately, given the current system, blocked at every pass. So to change the Constitution to eliminate, let's say, Citizens United or money in politics or whatever that step is, we were going to have a constitutional amendment. Well, that requires a 2/3 vote of the Congress and the president signing it, or 3/4 of the state legislatures if we can't get the Congress or the Senate to do it. Both of those are blocked because the money that different entities, different special interests, quote unquote, in a lot of different areas, have taken over the political process in all of those pathways. So we're sort of stuck. We're damned if we do, damned if we don't. And by the way, people who say, the voting, which I don't think is a bad thing, but think of it this way. If you're a wealthy person right now and you want to maintain your primacy, then obviously if you have enough money to spread around to anybody who's ambitious in politics, and the person who spends the most money wins like 94% of the time, well, then it makes sense for you to spread your money around. It's a good investment because in the end, the policies that further consolidate your power and your profits, you can make 10 to 20 fold your investment by buying off politicians. So threatening not to vote for somebody because they support Israel or because they took this kind of money, it doesn't matter because they play the game on both sides. And if there's a third party candidate, they're going to write a third check. This is how they operate. So we have to change the ability to write the check, to bundle money, to use money as a tool to influence elections. And that is a huge step in reforming our system, obviously. And it's a lot easier said than done. And I don't know exactly how we do that.
Okay, if not voting, then what? I mean, because the way it sounds like voting doesn't matter, but that is the mechanism by which we put representatives that have been corrupted by this system. So what else is there?
Well, we're seeing some of it right now. We're seeing different things that people are doing to quote unquote act out or act up against the system. Obviously, one or two incidents here or there doesn't create enough of a leverage to bring everyone to their knees and make
Well, no,
change.
no, no, no. So I understand that you're not going to cause a revolution by voting, right? I think is your point, but voting is the mechanism by which, after said revolution, we put people in that finally can change that. So if voting is irrelevant or pointless or what have you, just tearing it down without a vote at the end of it, what?
Well, that's the question we have to ask ourselves. If the constitutional framework that was supposed to serve the public, we the people, has failed in that objective, do we keep it as is? Do we change it to some degree? Do we create a different set of institutions and structures that will supersede the problems that have come of that existing system? I don't know if there's a simple answer to that question. I mean, I think the part of the problem is human beings, when put in positions of power, can abuse that power and become exploitative to one degree or another for personal gain or for tribal gain or whatever the case may be. We've seen examples of that for a long time. How do you find someone or a group of someones who truly have altruism in their hearts, who have no desire to increase their own personal power or benefit, that can help lead the country so that the policies and the institutions in place can benefit the most people as best it can, given the complexities and inefficiencies of society? It's not easy, right? And we know from examples that right now the current system, as it currently sits and it has evolved, is not accomplishing that goal. We have people that, even if they are decent, I think some of the people in Congress are very decent people, but they're stuck in a game that they have to play a certain way, and they can't allow their decency to come to the fore. So
Right, and
moving forward,
when those decent people even position themselves to be viable as a candidate, they're gate kept by the established parties. Would you
yeah,
agree?
they're also targeted, because the way that the money works is it's controlled at the party leadership level. So these the DNCC and the RNC, these congressional these campaign committees, they allocate the funding for elections from within the party. So the super PACs donate the money to the party or even to a campaign, and the money's controlled by a small number of people. And therefore, as long as you can have those people under your control, you control the allocation of funds and you control the outcomes of most elections. And therein lies the problem. So somehow we have to find a way to put a spike in the gears of that. And I'm not sure exactly what form that spike takes. It might be that we have to stand firm on a number of leveraged decisions in terms of behavior that force our elected officials to vote in constitutional amendments, or society just stays stopped. That may be the only way to get it done if we stay within working in the constitutional framework, which I think is preferable. The problem is that, again, getting back to challenges, not the problem. The challenge is people are and the fear is a very strong motivator for most of us. And it makes sense that if you take a risk right now, if you're a family head of household, let's say I had 4 kids and a wife and a $500,000 house and 2 cars and a life, basically. And even though it's getting more difficult, I don't want to put that at risk. I don't want to risk going to jail, getting injured, have my family be abandoned if I get unalived or whatever it may be. That's a tough decision for somebody to make, to participate in organizing and putting leverage on the system. We can stick to voting, but I think we can see it. Listen, if you try something over and over again and it doesn't move the needle, and you keep going back to that method to move the needle and it still doesn't move the needle, at some point you're going to have to look at yourself and go, why am I continuing to beat my head against this wall? I like to call it throwing a pebble at a brick wall. You're like, why isn't this wall coming down? And you're like, well, dude, you got the wrong thing in your hand. And voting, while it's not bad, it's still, if you threw it a trillion times at the wall, it might knock it down eventually. But we don't have a trillion times in the bag. Something's going to have to change, and pretty soon, because of this technocratic dystopian future that's being brought to bear with data centers and AI and digital currency and all the other nonsense. And that's not far off. That's 3 to 5 years out. So I think the key thing is clarity on what the outcomes need to be. That's step one. Step two is, what are the organizing processes we're going to have to go through to get people to think on a common mindset, and then agree to whatever degree they're capable of to doing things that create leverage, from the most benign, protesting or whatever other means, to the most, whatever term you want to put on that, to the most aggressive, for lack of a better term. up to and including, stuff that we've seen happen on the sidewalks of New York City and things like this. And I don't want any of those things to have to be a part of the process to achieve reform. Nope, I don't think any of us want to do those kind of things. But unfortunately, I think that because of how stubbornly entrenched the power structures are, that until they literally fear for their very existence, some of them are not going to relent under any circumstances, whether it's financial pressure or otherwise. Many might, and it depends on how much of an aggregate impact some of our leveraged-based actions in an organized fashion could take. And I don't know. Some of this is very unpredictable. But I know one thing that's very predictable. The current approach has a definitive outcome. That is absolutely clear in my mind, and hopefully in everybody else's, that if we allow the current trajectory, the inertia of where things are going, I can guarantee you this. One, everyone else will have a lower standard of living over the next 3 to 5 years on to the future. Number two, we're going to have less freedom. Number three, we're going to have a lower ability to even use the very tools that we're trying to talk about right now in the future because of the control mechanisms that are being brought to bear with mass surveillance and AI and digitization of money and this kind of stuff. So it's going to be very difficult, even if we decided as to say, okay, we've had it. This is way less acceptable than it was in 2026. By 2030, we may not have the ability to do some of the things that we currently have. The money that we have in our private accounts right now, you won't be able to access it if you're deemed to be somebody based on your posts and your digital behavior that's quote unquote a threat. They just turn your goddamn money off.
Right.
Now you're really in trouble. So the other thing this is going to require, and again, I know this is a lot to take in. It's a lot to throw on the wall and see what sticks.
And it's a very urgent problem. I don't think people quite realize just how urgent it is that we act and do something now because, like you're saying, it's not going to be long before there's nothing that you can do.
Yeah, one of the real big challenges, again, is because of how things are set up with centralized distribution, just-in-time inventory, lots of people living in very concentrated areas, depending upon these centralized, food and water and energy delivery systems, is that in the event of a breakdown, it has inordinate impact on those living in these denser areas. So I bring this back to the union. If you go on strike as a member of your company who's decided to organize, obviously, if you're renting, your landlord could, if you don't have your paycheck coming in, you can't pay your rent, the landlord can evict you. Now your family's on the street. To avoid that, the union collects a small amount of money throughout your period of working, and they create a union fund, a backstop for people. That concept of a backstop, of community support, mutual aid, needs to be a part of the planning process so that when people do decide to step out of their lane and participate in to whatever degree they can or choose to, they're going to have something, and if the worst case happens, to step back into so they're not completely out to lunch. How that gets organized and how that's orchestrated, I have some ideas. I'll give you an example. I live in a one-bedroom apartment. Okay, we could have a registry of people who have space. So if a family of four, I know my neighbor over here has a house and they pay their mortgage, and if they decide to not pay their mortgage for 6 months and participate in whatever the leverage creating steps are, and they're stuck, I would bring them into my house in a second. Hey, come live with me. I know it's a pain in the ass to have 5 people living here, but I'd much rather have a chance to have a better life for everybody over the next 25, 30 years, next generation, than be stuck in perpetuity with this. And I just didn't do anything to sacrifice anything because I didn't want to cancel my Netflix. I didn't want to stop shopping at Amazon. I wasn't want to take in my neighbors. I wasn't want to help feed people. The mindset of cooperation and support at the community level has to be a big part of any potential participation, because absent that, most people are going to be afraid to step out of their comfort zone, and rightly so. I wouldn't blame this guy I know next door. He's got a wife, 2 kids, a dog, a mortgage, a job. He's not going to just willy-nilly jump into this lane and go, yeah, let's go fight for change. They're going to think, A, it's not going to work. What's it going to look like? And C, I'm going to get screwed if I jump out of my current lane, even though I don't like the trajectory that I'm in. And that's going to be a lot. That's going to be most people, by the way. A lot of people in our society can't even have this conversation. They're chasing their tail so hard. And there's no begrudging anybody wherever they may be, or even where they are with their mindset politically. Some people think that this is a nuts conversation, like everything's going to be fine, the world will continue to work. And for many, it might. For those who don't stir up trouble and pay their taxes and stay in their lane and work in their corporate job, they'll be left alone in the future. But they'll have to deal with their fate and play nice, or they're going to be in trouble. And I think what's going to happen is, and this is just a guess, but I think it's not absent evidence, is that people are going to start getting really squeezed. And as we have these tools to control the populace, mass surveillance, digitization of currency, biometrics, geofencing, cameras everywhere, it's going to give the ability with no manpower or very low cost to create supervisory control mechanisms for most of society, such that we're going to have a much lower standard of living and just have to accept it with very little recourse. And I think that's the direction that the technocrats and the wealthy class sees as their way to manage society. The United States, just so you know, is using its military to create energy dependencies on states around the world that otherwise would work in a different way. Nord Stream pipeline got knocked out. Right now, we're blocking the Straits of Hormuz in Iran to try to change the buying habits of all these other countries, so they'll buy North American LNG, liquefied natural gas, and oil. That's one of the goals of strategic policy, is to starve your adversaries and force everyone to buy your stuff. And then you can control not only the money system by collecting your dollars for it, but controlling pathways and security, and basically have everyone hostage to your resources. That's where we're going. And if it doesn't change, if there's not a major war between Russia, China, and the United States, which somehow stops that, that's where the rest of the world's going. They're going to be under the thumb of this multinational conglomerate of sick, psychopathic, serial accumulators that I referred to. And they're happily doing it. And they don't care who gets hurt along the way. So this is troubling, and there's not a lot of time to change this.
And it's a human problem. This is a problem for all humans that exist on Earth today. This isn't like a party issue. This isn't a country issue. This is something that is global. It is going to affect every person on planet Earth. And until people realize that, like, they're just going to keep just yapping at each other about stupid shit, like what I'm seeing some of the people in the comments doing. We've got to get beyond that, guys.
Well, remember, too, that those who have been exploited, especially, I hate this term, but especially in the third world, I think that's a terrible thing to say, but in countries that are less developed, where people are much more vulnerable, this has been happening their whole lives for generation after generation by the imperial process, going back to the 1500s, by Western European, mostly white Christians. I hate to say it, is what it is. Even within the United States, the experience of Native Americans and the experience of African Americans they've been exploited along these lines forever. So you don't have to tell them. They know this without even talking about this. They've been angered, as they should be, forever. And so the systems of perpetual inequality need to be remedied. Never going to be perfect. Even in our most communal societies as we evolved, nothing was perfectly egalitarian. Nature has its, predator-prey relationships. Things are always going to be kind of chaotic, but you want to manage it as best we can, given our intellect and our capacity for good versus exploitative evil. It just so happens that in most of human history, benevolent leaders get assassinated, and the evil, sort of sadistic, controlling, exploitative ones and more ambitious people rise to the top, because they're willing to engage in behavior and do things that most of us other people wouldn't even think to do, much less do to get power, money, and wealth. So this is, again, we may be pushing against human nature and all the different societal inertia that's ever existed, but I don't know if we want to have a better future. We have to address it for what it is, look at what our realistic options are ahead of us that we can at least try. It's better to try something and fail than not to try anything and just out of fear accept your fate and let the whole thing sort of run roughshod over top of us. That's my feeling. And again, I don't want to advocate for Luigi or for warehouse torching and that kind of stuff. I think the tools that get employed need to be part and parcel of a systematic approach that's organized, thought out, and has incremental escalatory steps that work in the right order to create the leverage and pressure necessary to achieve the universally agreed upon outcomes that we've been talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are tools that some people are going to employ. And to me, it's patriotic to put yourself at risk and in jeopardy for the greater good. And to me, that's what some of these people are choosing to do. And I have to give my hats off to some of those people willing to do it. I'm not going to cry over them because they've been unaliving us for a long time. They've been doing violent things to us for a long time. And we're not allowed to even celebrate that. I don't think so. The time has come. People are going to have to, left and right, whatever that is, they're going to have to wake the fuck up.
Yeah, and some of these things are more nefarious than others and have play more of a pivotal role. I'll give you an example, and this is not something that we get a lot of information on growing up, but the way that the financial system functions, especially at the central bank level, it's extremely exploitative and extremely nefarious. The international lending institutions like the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the International Finance Corporation, and its institutions are the mechanisms with which most of this exploitative behavior takes its course. And we have members of the quote rules-based international order that they want to maintain this control system for both hegemony of the US dollar and Western imperialism across the globe. And obviously there's a push to try to push back in the nations that are BRICS, China and Russia and others that don't want to be subjected to sanctions and US dollar hegemony in perpetuity while we fund our debts through printing of money and forcibly making people comply with that which perpetuates our standing in the world, or at least the standing of the class of people who benefit from this. And again, if this was benefiting all of us equally, you can make the argument that even though it's sadistic and short-sighted and exploitative, that at least we're all sharing in the spoils of the exploitative behavior. But that's not even the case, because right now, especially with the war, where does that money go? When our government allocates $100 billion to a war effort, where does that money really go? It goes to the shareholders. It goes primarily to the shareholders of the contractors and the weapons manufacturers and other bigger companies that participate in the war effort. It's a cycling of debt that we're all required to hold on to and pay interest against. Never going to pay off the balance, probably the principal. And who gets the benefit of that debt? The few wealthy shareholders. They get the money, we owe the bill. And that's writ large for every industry where there's lobbying and all that special interest nonsense. It's just wealth transfer. It's debt on us, benefit to them.
Right.
And that's the cycle.
They tell us we have to pay it back. Yep. Now, did you get out all that you felt you wanted to get out, the points? Did you have other things that you wanted to bring in? Because I'd like to bring in a couple of people
that no doubt
are cynical to some degree. APAC, give me just a second. I see your request. Rocky, I think, has more of a cynical approach to this, and, has been voicing that in the comments. And Rocky was the first one to request up. I'm not going to bring up a bunch of people, guys. I don't want to deal with the over talking and being an asshole. So, Rocky,
let me you asked me. There's one more thing I want to say.
Sure.
Just this is common sense, but I just want to point it out. There is no easy path to reform against power. Powerful institutions and structures.
Thank you, APAC.
Don't want to give up power under any circumstances. So, if you're thinking, well, gosh, it'd be so much nicer if we could just vote people in who are going to do the right thing, they're never going to allow good enough things to happen through that process. That's why they're allowed. That's why they allow people to vote. Because if our vote could change it, we wouldn't be allowed to do the voting.
Right.
So the point is,
there's a video I want to play. I probably should have already played it, but that showcases just exactly that. Even at our worst point right now, these powers that be are still going to latch onto it. So voting at this point without any other things is not really going to work. It's not really going to change anything.
Yeah, just like the union, although it's not as egregious, but the amount of pain and suffering that one has to go through is it's directly correlated to the amount of effective change that you want to achieve. So, right. And again, this is not to criticize anybody, because it's not fair for anybody to point fingers. It's not about finger pointing. But imagine if you had to look at your son or daughter 20 years from now, and they look back and say, "Hey, mom or dad, why did you guys let this happen?"
Right.
And you're like, "Well, son, you don't understand. It was there." And again, no one wants to face these obstacles. They seem insurmountable. We seem helpless. Like, what can really be done? I understand all that, but we're going to have to somehow break through the fear and the reluctance to try to do anything and just start working on something. Like any other problem in life, you got to start that first step and just keep moving forward. We're not doing anything to step in the right direction. We're focusing our energies in areas that aren't going to have enough impact to bring any leverage to the situation.
Yeah, I mean, because like if sure, doing these things is going to hurt now. It's going to hurt pretty bad for a lot of people. But what's the alternative? It's to hurt for the rest of your life and possibly be unalived, which could be some of their motives. And then your children have nothing. So, good job. You were afraid to suffer for a little while to sacrifice for what? For that outcome. Now, Rocky, I saw some of your cynical comments, which, I think you were making decent points. I don't want to just say that they were cynical, but please go ahead, man.
Yeah, well, I'm 100% with Chip, what he's had to say, but I am very negative. I'm very pessimistic about this country because of the wealthy, the rich, the billionaires, and the huge corporations that control our Congress through their lobby system. It's not going to get better, not soon anyway. We would have to be very united and very strong to battle, and it would still be an uphill battle. It'd be a very slippery slope to try to kick out the lobby system, to make America work, its political system to work for the people. I mean, our defense contractors, we give them everything they want. Like a drone. It costs $150 million for a drone. It really costs, what does it really cost? It's nothing but an airplane with cameras, basically, and maybe $3 or $4 million bucks. The General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, they bludgeon our government. Elon is another one. They just hand them the money, don't even alter them or see what how they're spending it. Nothing. And the budget, every time it comes up, both parties, Democrats and Republicans, don't blink when they sign over $1 trillion every year for this defense contractors. And they just give them an open check. And that's why we don't have entitlements. And it's gotten so bad, it's so bad that Trump gave them a huge tax cut. They still get the subsidies and the earmarks. And now they probably get refunds. They don't pay no taxes. How's it work? How's it going to work? Well, you see, he's taking away the VA. He's cutting the VA. He's cutting the Medicaid, Affordable Care Act to make up some of the difference. I mean, we're in bad shape, especially with this guy. When are we going to wake up? When are we going to get strong? When are we going to get together? I don't know. I don't see it in the near future.
We have to.
Yeah, it should be. Well, yeah.
Okay, so where does your cynicism come from?
It's going to have to really, really get bad in this country for us to all get united to do a French Revolution style thing, I can't even believe that the military is participating with this buffoon we got. I spent 4 years in the Navy.
Is that what keeps you from doing it right now? Is that things are okay for you?
I mean,
are you worried about losing your stuff?
No, I'm set. I'm good.
So you're good, and you don't want that to change, right? Is that what keeps you from acting now?
I mean, how am I going to act? I mean, this Congress.
Where do you don't have to? Do you bank with one of the big banks or a bank?
No, community bank, a hometown bank.
But it's a bank.
I have CDs.
Yeah. You can pull that shit out, put it into
I'm a franchisee.
You can, because we have to democratize every fucking thing, okay? We got to democratize stuff instead of centralizing it into the hands of these fucking pukes, because that small bank still operates in a system of larger banks. So take that money out of that bank and put it into a credit union. It's not even going to cost you anything. Maybe the CDs you'll have to wait on. I can understand.
I have CDs.
You know what I mean? You may have to wait on that, but whatever you do have, pull it up, put it in a co-op, which is democratized. You can do things like that.
I haven't looked into that. But,
I mean, it's a thing because everybody pulls their deposits out, and at some point, if everybody starts doing this, the banks are going to say, fuck you. We're not going to give you that money, because they know that they either don't have it because they've loaned out you know, 99 cents or whatever, 91 cents to every dollar. You know, they loan it out to somebody. And so they'll start refusing to offer the withdrawals. And that will spark people to get really pissed because that's my money. And when somebody says, no, you can't have your own money, that in and of itself is going to cause problems. So people need to, if you use a regular bank, get the fuck out of that shit.
I just want to run this by you. My congressman has been in there since, I'm in Texas, and he's turned MAGA. He's been in there for 14 years. He's running again. He's around my age. He's up there. And the girl she got a nomination in the Democratic Party to run against him. And she ran before, but I tried to get in touch with her. Her name is Rhonda Hart. And I've been trying to get in touch with her because, I'm retired. I could put her signs up. I'll pay for the signs to get her signs, to get rid of this Randy Weber,
She probably don't give a shit.
Yeah. And she's from Santa Fe, Texas. I tried to call her. I left her messages. I emailed her. Hey, I'm retired. I could put your signs. I'll pay for the signs. I could put them right next to Randy Weber's. I'm thinking about putting signs like, here, old Randy's winning your vote, but he doesn't vote for you in Congress, wanting to squash the Affordable Care Act, the VA, Medicaid, vote blue, something like that. Or Rhonda Hart. But I can't understand. I just can't get in touch with her,
Okay, so Randy, is she currently a representative or she's running?
She's running against him.
And she's not currently, she hasn't won anything. She's just running against somebody and you can't get a hold of her.
She won the nomination. There was like 3 people trying to get
she doesn't give a shit. She doesn't give a shit. I'll give you an example of this kind of fucking mentality. And these are the people that you really don't want in there. I mean, it's one thing if you got, 10,000 people trying to reach out to you. Of course they can't respond to everybody. I get that. Gina Nelson was running against Ryan Walters in Oklahoma. Ryan Walters is a scumbag. Gina Nelson's this Democrat. She's so great. She's so wonderful. Oh, she's going to fix everything because Ryan Walters is so terrible. She was coming to a public meet and greet in my town, and I was excited because I was voting for her. I was doing videos campaigning for her on my own terms. When this bitch learned that I was going to be there because of the book issue at the school, I was wrapped up in that federal lawsuit with the school. When she found out that I was going to be there, she canceled it and made it private. I didn't vote for her. And I publicly explained why. These people don't give a shit. That person isn't a good candidate. And they're all over like that. Again, this speaks to the systemic problem that we have. These are the people that will lie to your face. She's probably independently wealthy. Is she?
No, she's a school teacher.
She's a school teacher and she's doing that?
If she did, I would try to raise money for her too. Call some corporations and stuff. And she is
either she's too busy or she just doesn't give a shit.
It's like I'm wondering if she even works for the other side. Just fills in a spot there. So nobody else can run.
Well, somebody's.
I don't know. Something shaky.
Yeah,
and she's
and see, that's why regular people have to start running for office because of that right there.
He's a career politician. He was a city councilman for Alvin, Texas, and Pearland, and all his life, he's just been in politics. This guy.
But see, that's always the situation they give you, shit and shittier. The one seems better. It's a harm reduction. You hear that argument all the time. I'm sick of hearing that shit. I'm sick of it.
Town hall meetings, she could beat this guy. She could beat him. He's beatable. because he's old and he's worthless. He
Well,
does nothing.
is she a
Nothing.
Democrat?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's this party. This party sucks. They don't support their candidates. They really don't. Not even on a state level. It's like pulling teeth. This party is jacked unless you offer something or you know you're a big name or whatever. They just don't give a shit. And so she could be completely on her own, and she probably doesn't know what the hell she's doing.
It's 14 districts. It's been gerrymandered. Used to be Ron Paul, old man, not Rand Paul, his father. Used to be the Galveston County. And Randy Weber gerrymandered from Beaumont to LaPorte, from LaPorte all the way up to
So he's a shitty politician. I got it. That's very location specific. I don't know that people are going to really fully understand what you're talking about, but on a general scale, like this is common. This happens all over the place. It happens in Oklahoma, happens in Mississippi, where the regular person gets shit on, or the Democratic Party won't help them in any way, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, but because the Democratic Party doesn't give a shit, they're owned by the same people. The established party anyway. So with that, my question to you is, you're set, you're comfortable, and you're cynical about making changes that are going to hurt the country. We've got to move past that. What are you going to leave everybody else? Right. So look into things that you can do. And I'm not saying like get rid of your house and burn it down or whatever. I don't know. People are shit's gonna suck. It's gonna suck if you don't do anything too. You might as well be the one controlling the sucking, right? It's gonna suck because of something I did rather than something I didn't do. Which sucks worse? I don't know. Chip, does it seem like it would suck worse if it's shit out of your control that caused it to suck versus things that you chose to do?
Well, I agree with something Rocky said, and this is normal human behavior. Things have to get worse before people are going to be inspired to do anything, and that's normal. We respond to pressure and incentives. So if right now, if you're not doing that badly, and I think most of us aren't doing that badly, I don't speak for everyone, obviously, but some people are struggling really hard, but most Americans are probably still have a lot of the basics. They have air conditioning, they have Netflix, they have enough, they have basics in life, and they have some creature comforts that are still there. So that's a lot to give up to risk it all, so to speak. And I don't blame anybody for that. The challenge is
going to
be
how to live in their means. I live frugal. I actually went to Kroger yesterday, and I gave them I cut out the coupons. Get mail drops, and you got to live within your means. The Americans
tell that to the corporations who run a loss every year, Rocky. And yet they still have everything. DoorDash, great fucking example. That company hadn't made money for like a damn decade. They made it one quarter. They made money because of C-19. You're browbeating people for not living within their means, while these people don't either. They don't use their budgets right. They run at a loss. They continue to get investors and call themselves masters of the universe. Please don't dog on your own people because they bought a fucking coffee. I'm sorry. I don't know. Like somebody went and bought a coffee and now we're going to complain about that while you're okay because you lived frugally. I don't know. For some reason, that's triggering to me.
Well, Rocky, they don't have to answer this, but I'm 59. How old are you?
74.
Yeah, so in other words, generationally speaking, I have a good friend. He's having a lot of trouble with his two sons who are in their 20s. And they're just completely in different places, obviously. So you and I, we sort of were part of we're not as good as your generation, especially, not to solo you out, but the spoils after World War II and the productive nature of the U.S., which has changed, obviously, but you're sort of like you hit what's called the upswing of empire. You hit the perfect part where the curve started going up higher. We've crested, I believe, and we're sort of coming down the other side. But you and I still were on the way up. And so we were able to extract a lot of the benefits from lower prices and affordability and opportunity that a lot of the younger people now, it's a completely different game for them. And so a lot of them look at this landscape ahead of them and go, why should I even bother? Why should I go to college? Why should I incur all this debt when I can't even get a damn job? And even if I did get a job, I couldn't afford to have a house or a car, blah, blah, blah. That's where a lot of these younger people are. And I can't blame them for feeling that way. They don't think the same opportunities that you and I had, especially your generation. And now what's happening is, and again, this is not to berate you, it is what it is. We have a lot of people who are sitting on a lot of real estate wealth and a lot of stock market stuff, because the market since the 80s has gone up like 800%. That wealth is there, but that wealth is not available to anybody else. And they're watching our generations look down on them and say, hey, why aren't you guys making it happen? Get off your ass and do something. It's a hard sell. These younger people, they see the bullshit. They see the inequalities. They see the foreign aid going to Israel. They see the economic exploitation. And they're like, why would I want to live in that system? That system's garbage.
Yeah. Rocky, go ahead. I'm going to drop you after the timer. I may bring it back up to a minute.
Yeah, I got some stuff I got to do. I take off now.
I appreciate you coming up here. I don't want you to take my irritation wrong, but I've got a lot of people that have requested. Negative. No. Look, that's why I wanted to bring you up, because that's what you need. If everybody in the boardroom agrees on everything all the time, the product they push out is going to suck. Somebody has to push back. And, I appreciate that. But go ahead, last words.
Well, I mean, we live in a country with 330 million people. There's going to be a lot of indifferences. And we're controlled by the billionaires. I don't see it getting better. I don't see it at all. My critical thinking tells me that for it to get even halfway better, we're going to have to unite. And I don't see us uniting. I don't see it happening, because they're very clever. The big, rich, wealthy corporations, they're compromised, or Congress. And I don't see it. We got to run the lobbies out and critical and I got a mental block here.
We have a lot of work.
Citizens United has to be repealed.
It does.
And in order to a lot of things need to be overhauled in our political system. It needs to be updated. It needs to be brought into the 21st century here.
Yeah. Well, look, it's not going to just all of a sudden everybody's going to have a bunch of stuff, right? Things are going to get worse because they have to. But that is, going through the tunnel. There's light at the end of it. But when it's controlled, it's purposeful, it's organized, you can make it through that tunnel. Otherwise, you're just going to be wandering around in the dark, and then at the end of it is a hellscape of rich people telling you what to do.
Well, hopefully the Democrats will have their shit together. When they get back in power, they need to do something. If they don't, it'd be the same old, same old.
They won't.
There'll be another Donald Trump, maybe a smarter one, and we'll be in big, big trouble.
No, they won't. And Rocky, I'll go ahead and drop you down. I appreciate that. And that's actually a good segue into this. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Okay. That's a good segue into this video that I wanted to play anyway, because of what he just said, and this is what I said worried me leading into it. Give me just a second. I'll pull it up here. Somebody shared this in the resistance group earlier today. I can't remember who it was, but it was a very good watch.
National Action Network convention she is thinking about running again in 2028. The same week, the Democratic National Committee is still refusing to release the report explaining why she lost in 2024. At the DNC's New Orleans meeting, members stood up and yelled at the chair to release it. A progressive group parked a mobile billboard outside the hotel. It read, "Release the autopsy." I was digging into the DNC AIPAC story from last week and kept pulling the thread. Burying the report and the strategy that produced the loss in the first place are connected. They're the same pattern. As I've said in my video last week, the party listens to its donors and its inner circle. It does not listen to its voters. Here's what that looks like in practice. Political ad spending in the 2024 cycle was projected at more than $10 billion. By mid-October, 79% of the presidential ad spending after Harris entered the race went to 7 battleground states. If you don't live in one of those 7 states, neither party was really talking to you. Within those states, Trump won self-identified swing voters by 8 points. Harris outspent him by over $100 million in the closing weeks, and still lost the group her campaign was built around chasing. According to Catalyst, 30 million people who voted in 2020 did not vote in 2024. That drop-off group leaned Democrat. And the people who did show up, well, Trump kept more of his 2020 coalition than Harris kept of hers. Here's my point. Both parties spent the last cycle chasing swing voters. The swing voter pool is small. The people in it are also, by definition, less engaged with politics. They are just a minor fraction of the electorate. Meanwhile, the people who do pay attention, progressives, leftists, independents, working class voters, the same groups the DNC is now publicly admitting are drifting away, got taken for granted. The strategy assumed they would show up no matter what. The DNC commissioned a full post-election review after 2024. They have refused to release it. Axios obtained the findings. It concludes Harris lost significant support because of the Biden administration's approach to Gaza. Kamala Harris is telling a civil rights convention she is thinking about running again in 2028. She was the face of the strategy. The DNC is hiding the report explaining why it failed. So here's my question. If the party will not show its work and the candidate who lost is signaling another run, what reason is there to believe anything will be different in 2028? I was listening to MS Now on Sirius the other day, and a guest said something that stuck with me. He said, there's a difference between rejecting Republicans and supporting Democrats. It's kind of become a little bit of a stem repeating in my head, and I'm very concerned the DNC is conflating the 2 points.
And there it is. They have not learned their lesson. They didn't learn their lesson in 2016. They're not going to learn their lesson because they work for a small group of people, and it's not fucking you. And when you are not willing to pull your fucking vote or do something else to fuck this shit up, they know that you're going to, and they're going to take that for granted just like they did. They didn't listen to the base. They didn't listen to the party. They didn't give a shit. And that'll just, unfortunately, continue. I can't. Where's my fucking button? Oh, there it is. I found it. Let me bring in somebody else. APAC, I think, probably had to go to work. He dropped off. Who else do we have here? Well, I lost some people, but I gained some people. Let's see. I'm going to put a timer up so that everybody gets, about equal time up here on the panel. And we'll just do it that way. Dina, welcome in. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me,
Yep.
Liberal. Listen, I know what you say about the Democratic Party. It has its faults, no doubt. But right now, that is our only hope to get rid of these fascists. So no, I don't like everything that's going on. I'm totally against it. But if you don't vote or put your vote on the third party, you will ensure that these fascists stay in office. And I want to bring up one other point, and it's very important. I don't know if you guys have heard this or not, or know about this. It's called the National Security Presidential Memo that Trump signed into effect in last October. Basically, what that does is it gives the DOJ and the FBI the authority to go after people, what he calls T groups, those people that basically are anti-Trump, that may have what they consider hate speech. It's happening now. There's a lot of lawsuits going around. Apparently, some people were confronted by these people. It's something that we need to keep a watch on. Chip, I just want to say everything you say. I totally agree. I will say this, though. I, for one, believe that everyone should have the same access to pursue their opportunities. Okay, I think we should have a society of meritocracy, not about identity politics. It's not about gender. It's not about race. It's about what you're qualified for, what you strive for in your life to be, have the same opportunities, and get those opportunities based on your qualifications, not on your identity. We are in a world of hurt. The last thing that I want to say, and this is very important, in the Big Ugly Bill, they stopped any and all regulation on AI for the next 10 years. We must have regulation on AI. This is probably our biggest existential threat. If we don't get this under control, everything that we're talking about is for naught. All
Okay,
right.
so
And
if
we're
the
looking at a
party
very
if the party won't listen to you, they don't give a shit, and they're also being influenced by the very people that are doing this. What?
Okay, so let me answer that. What is your best option? To keep the party in power that is already existing, that's doing what they're doing to our country, trampling all over our Constitution, taking away people's rights, or going for the party that you know have a better chance of undoing some of this stuff and then going for the third party candidates? That's what I'm talking about.
Do you think that the problems we're having right now are solely because of Donald Trump?
No, I think it's because of the Republican Party. I think it's because of the corporations. I think it's because
Not
of
the
the Heritage
government itself.
Foundation.
Not the
It's the
corruption
government.
in the government.
It's all part of the government.
I
But
see.
right now,
So we
who do
don't
you
have a
have a better?
systemic problem.
We have a systemic problem, but what is your best chance of correcting this? By
By
voting for a
the
third
best
party or
chance,
not voting?
the best
What is
chance.
it?
No, I'm not saying not vote. That's not what I'm saying, Dina. The best chance is to make sure that they understand that if they don't allow it, it won't be a bloodless revolution. That's the point. They have to understand that we see what they're doing. We see the good cop, bad cop games that they play. They have to know that we know that, and that we're willing to revoke this shit from them because they only operate because we give them permission to do so. We have to stop giving them permission to do it.
True, but how do we do that? Do we do it through violence?
That's what we're here talking about.
Well, you know what? It's like Chip said, and this was said before. There's a lot of people out there that are they're basically trying to hold on to their safety. I'm not saying their comforts, but their safety, because we are in very, very deleterious times. I go back to the NSPM. I go back to the watchdog. I go back to AI. Basically, you go against this government, and yeah, they can shut down your money in a heartbeat. Everything is digitized. So if we have any chance at all by voting these bastards out, FAFO, all right? This is a non-violent situation. I doubt seriously that there are enough people to basically congregate and achieve what it is that you're suggesting, okay? I agree with you. I'm on your side.
330 million of us, and you don't think
There's
there's enough of us?
How many voters do we have that actually participate in the elections? Ask yourself that. How many people do you talk to here every day? Okay, so
3
is
million.
that enough? Is that enough? I don't think it is, but that's just my take, Liberal. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thank you, Dina. I appreciate it. Chip, do you have anything before she goes that you'd like to add?
Well, I think she raises practical concerns. I think the biggest thing that I keep hearing, though, is the word vote, 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 vote. I think we've been conditioned to thinking that, and by the way, what Liberal brought up, I think is a very good point to keep in mind. Trump, for all of his volatility and strangeness and just all the other things you want to say about the man, which is bad, he's not the decision maker. He's not the guy driving the train. He's the guy taking instructions to implement to drive the train. So this is the thing we have to remember, that the real power does not lie within the hands of the elected officials. The real power is held by the transnational capital class, the banking institutions, the large shareholders, the wealthy families. That's where the power is. And they use the systems of elected officials, politics, government, the treasuries to their end, to transfer wealth and transfer opportunities to their end. That's what we have to get at. Until we chip away at that, all the other stuff is just window dressing. We're just changing the dolls on the stage. I like to use the example of the marionettes. It doesn't matter whether you have a blue doll or a red doll dancing beneath a wire on a stage, because there's still somebody holding the wire. The only way we're going to get the people with the wire to change their thinking and behavior is through leverage. Voting does not give us that leverage.
Withholding a vote does.
No, not even that. Not even that will do it.
So, Chip, what is your solution to this? I'm curious to hear what you have to say.
Well,
What is your solution outside of voting?
I've already talked about the fact of how complicated and difficult it is, and I happen to agree with what Rocky said. And I don't want to say this. I don't think, from a timing standpoint, that the American public, given how divided we are, how frustrated people are, how indifferent people are to politics, that enough density of people will be willing to take risks and participate in something within the time frame required before the technocracy and the digital dystopian future, the straitjacket wraps around us. So therefore, we have two choices as Americans. Three, I guess. Act out and do something absolutely crazy to try to spur change, which is low probability, high risk. Or you can stay here and just accept whatever happens, given knowing all this, or you can get the fuck out.
Right. Yeah, Dina, did you want to respond to that before I go ahead and drop? I got like 8 people trying to get in.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Number one, I think the probability of people taking the second action is going to be slim to nil. Okay. Number one, we have too many low information voters. We have too many uneducated. When you take into consideration that 54% of the adult population can't read above the 6th grade level. All right, I doubt seriously that's going to happen unless it hits them personally. I think the third option is probably the best one, and that's get the fuck out, unfortunately, because right now we are living in an autocratic society and people are being hurt, and you're not going to change their minds by talking to them or even bringing up cogent solutions. They have to feel it. And when they feel it, they're not going to be in the position to do anything about it regardless. So I'm going to stay with my vote. I'm going to stick with protesting. I'm going to stick with calling my legislators and raising hell, regardless of the fact that they don't answer me back. That's the route I'm going to go. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to stay silent. So there again, that's all I have to say. But thank you for having me, Liberal.
Yeah. Thank you, Dina. And I would ask, if you don't use a credit union, that might be an option. It's not going to hurt you personally.
That's much harder than what you think, because you have to consideration, what has Trump done to Social Security? Okay, what has Trump done with our pension systems, our military systems? If you change a bank right now and suddenly there's something screws up, they make a mistake, you may never get it straightened out. That's the reason that many people
you do what you can.
Like that. You do what you can, but if you don't have the money and they're keeping your money and you can't get a hold of anybody to get that problem resolved, you're in a whole world of hurt.
Therein lies another problem. The very people that you're entrusting with your money, you already know can fuck you over the moment they feel like it. It's time to democratize this shit. It's time to get out of that. We can't do it anymore. What you just said proves that. Like, before even, we're just talking about transferring money from one place to another place, and you bring up a whole host of problems, which are real problems. That in and of itself is a problem. Proof that we have to change it.
That's right. We do have to change it. But until we can change it, all right, and you can do it safely, are you going to gamble with your life savings in order to make that change? Would you know that the possibility very much exists that there may be a problem and you may never get it straightened out? That's what people are thinking about.
Are you going to gamble your life savings by doing nothing other than protesting, which is what they allow you to do?
It's gambled anyway. All they have to do is turn it off.
If it's gambled anyway, then you can move it over.
What's the problem with moving money to a different financial institution? I'm not sure I'm following your concern.
Okay. Basically, I get a military pension. All right. And when I first set this up, there was a problem with the account. I think it was just one number or something we'd moved. And it was forever to get it straightened out. Now that we're under this regime, do you think that that's going to be straightened out? Those people have been removed. Okay. Think about Social Security, guys. All right. They've literally gutted the people working at Social Security. You move your finances to another institution, which is something that I've wanted to do for a long time. But at the same time, doing that, you're taking the gamble that, hey, there might be a problem, and hey, you may never get it straightened out because, number one, they're trying to save money. They don't have enough people. So what do you do in the meantime?
Well, you can
You
keep
know,
but you can keep the account that the funds drop into from your military pension, and then just move them to a credit union once you receive them each month.
Yeah, that's true as
okay.
well.
I don't.
The point is to and look, if you can't do it or you're not willing to do it, that's fine. Nobody can force you to do it. It is an option that is relatively simple for most people. Most people don't have what you have. Most people don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars that will take months to clear the bank. I mean, seriously, you try to pull $100,000 out of a bank account, you're going to be waiting 2 or 3 months. A fucking month for them to gather the money to schedule you to pull it out. And if you put it in cash, and then once you deposit it, even if you deposit that shit in cash, it'll take them a month to clear it. So you'll be without your money. This is what they've done to us. And it's time to say, fuck them.
That's right. That's right. Do everything you can. I appreciate you. Go ahead and drop me down. I got to get busy.
Thank you, Dina.
Wonderful life.
Yeah,
wonderful life.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the continued support as well. Let me bring in and get outside. I know. Actually, let me bring somebody else in. Let me do this real quick. Get outside. You'll be next. I'm going to try to stick to the timer, guys. I know it's a little different than what you guys are probably used to on the live, but I wasn't even going to go live today, so we'll deal with it. Ball Talk, welcome in. What would you like to add to the conversation?
This new format, but I want to say, let's talk about everything that Chip was talking about is beautiful. It's doable. But we just heard from two people who are YT, not wanting to come out of their comfort zones to try to do just the smallest thing, like change institutions that have your money. Too many people right now to do what we're talking about, Chip, to do what you're talking about, to even change institutions from commercial banks, they're too comfortable. And my thing is, everybody feels an urgency now because of this government. But this is the way Black people have lived ever since we've been on this land. You want to talk about someone coming into your quote unquote community and tearing it down when you were doing well at their will. That was our life for hundreds of years. Now, poor and working class YT people are starting to feel it. It's starting to get to you. We've already lived this. We've tried to say, listen, we had a clarion call, guys. You're on the wrong side. You have to think about we the people, the 99%. They don't want to do that because they're comfortable. So my question is for YT people to talk to other YT people who are comfortable, like Dina, right? Who's worried about changing her banking institution. Now, we think that's something simple. Since I've done that, I have a 95-year-old that I also was on Social Security, that I changed that from a commercial bank and put it in credit union as well. It was easy. And now the credit union treats you like you are one of them. You are a member. So if people are afraid to do that, and that's something real simple, Dina. So all of your fears, just by changing that to start having people in groups change, that's going to be problematic. See, you don't even want to come out of your comfort zone to even face that. How are we going to have a complete revolution to change this system that is eating us alive? And that question's for you, Chip. How are you going to talk to people like you, who are comfortable like you and Rocky and Dina? You guys were at the top of white privilege, of being able to extract from a system that benefited people who looked like you. How are you going to talk to those people and try to convince them? You're going to have to give up your privilege. You're going to have to give up your first class status for we the people, so that everyone can get a piece of the pie. How do you talk to people like that? And
that's a great question.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's the question I want to know. And what I'm saying is, we've already felt that. Indigenous, Black, brown. We know what it feels like to always have a barrier put before you, right? And I can go through all the nonsense and how it's been done. But I just want to know, how are you going to talk to? So, because in my eyes, the problem is not with the people who know what it feels like to be underfoot of this government. The problem is the poor white and working class and wealthy white people who seems to think that this system, who knows that the system is much better to them than it is to other people's. How are you going to convince them? You know what, guys? You're on the chopping block. I know you feel a little pinch. The fire's getting a little hot. But how are you going to convince somebody like Dina to not be so fearful of changing her financial institution? And I will yield the rest of this time to you, Chip, because that's for you and how you're talking to your people.
Yeah, it's a great question. So, first of all, in terms of convincing others, I think the word needs to be inspire. Because let me give you an example from history that we know, because we've watched it happen. So, in Germany in the late 1920s, after the Treaty of Versailles, it left the country very vulnerable. They had to pay reparations. The average person was struggling. The unemployment rate was like 32%. It was really, really bad. And they went through the worst parts of the Great Depression. That's much different than where we find ourselves today. You didn't have to really convince somebody then that there's a better way out, because they're desperate for anything other than what they have. So I agree, again, getting back to what was said earlier by Rocky, that people have to be struggling to a point where the potential fear of doing some of the things that provides the change is less than the amount of suffering they're currently going through. And then someone is much more open to changing and trying something different. Until that point, they're probably going to stay in their lane. And again, I don't want to point fingers at somebody and say that's bad. That actually makes sense. So for someone to change their comfort zone and to try to work towards an altruistic goal that may or may not work, that they're not even feeling inside, that's a big ask for anybody. And most people aren't going to warm up to that. And that doesn't seem odd to me. That's just kind of human nature. Should they be willing to sacrifice some of their own for the sake of the common good? Probably. Are they going to be willing to do that? Probably not. So things are going to have to get worse in order to prompt them to want to participate.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's such a great question, because, again, it's almost like people who are doing fine, even currently, yet they see what's happening and they're like, what the fuck? But they're still just not willing or able to like change. They want other people to do these things, and they'll do the little things that they can. But as long as they don't suffer, they think that they're just going to vote their way out of this. It's not going to happen this time. Because let's assume that you get a Gavin Newsom in there, right? Let's assume Gavin Newsom wins.
Yeah.
A Democrat takes over, and now what?
Yeah.
He's going to do the same shit. This motherfucker wasn't even willing to do a 5% one-time tax on people making over like $1 billion.
Right.
He couldn't even do that.
Yep.
Nothing will change with this. I'm so frustrated at this point by.
But remember, on your live, we had a person in real time talking about when the government shut down, we must stay strong. And
yes. Defending.
So talk about that person in real time. As soon as it affected that family,
oh my God. That's right.
We got to cave in. This is ridiculous. People just don't give a fuck unless it's happening to them.
Right.
And we're not going to get anywhere if we continue to be selfish, is what we're saying.
And for history of what Ball Talk is talking about, this person was, yes, Democrats need to keep this government shut the fuck down. Would come up every day saying this real harshly. They need to stick to it. Don't give in. Don't give an inch. Right? You're winning this fight in order to save. At this point, I don't even remember what it was that they were fighting for, allegedly fighting for. But the moment that their family stopped getting checks, they've got a cave. From one day to the next, completely changed. And these are people who are well off. Generally speaking, white people. I've never seen a person of color acting this way, who are just the rhetoric. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel like they're doing something. It makes them feel like I'm actually a good person because, look, I did this thing for this person of color over here. Look what I did. And then turn around and call their buddy and be like, N-word this, N-word that. these lying full of shit. And so I don't even know that we can rely on them anyway. We've never been able to rely on those people. And maybe to your question, the answer is you can't. That may be the answer. You can't. Just going to have to do it yourself anyway. I don't know. Maybe.
Liv, you can drop me you can bring the others up. This is what I want to say to the YT poor and working class. We, the Black people, the indigenous, the brown, all the people of marginalized communities, we're ready to fight this revolution when you guys decide that you're ready. Because it's really in the hands of YT people, and you're not ready yet. You still hold the power, you still have the numbers, but you're not ready. Even though you see it, like Liv was just telling you, that woman literally came on his live every day, screaming about stay strong. Soon as a check didn't come for her military family, it was time to cave in. This was just too much. Yes.
And again, these are people who are well off. Now, just being a YT person, it doesn't speak to that issue, because I think the majority of YT people are also in the same boat. But those people that are well off, it's like, oh, this is so terrible. Let me do absolutely nothing. I'm going to vote. I don't. It's
on a vacation, and if this was too much of their it was going to bump their vacation. So then they had to change. We're just dealing with a lot of cops that supposedly are progressives, and they're not.
And they're just liars. They do it to make themselves feel like they're a good person. I think that's it's like a PR thing for themselves. I can't really, I don't get it. But Ball Talk, thank you. You bring up great points. I appreciate that.
Guys, tap that screen. We have 28,000 likes. We need to get to over 50. That's 100. Let's make that 75,000 likes, guys. Let's just tap. I'm going to jot down and tap with you guys. Also, there's a gifting goal of 75 hand hearts. We only need 25 more, guys. Thank you for the gifting and the hitting the hand hearts and the shares and all of the rut. And Lib has a Crash app and a Vimo that you can help support the show, because this is a wonderful, wonderful new format. I love it. You can drop me. Bye.
Thank you, Ball Talk. We'll see you later. Always a pleasure. Now get outside. Thank you for being patient, man. I do appreciate it. And to everybody that's waiting in the request box, just... we're getting through them. Chip, was there anything else before we get outside that you wanted to add to any of that?
Well, again, this is part of the challenge of trying to, in other words, attract people with honey and not with vinegar. Yes, every one of us, including myself, could do far more voluntarily and sacrifice more without a thing. I think the fear is, and rightly so, people want to know if it's going to make a difference. If I do these things that are, altruistic, what is the outcome going to be? Is it going to be for naught? Is it going to be so? So this is why I think we need that, getting back to what I said earlier, we need clarity. We need specific desired outcomes. We need to know what the sequential leverage things we can do, how their choices would fit into that, and how likely it is they can be achieved given that leverage. Some kind of a roadmap. Absent that, most people are probably not likely to do shit until they're suffering.
Right. Yep. And like, I guess I get it. It makes sense, because I wouldn't want to harm myself. Right. But if it's for a greater purpose, sometimes getting fired for a job for standing up for people is something that a person with integrity will do, which I've done multiple times in my life.
This is going to sound harsh to hear this, but where this happened successfully, it's the only country in European history to ever fight the central bankers and kick them out, was in Germany in the late 20s, early 30s. Now, obviously, their government took it a lot further in terms of conquest and militarism, but the initial economic changes they were able to achieve by having basically a revolution and changing the power structure, all he did was speak to people's vision for a better future, how bad they were doing and how much better he would make it for them if they would give him a chance to upset the apple cart. And that's why he was hated, and that's why he was targeted. Now, I don't agree with everything that went on to get there, but it is what it is. That's an example of how inspiration got people to get involved in a revolution.
Absolutely. Now, get outside. Welcome aboard, man. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. Go ahead. You are muted. I muted you. You had some background noise. Get outside. Go ahead.
All right. I agree with quite a few of the things that have been said. But, and again, I hate to talk about somebody when they're not up here, but did you notice how Dina was saying one thing? Okay, well, we should vote for the Democrats because that's just better than what we've got. But yet everything that she said that we need to have is not part of the Democratic Party, right? The Democratic Party does not spout, and again, I'm a conservative. They do not spout meritocracy, right? One of the biggest proponents or opponents of AI is Elon Musk. He's been saying it for a decade. We can't go down this road, right? So, and again, we've got a whole generation of people that are just soft. 90% of them's never been told no. 90% of their parents who grew up, okay, I'm 58 years old. I admit it. I go out of my way to have tried to make sure my children had a better life than I had. Now, again, we didn't have a lot, so I did the best I could. But you've got 90% of a generation right now that's just never been told no. They got a trophy to participate. Right? Oh, well, you went out there and played soccer. You did the best you can. Here's your trophy. So they have no concept of suffering. They have no. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What I'm saying here.
Yeah. I mean,
you see what I'm saying, and that's why.
Sure.
That's why people don't want to go out and do. Oh, well, I had a job, but my boss yelled at me, so screw it. I quit.
Let me ask you. Get outside. Have you been? You're Republican, right? Not that it matters. I'm just, for reference.
I am, but I'm not opposed. I would say I am a registered Republican, but I'm more independent. Like I voted for John Yarmouth for years because I didn't think he walked the Democratic Party line, and I like the things that he was okay
John
with.
Yarmouth?
John Yarmouth, yeah, he was senator from Kentucky. Or actually, a representative from Kentucky. Yes, he was a Democrat.
Oh, okay. I've never heard the name. That was going to be my next question. Have you ever told the Republican Party no?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I have.
Okay, good.
And again, as great a job as our forefathers did, I think they didn't never have the concept of a lifelong politician being elected, which we've got several. One of them is from my state right now, Mitch McConnell, and I'm glad he's retiring. But I don't think that they've foreseen the two-party system, and the two-party system is only worried about themselves and their party. And that is what I find unfortunate because me personally, I don't think that one party should be in control of all three houses. I just don't, because our system was set up for checks and balances.
That's right.
But if all three parties are in control of all of them, then there is no check and there is no balance.
Yeah, I mean that's a great point. So what can you do as a Republican? Because I criticize my party because that's who I speak to. I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democrat my whole life, and I expect more from them. I don't expect a whole lot out of Republicans. So from your side, your perspective, what can you do to try and remove this tribal shit that we keep seeing so that we can finally get out of that stuff? What have you done? Do you speak to others about this stuff? Do you really
I do speak to others all the time. I speak to others all the time. And I'm a union worker. So I work with a lot of Democrats. I work with a lot of people that are conservative also. But we always have friendly conversations about, what we need to do that, the Democratic Party, look at the party and even look at at the Republican Party, and for the most part, and this is what I see, the Republican Party will make no bones about it right now. We're for a corporation. But yet the Democrat will say, we're for the working man, and then they'll do shit that screws the working man.
Right. And so what do you think you'd be on board doing to change, to finally say, fuck this shit. We've got to get somewhere. How we get there is clearly not working. Like some of the things Chip was talking about, like moving your money into a credit union. Like, is that something that you can do?
We already bank at credit unions.
There you go.
We've banked at credit unions for a long time. Now, I do have a local small town bank that I use also, just because I bank at USAA, and in banking at USAA, I don't have a branch that I can go to put money in or whatever. If I have to pay a bill and I got to get money into this bank account, my USAA, everything is direct deposit and online and debit cards. So if I did a job for somebody or something on the side, make a little extra money, I can't go deposit that in the USAA. I have no place to do it. We have no branch. So I have a small community bank that I use, not a national bank.
Now, Chip, is there anything you'd like to, respond to with what he's talking about? Any thoughts? And do you have like a massive beard that you're rubbing your phone into? Because you got a lot of noise coming out of that microphone.
There's that better way. What happened was my microphone got stuck down in my shirt.
Okay. Yes, that's better. Oh, I could just hear it. And what I was thinking is like you talking on the phone and you keep rubbing your beard into the microphone. Is that what was happening?
I do have. Yes, I do have a beard also.
That's funny. Anyway, Chip, did you have something you wanted to add before we get to the next person?
Yeah, I just did you catch the beginning of the conversation about the universally agreed? You said you're part of the union, right?
Yes.
Why are you part of the union?
Well, I mean, the company that I work for has always been a union shop. Okay. And the thing is I don't always necessarily agree with everything the union says and does and what it promotes. But I also know that the union is a very good thing. And I'll just say this. I didn't set out to necessarily join a union, but just the company that I work at is union. I never went into management. I've been here for almost 40 years because it's such a big company. I've done 6 different jobs in 40 years. So it's like starting over at a new company every time. But, my father was a Teamster. My grandfather actually helped start a local in New Jersey. So he was a Teamster. So I do feel that the unions do have a lot to offer, because I know the company that I work for, especially right now, if there wasn't a union, I'd be fucked so hard it ain't even funny.
So what benefits do you derive from union organizing versus non-union?
Okay, so for me specifically, ours is pay, right? Because I get paid far more for doing my job than I probably would if it was non-union. Vacation, I get 8 weeks in a day vacation. I don't know anybody in the country that gets as much vacation as we do, but we get that much vacation. I've never paid for health benefits, and our health benefits are second to none, maybe other than what Congress voted for themselves.
Okay.
And, so like I had 3 kids, and I probably didn't pay more than $500 for each one of them to be born.
Did you have to pay any union dues throughout your career?
I pay $100 a month.
Okay. Do you think it's worth it for you to pay in, or do you feel bad about paying in?
No, I absolutely feel, like I said, the company that I work for, I don't want to divulge, but it's a major company. And if we did not have the union, we would be screwed under the current CEO and management structure.
And exploited.
Absolutely.
So you agree that there's a benefit of people being organized so that powerful systems can't take advantage of people who otherwise have no power.
Yes, I do. But at the same time, there are downsides. You know, there are downsides as far as workability, because there's been several times where myself and people further down the seniority list has got screwed because someone higher on the seniority list is lazy. They don't want to work. They don't really want to do their job. So the company says, okay, well, we're going to hand out some overtime and we are stopping it here because they're not going to give it to this guy, because odds are they're not going to, in their view, they're not going to get anything out of him. So everybody else after that person, well, they don't get the overtime either.
Okay. But on balance,
so there's good and bad.
would you say on balance, even given those inefficiencies and sort of, certain advantages certain people take advantage of, is it a net benefit or a net drawback given that you have to pay dues versus how it benefits you as a worker?
I would say it's probably 70-30.
Well, so in other words, on balance, it's beneficial. It's not.
Yes. And I've got nothing
nothing's
against
perfect.
Unions.
Nothing is perfect. So,
but at the same time, so like I'm in a private sector union. Yes, I was a union steward for many years. So I've seen the very rotten shit of people, and I've seen the very good of people. As far as that goes,
Chip, I feel like you were getting to a point of.
Yeah, I'm working I'm working like a trial lawyer. I'm working my way down the line.
Yeah, no, so, I could see that.
Here's my question. Get outside. This is a fair question. So, do you think that on balance, most Americans share the same protections as you have in your big company?
No.
Do you think that lives would be better for more Americans if they did?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I really do.
So in terms of getting back to this, so we know that the political system is geared towards benefiting those who pay into it. In other words, the wealthy class, they donate money through super PACs and other lobbying activities. And then they get the policies that benefit the shareholder class, the ownership class versus the working class. You agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's a question. We talked about earlier, you may not have caught all this, but obviously, if this one of the sacrifices you as a union worker make is you have to pay dues and then put up with some of the inefficiencies around the union process, right?
Correct.
Okay, but the benefits of dealing with those headaches and the cost to you outweighs it because you get good health care, you get better time off than most people, and your pay's a lot higher, right?
Yes.
So in essence, you have a higher standard of living and less stress, right?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say less stress, but I would say a higher standard of living.
Well, if you got paid less and you didn't have good health care, you'd probably be pretty stressed about that, right?
I'd probably be a little more stressed.
Right.
But
so lower stress.
At the same time, though, you got to take into consideration. Like I said, my father was in the same union that I was in, just a different company, right? So, but yet, the union was not as effective for him as it was for me. And I'll just give you an example. So now,
that's okay. You don't have to. That's okay. We're talking about general principles here. We don't need all the detail.
Right. So it depends on. I guess it depends on when your union is formed, who are the people in charge when they're doing it. I guess if that makes any sense, because I know people that are in, and for instance, the Teamsters had a employer pool, Central States' pension plan, and it's an all employer pool, right? Which when they did that back in the 50s was awesome because there's all kinds of companies. But then you forward into society as it is today, with everybody leaving, all these companies leaving the United States, that system sucks. Because, for instance, like the part of that we were in, you had companies that were going out of business that have gone out of business or left.
What's the point?
Okay, so the point is, let's say the Teamsters has a pool of companies that are in this pension, right?
No.
So
what's the point that you're trying to make? The details of it and how they operate.
The point that I'm making is like So at that point, you had 50 companies putting money into that pension, and their employees was drawing their pension part of it out, what they agreed to get, right? But now with all the free trade acts and all these companies are gone, they're no longer there putting their money into the pension. But that pension fund still has to pay out the money to their retirees.
Right.
Right? But there's no money there to pay out. So, for instance, the company that I work for, seeing what was going on, they basically gave the Teamsters $9 billion and paid us out of that pension. Now, the Teamsters co-manages our separate pension. My pension now only goes to people that work at my company, because the other pension was becoming insolvent because they had so many people drawing on that pension that their companies didn't pay what they were supposed to pay into.
Yeah, I'm not really.
What does that have to do? Is that an example of an inefficiency you're talking about? We need a bottom line, not all the detail. Okay,
yes, so, that is an inefficiency.
Let me sum. Pension management is a challenge with some unions, correct?
Yes.
That's all you had to say.
So.
That's all you had to say. We don't need to know any of the details. Okay. So what I'm trying to get at is thematic stuff here. So in other words, in terms of, we know that change is going to be involving sacrifice. And even if you want to try to lose 30 pounds, you're going to have to change how you eat stuff, right? That's a sacrifice. The question is, in your view, moving forward as a country, right now we know that all the inertia is towards making more money for corporations, automation, AI, exporting jobs, blah, 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 blah. And it has been that way for a long time, but it's going to accelerate. And the question comes in, even though you're well situated, I'm glad you are, most people aren't in your situation, as we've already agreed. So as their standard of living starts to fall, as their cost of living goes up, as the opportunities they have for getting income go down, what do you think that's going to do to people's sense of security and sense of emotional stability? Is it going to get better or worse?
Oh, it's going to get worse. And I don't disagree with you on that.
Okay.
And I think unions will help. But the thing is we're going to have to change laws nationally to move away from all these free trade acts. And I've talked to a lot of liberal people on here. Well, those jobs are gone. Well, they don't have to be gone. We can make them here. We can make stuff here. We did it for decades. Well, it'll be more expensive. Right. But these are all the arguments I hear. Well, if Americans make it, it'll be more expensive. Okay, I understand that. I'm willing to pay an extra $100 for a television for someone else to have a decent job and eat and everything.
The catch-22 for, as it relates to parties, is that Republicans are trying to get rid of unions. They don't like them.
Oh, I agree.
Like you're on one hand, you're complaining about the other one because they don't want to bring jobs back, whatever. You think that it's going to be more expensive. On the other hand,
but
you're supporting a party that doesn't want the very thing that you've said is a net benefit, and that everybody should really be within that. Maybe that's something to roll around in your mind and try to figure out,
right. But the Democrats passed NAFTA. Now, I know it wasn't their idea originally, but that's who passed it.
Right, and a Republican would have passed it too.
Well, because the Republicans hadn't passed it.
Okay. They didn't write it. They wrote the damn bill.
They supported it. I'm not saying they didn't write it, but if you're a Democrat and you're for the people, why would you vote? Why would you vote for that?
Hold on. Let me jump in here again. This is the problem. You're assigning blame to a party when the same systemic power structure and forces exerts its will over both party leadership, resulting in legislation and policies that favor the ownership class over the working class. Period. Full stop. Doesn't matter if it's a Democrat, Republican. It's a uniform. It's a color of shirt. The behavior doesn't change at the elected official level just because of a certain jersey.
And again, I will concede that, and I will agree with you with that, right? But again, like I said, I'm 58 years old. You're 59 years old. No more than 4 decades ago, if your TV broke, you didn't throw it away. You got it fixed. Because TVs were expensive because they were made here. They were made here under jobs with unions.
Why did those jobs leave America?
because of free trade acts, because corporations are greedy and they pay the Democrats and the Republicans, hey, pass this free trade act.
There
We
you
will
go.
bring the rest of the world up. We will make products cheaper. Now, sure, you can buy a TV cheap or cheap-ish, but you can't buy a car cheap. You can't buy a freezer cheap. You can't buy, TVs, shit like that. Sure, that shit got cheaper.
Well, I think you kind of said it. It was corporations that pushed them, and it just goes to show that both parties are, they're getting their palms greased by the same people, and that's who we need to direct our ire, instead of saying, well, Bill Clinton passed NAFTA. Even though it was negotiated under Bush,
and I
it was,
agree.
what I mean? It was, the foundation came from Reagan, signed by Bill Clinton. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the tribalism.
I agree, but the thing is, if we don't get jobs back here, what's the point of a union? What are you going to unionize if the work's not here?
And that's why
what's the purpose of a job as far as an individual? What does a job give you as an individual?
For me, it gives me money.
It gives you income. Why do you need income?
Well, I need income to pay my bills.
Okay, so you have expenses or things in your life that have monetary things assigned to them that you need to cover in order to have your life be at a certain level of standard of living, correct?
Oh, he teacupped.
You might have got a phone call.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I turned on my battery saver.
Okay, so your expenses reflect your needs in your life or maybe some wants on top of that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the reason why people need an income is to cover those things, because the end result is they then get the services or things that they need for a basic life, right?
I'll agree with that.
Okay, so we're talking about a means to an end is a job. Why does it have to be a job to be a means to those end?
Well, I don't understand where you're going.
I didn't ask you about alternatives. Why does it have to be a job? I just want you to discuss that for a sec.
Are you talking about the difference in between having a job and having a career, or a job or no job?
Why is the only way to meet one's basic needs via employment with a corporate entity?
I guess that's because that's the way our system is set up.
Oh, there you go. So you just hit the nail on the head. So we have a systemic requirement to do work for for-profit corporations in order to meet our basic living needs.
Right.
And is that the only way for life to be organized?
Well, I would say, of course not. But here's my question to you. So let's say nobody in the world has to have a job, but we still have to have stuff produced, right? So how do you do that in a fair manner?
Well,
because that's what you're going to come down to. Because you're going to come down to human nature, and unless you go generations out and breathe that out of human nature's still going to say, well, why do I want to be outside in 110-degree weather, breaking my back, doing this road, and this person over here gets to work in Walmart in the air conditioning, in the heat.
Before we had agriculture, hierarchy, modern petroleum-based industrialization, how did we survive?
People worked together, but there was also there was a lot less people and a lot less. It was also subsistence living.
So, but the basic needs of life are what?
Food, water, shelter.
Yeah, and air. Because without that, you're not doing any of the others. So The question is the only way to have anything other than subsistent needs only accomplished through the formation of capital markets and jobs?
Well, under this system, yes. And I would say I would like there to be a better way. But again, the big problem with that is human nature.
What is human nature? What is human nature?
Human nature at this point is, like I just said, why do I have to be out in 110 degrees laying asphalt every day, breaking my back and body down, when this person over here goes through 1/10 of, they're sitting in the air conditioning, they're sitting in the heat, they're checking somebody out at Walmart running a box over a scanner, but yet they get the same thing that I get.
Or a
People are like that
CEO.
now.
A CEO.
You have to get.
What about a CEO get
I agree.
outside that sits in an air conditioner, makes 3,000 times the amount that you make, and could work from home?
Again,
doesn't really do a whole lot.
Agree.
Doesn't break his back because we all have different roles to play, right?
Right,
We all have a role
and I agree. But when you come down to the everyday working man, right?
Mm-hmm. The people that run our country are not. Like the people that run our country and continue to are not working people.
Right.
Most of them ain't worked a fucking day of their life. Their skin is so fragile. That's why they don't like to do handshakes too much, because they don't want to get fucking, they don't want to get scratched by somebody else's callus. Oh.
And I agree. And I wish that there was a system where everybody thought of, you know what, this is just what I'm good at. This is what I'm going to do. You do what you're good at. And everybody gets what they feel that they should get.
Well, it's a role. If everybody's playing their role,
right? And again,
it's all necessary for the thing to go on. So I don't understand why we say you get $10 million, you get $18 an hour, when both roles are completely necessary in order for the whole thing to function, right? In your cells, your skin cells, everything, your vacuoles, your mitochondria, all these things play a role. They get equal support. Everything in nature gets equal support. It's not saying, oh, this is more valuable than this thing, because it's all part of this ecosystem. So I don't know why, for some reason, in every other aspect of life, we understand this. And for homeostasis to continue, all these roles get filled and supported equally until it comes to finances and markets. And now all of a sudden, these few thousand billionaires get everything and the rest of us get fucked. I don't get it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you. It's kind of like this, and then I'll be off my break. So years ago, I was watching George Carlin give an interview, right? So George Carlin was talking about how, things need to be, different in the way that we're discussing it, right? Things need to be more affordable. Things need to be this. Things need to be that. And that's fine. I will give you that. But then George Carlin came to Louisville, Kentucky, and George Carlin wanted $75 a ticket. Well, George, why don't you practice what you preach and sell your tickets for $20 so I can afford to have a date night with my wife, and both of us can come see your show for $20, and we could probably go out to dinner too, instead of me having to pay $150 to come and see your show and eat dinner at home, or even go out to have dinner, and now I'm a $200 night, right? I mean, it's always the same. People always want to talk about, and the thing is I can't tell you how to fix it. How do you fix it?
I mean, you fix it by not voting for the people who don't want to fix it. By not,
but the problem is there's no alternative.
It's going to give, and those people who have been taken and taken and taken for themselves, they're really just going to be able to dominate everything. And that's I agree. Hopefully the goal of this, get outside, because I always appreciate, you and I probably don't agree on a lot, but this tribal stuff is hurting us, right? And I think you probably understand. I try to be fair, right? To everybody. Do you think?
I mean, I will.
And that's
I will come. I will come to your show. There's a lot of. I won't go to a lot of shows, because the other day you had made the comment, you know what? I don't have to be on here putting up with this shit. And I'll get on shows and people will start on the whole tribal shit, and I just get off. Because I don't.
It's getting exhausting. It really is.
And yes, it's getting very exhausting.
Old hat, honestly, and we can move forward without that. And that, if you walk away and you think about it afterwards, let that be the thing that you think about. And think about ways that you can do something to the system to help ensure other people also get union jobs and or democratized employment, if you will. We can do that together.
I absolutely agree with you. But unfortunately, it's like you said earlier, you get bad or worse. Which one you going to pick? Just like and you played that video about Kamala Harris. She was the first person to drop out of the major candidates when she was running the first time. So why would you think that she's a good candidate now? Much like that lady said, much like you're saying.
Well,
get a decent candidate.
As far as presidential candidates go, I don't think she was a bad candidate when compared to everybody else that's run necessarily. So I don't accept that as true. I don't think she was right for the job because I believe that she had influences upon her that were not good for everybody, right? Just like Donald Trump did.
I will give you that.
And does.
Yes.
And so in that vein, like, it's, just kicking the can down the road and further disillusioning people, which pisses them off because they're like, I'm voting in the right way, and yet I still keep getting fucked. And that pisses people off. And then all of a sudden, toilet paper factories get burnt up. Amazon facilities get burnt up. You know what I mean? Somebody gets face planted in the sidewalk. So let's prevent that by trying to get rid of that shit. I don't know. Before Get Outside goes, Chip, did you have any last words? I think he's got to go back to his capitalist job.
I'm going to drop, but I will listen.
All right, thanks, Get Outside. I appreciate it, man. It's good talking to you.
Because it's getting ready to get noisy.
All right. So he said he can hear you. Go ahead.
Well, he's talking about human nature. So I guess the same human beings live in Europe and other industrialized countries, but they have a different social compact within the capital structure where they don't put solely the primacy of return on investment above the commonwealth of their people. No system's perfect, but these quote unquote social democracies have stronger social support structures, requirements for certain worker needs, whether you're unionized or otherwise. The society, for example, if you're a woman and you get pregnant, you're going to have a child, you get like 3 to 4 months of paid leave and the company can't fire you. And the company just has to find a way to deal with that because it benefits society in the long run. And yeah, if you're a shareholder in European company ABC, you're not going to make as large a return on investment because that cuts into corporate profits. But for the betterment of society and the longevity and health of the entire community, they make that concession because they have sort of a sense of well-being. In America and some other places in the world, they unfortunately don't have that provision. It's more sort of a cutthroat, investor take all kind of situation. And they only begrudgingly, tooth and nail, scraping and scratching, give up anything. I'm sure your company, like you said, would much rather not have to accede to any of the union requirements, would much rather just pocket all the profits, take the pensions, stuff like that. And somewhere, somehow, there's the problem I have with the system is there's no space for compassion and altruism in ruthless capital. And I think that it's the Ayn Rand view of the world of selfishness is good, greed is good. In the end, the ruthless efficiency of capital is what makes life. I say nonsense to that. A balanced approach, I believe, is much more beneficial in the long run. Where exactly you draw those lines is subject to your interpretation. But right now, I can tell you this: we're not in a balanced situation. It's the divide is moving in the wrong way quickly. And instead of trying to balance that out, which would appease the public, they're trying to put in control mechanisms with AI and digitization of currency and mass surveillance to curtail the pushback from that imbalance.
Absolutely. Now, real quick, Aaron, thank you for being patient and letting us finish that. I didn't realize it was going to carry over as much. Let me do a quick PSA, guys. We have 99 people in here, and we're not at 50K. If we're going to take this country back from the fucking technoligarchs and the oligarchs, we're going to have to do some things. And one of those ways is by supporting creators that are talking about this thing. And you can do that by tapping the screen. I mean, it's a very simple thing to do. You can get both fingers on it. You can just tap the shit out of it. Let's get that up to 50,000 as quickly as we can. I would appreciate that. I do have a gifting goal as well of 50, whatever the hell that is, a cactus and a potting plant. I think, I don't know what it's called. Whatever, it's like 5 coins a piece or something. If you want to support that live. On my bio, I have my Crash App and my Vimo. Sorry, I'm not supposed to say that word, but you can support me outside of it that way as well. You can send whatever, buy me coffee, what have you, to support this, to continue having these good, healthy discussions that we're trying to have now, because the resistance has to do something, right? Somebody has to talk about it. Because otherwise it's just a bunch of random people doing random shit. So support this stuff and any other creator doing similar things as well. And thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. And also commenting is a very good way to be interactive and push the show out to the FYP. Commenting is a very, very good way to do it. It's weighed heavily in the algorithm. So comment and bitch or complain, what have you. Aaron, welcome aboard. You are muted, but go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be on today. I've been out of town for the last week with my kids, so I was still listening, but not jumping in. But I couldn't believe how refreshing it was this morning to get on and hear everything that Chip has to say. I haven't agreed with him on everything before, but damn, today, spot on, sir. I loved it. So, only so many things got brought up in the last 30 minutes that I'm not even sure where to comment and where to begin. So I'll just kind of work backwards. Starting off with this, the weird human nature argument that Get Outside was trying to do. This is garbage, flat out. I've mentioned this before, but I have a degree in sociology. I've taught it. I've lectured on a lot of things. I have a lot of experience with social change theory. I've read Rules for Radicals front to back more times than I can count, although I prefer the work of people like Piven and Challenging Authority. So I recommend everyone, does some reading. But when you say things like that, when you give the kids these days argument, when you talk about, somebody being willing to work outside and somebody not, you're just playing right into the hands of CEOs and of the super wealthy. This is exactly what they want us doing, is pointing the fingers at each other rather than where they should be pointed. And that's a huge problem. We don't have a massive amount of, lazy people everywhere. That's just not true. There's always going to be a few, but that is largely not true. And also, it behooves us to be a society who values human life and human experience and caring for our sick and our elderly. And I'm so sad when at my local store, there's like an overwhelming amount of elderly people working. And if that's what they're enjoying, then good. But I don't think that's what's going on. They're literally struggling, and they shouldn't be doing this. We should be giving them the rest and retirement that they need, and we should be getting younger people into the workforce. A lot of the reason that so many of them are being kept out right now is because the boomers, my mother included, simply can't afford to retire. And that's sad. I have a background in HR. I worked in compensation and benefits for many years. And as part of my degree in sociology, I also know a lot about the history of the labor movement. When I came up in HR, it was during the original, .com boom, and unions were very effectively demonized in this because we were moving so heavily towards and so quickly towards a technological skills environment that we kind of decided that all of these people that we're bringing in now are blue collar our white collar workers. Unions are for blue collar people. We had, not enough developers, so we were willing to throw a lot of money and benefits at them. We were, printing stock options like it was toilet paper. It's a joke, I think, that was on The Simpsons or something decades ago, but it really was true. And I can attest to that, having had to reprice people's stock options many times over the years because they were given this massive amount of 12-cent options that just weren't realistic. But I digress. What we didn't see coming was, for some reason, was that what we have now is, especially where I live, it's a a bloated class of tech workers who now effectively are our blue collar workers. And they're not being taken care of because we didn't think that we needed to 20 years ago. And we're going to see a lot of problems with that. And I don't want to take up all the time, but I would love to talk a little bit about social organizing, if you want to give me some time, but I'll let Chip respond first.
Well, I was actually going to ask a question related to your degree. So, social dynamics, I assume you've learned about, in obtaining your degree.
Yeah.
What do you think is one of the best ways to get out of this tribal partisanship that we see?
Yeah.
How do you effectuate this? Unless, if that's going to take a while, we can go to Chip first, put a pin in that question.
No, I'll go really briefly. Is I actually, my brain is just lighting up this morning with what I think that what Chip is kind of alluding to is if we can strengthen unions again, that's actually a great idea to help people understand that we have common needs, and I think so. Oh gosh, I don't know how to put this, but a problem that we have, and Chip kind of just alluded to it before you put it over to me, but our surveillance state is making organizing really difficult. We're more connected than ever, but we're more disconnected in that way. I mean, oh gosh, I don't know how to put it. I'm sorry. We're putting a lot on the line sometimes by even having these discussions because everything is tracked now. Where we used to be able to do community organizing totally offline, that's how unions formed. And I don't know if we know how to do that anymore. And that's what's scary. Everybody wants something to change. The world is on fire. The president's insane. And, as people have said, and yet we all have to go up and go into work in the morning because we just don't know what else to do. And so I think that unions at a grassroots level are a great way to start, because I think that the labor movements of the early 1900s were pivotal in creating so many of the labor laws that we still hold to today. But that all sort of dropped off, and I think that one of the great things about our world being more connected is that we're able to see how things work in the rest of the world and go, okay, wait a second. Our country is not protecting us as workers the way that it should and could. And, I think that we have a chance to demand more. I'm not positive how we do it, but I think that reigniting unions would be a great place to start.
Okay. Chip, did you want to ask something or add? Chip?
You're muted.
Yeah, his dog's.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know if any one particular thing is going to be enough to sway the change. I think philosophically, the core problem is the belief system of those who have the power with the capital to drive the machine and how they think and how they function. Like I said earlier, the European mindset is different. They prize freedom, free time, family, health, living basically over just sheer material accumulation. They still have a lot of material wealth relative to other parts of the world. They still use capital formation and free markets, but they have other minimum standards that they have agreed upon. And to ask somebody in France or Germany, what is it like having a month off? Like, what is it like not having a month off? Like, who doesn't get a month off to live their life? Why are you alive? So it's just a completely different way of thinking. I believe that everything in life comes from core beliefs and philosophy and world outlook, because that's where your ideas sit and then your actions follow your ideas. And there's a fundamentally different set of ideals here that wealth accumulation and pursuit of wealth and making it big is the most important consideration. And having a path to do that is the prime objective of life. And therefore, that has to stay no matter what. That's non-negotiable. I think that's exactly what needs to change. Is we have to forcibly implement a change to that such that we have a minimum social compact. And I'm not saying everybody should get a whole bunch of stuff for nothing, but I also think it's immoral to have people who are living on the streets and veterans that are unaliving themselves and all this other nonsense that need not be the case. Older people working till they're 85 or 90. It's undignified to see somebody who's struggling and getting $1,000 a month in Social Security. You can't even afford to pay rent, much less for medicine. It's just not. It's not the way to be. I met a guy here 2 weeks ago, doubled over in front of my apartment complex, and I walked up and says, "Hey, what's wrong?" He's like, "Man, I became homeless. I'm not a user of whatever, but I don't get my Social Security for another 20 days. I got nothing. I can't do anything." So I helped the guy, and I helped him find a place to stay. Took care of what he needed for food and rent and stuff like that. Just, not to pat myself on the back, but that's what I could do one-on-one. But we should have a system that doesn't require the citizens to go seek out and help people like that. It's immoral that we have a system where somebody can't make one phone call and get help if you're down and out. That to me is just immoral.
Yeah.
And if that means we have to tax wealth at 5% per year on people that have more than $10 million of net worth, regardless of whether they do or don't liquidate assets, so be it. Somebody doesn't need enough money. They can live 30 lifetimes and never spend it all. When we have people who can't even find a place to put their head at night.
They can't even, they don't have enough money to live one lifetime.
That gap is too wide, and it's immoral and it's inappropriate given our level of wealth and abundance. So the balance isn't there. And that's all I'm asking for is a reasonable balance. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. And
Absolutely.
Do we like a lot of this stems from a cultural problem? And culture is not something that you can change overnight. I don't even know that it's something that you can request from people to change overnight. I think, major problems lead to cultural revolution, such as war or revolt or an actual revolution. I'm not sure, because some of the things you're talking about, Chip, like these are cultural, embedded in Americans' brains, right? I mean, from a sociological perspective, how true is that, and how hard is it to get out of that, would you say, Erin?
Yeah, it's extremely difficult. What we have particularly in our country is a system that's built on a, so-called Protestant work ethic, where we derive our value as human beings on what we can produce. And I think that that's an insane trick of the upper class to have gotten us to believe this. I cringe every time I hear people talk about business or Donald Trump and say, "Oh, he's a businessman." I'm like, "Oh, give me a break." You don't a lot of people fundamentally do not understand how that kind of wealth is built. And it's how do you teach a whole population that what wage theft is and how that works? So I think that I think that it's very scary to me how much we've been devaluing education in this country casually. It's insipid. And I understand why it's happening. It's because the cost of an education is so inflated that people are going, I don't see the return on investment here. But they're going to this extreme of, therefore, the whole thing is a scam. Well, go ahead if you want to buy into that, instead of understanding that what we have is a problem with how much it's costing us, not a problem with the product itself. Because when you have an educated population, they will understand where power is derived and how they can take it back, essentially. But when you subtly just start to take that away and again, devalue what an education is, ban books, from the littlest thing, the smallest things are, banning books, to the mass thinking that I see nowadays of, well, don't get an education at all. And it's your fault that you're not making a lot of money because you spent money on a degree. That's ridiculous.
Or a coffee.
Yeah, or an avocado. Like, come on, that's not what
avocado toast.
It's all the avocado toast.
But that's where all our problems lie, didn't you know?
Yeah, but I mean, we're starting to, and I think it goes. It's just a part of this Protestant work ethic thing where we're teaching people that unless you're existing by the sweat of your brow, you're not valuable, and that's. I don't know. That's taking people's power away from them in the form of their education.
Yeah.
Can I chime in on this just really quick?
I'll drop down.
Yeah. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that, and I'll go ahead and drop you. I do appreciate it, Aaron.
Thanks.
We'll see you later. Real quick, guys. I did not mean to bring both of you up. I actually had invited Conquistador because he's been saying a lot in the comments, and I wanted to hear from him. But then he didn't accept the invite until after I went ahead and brought you up, Valkyrie. So I'm in a situation here. Let me, because I kind of do want to hear from Conquistador a bit. So let me do half and half. We'll do halftime here. Valkyrie, go ahead. I'm going to do, let's see. I don't know what that would be. Half of that 150. Okay, so I'll do half your time and then go to him and then come back to you. We'll just kind of do round robin there. Go ahead, Valkyrie.
Okay, I kind of just wanted to build off of what Aaron was talking about. In education, I'm a dual major, and my secondary major is sociology. And I actually really love that she brought up the Protestant ethic and how that contributes to capitalism, because it does. Because like the way that she stated, those ethics bring up a lot of issues that we see that are continuously represented in our society time and time again. And that kind of leads us down a lot of negative things that we see. In the American society, we see a lot of relationships with Calvinism, which is associated with John Calvin. And so a lot of the ways that we see this kind of contribute negatively to our society is the pressure to prove ourselves. We see this in the United States a lot, where that meritocracy, we're always expected to prove that we're worthy of our spot and we're worthy of it. And this can also lead us to judge others as morally inferior. And then we also equate that poverty with failure or a lack of virtue. And so we continue to work hard to achieve more, but we're also condemning those beneath us. And that's a direct relationship with Calvinism and how it can negatively impact our society as a whole. Because when we look at that, I think that that's something that we see, especially in white communities. And it's an issue that we need to address, because in YT communities, allegedly, I'm going to be really careful here, we see a lot of people working towards middle class and upper middle class, while they seem to condemn everybody beneath them and say, oh, well, you're just lazy. You're part of the problem. You're not doing anything for yourself. You need to go get a job. Why are you on EBT or anything like that? And when we do that and we judge others as morally inferior, we're bidding into this Protestant work ethic that continues to negatively impact us as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting. You bring up Calvinism, but again, that speaks to cultural problems within the United States, and so I don't know that you change that overnight, barring some crazy thing that happens to the country, like a Great Depression or a war, for example, in Europe. I think they may have continued on as they were had that not occurred. It forced cultural change. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. So, I mean, that speaks to like Ball saying, shit's going to have to get real bad before people are like, okay, this ain't working. But, I don't know.
But I'm also saying that she wasn't wrong. Like in the aspect that she brought up, she's not wrong. A lot of us sit by the side and we just say it's not affecting me yet, so I don't care enough. And until it affects a huge group of people, we're not going to do anything, because we'd rather be complacent than take action.
Yeah. Now, Conquistador, or Chip, did you want to respond to what she was saying before I get to Conquistador?
No, pass the mic.
Okay, Conquistador, go ahead, man. And thank you for being patient.
Morning.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. I agree with a lot of what's said by Chip. I've always been a Democrat. I'm still a registered Democrat, but I have changed over time. My grandparents worshipped FDR. They had a picture of JFK on their TV, and my grandparents pretty much raised me. So Jimmy Carter, I idolized him. My first vote in 1980, I was too young in 76. I was only 16. But anyway, so over the years, I kind of changed. And I thought, I still have the same core values being a Democrat. However, I see my party kind of switching over to something I'm not recognizing in a lot of ways. And I can go into it, but I would just get a bunch of heat if I did that. So I'm going to go ahead and just say I still believe in core values of the Democratic Party, but I don't see any moderate Democrats anymore like Bill Clinton. And I don't agree with the NAFTA thing at all. I think he dropped the ball there. I think he should have vetoed that. Definitely. That did away. My grandfather came from the Birmingham steel mills of Alabama, and him and my grandmother moved to LA in 1936 because of the Depression. And so, they lived in company housing and all that back then, and that's the way they had it. You lived in the corporation's housing, and when the Depression hit, obviously that all went to hell. And so they moved to California for a better life, and they made it, and they were able to, on barely over minimum wage their whole lives, always able to buy a house and buy better houses and get ahead. You can't do that anymore. But I don't see the Democratic Party really stepping up on that. They talk a lot about it, but really they never do anything about it. And you used to, they kind of put their money where their mouth was, but now I don't see it anymore. So that's about all I have to say.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about, like, this tribalism or whatever, people just voting for a party because they think that the values line up with them. But then when they get in there, they're often disappointed, which leads to, problems.
I think corporate welfare is a big problem, and term limits is also something that needs to be done. Term limits and corporate welfare should be gotten rid of, and that would help. I don't know if that would solve that problem, but it might help. I think we're so far down the line with corporations running everything. You like you were saying earlier, you almost have to go along with the program because your life's kind of comfortable. I'm retired in Mexico, and I am living the life. I mean, I'm happy as hell, But I don't know. I know there's a lot of people like my kids. They have a great life. They have good jobs and everything, and I thank God for that. But a lot of kids don't have the same opportunities. So.
Well, Chip, did you want to weigh in on any of that before I get back to Valkyrie?
Well, again, I always like to ask people. So, were you here earlier in the conversation about an hour and a half ago, Conquistador?
Yeah, I think I pretty much started from the beginning and was listening. Yes.
Okay, so do you have any other universally agreed upon things that you think people would want to focus on in terms of like outcomes of any change?
Outcomes of change as to what, like the housing problem, homeless problem.
In other words, what do you think most people agree upon that they would like to see as outcomes in society for their lives?
Like I say, I'm pro. I like to say universal income, but that kind of opens the door to something. There's a lot of people that we know just don't quite get off the couch, and and I'm from old school, so my grandfather worked his ass off his whole life, and I tried to.
That's a policy, not an outcome. That's a policy.
And it did me well. I know a lot of people don't have the gumption to get off the couch and whatnot. So
that's a policy, not an outcome. What's an outcome?
Yeah, he's talking about outcomes, not
the
means to get there. Yes, what is it that we can, agree on that we want for society? Like, should everybody be able to, fix their broken arm, and not go into debt? Is that something you can agree with?
Yeah, I'm for healthcare, but there's another problem. The guy sitting on mommy's couch, doing MEFTH. I get he should be taken care of too, but I have a problem with people that don't have any gumption, don't have any drive in life, and they expect other people to kind of pull their weight. That's a problem. I would be communist if it would work properly, but it obviously wouldn't because too many people wouldn't wouldn't go along. on with it. It wouldn't work for the better of others. So my heart's there, but I know
So you don't
and the
agree
bigger
with
the
those
system
things.
gets, the more bureaucracy you get, the worse things get sometimes. So.
Yeah, so you don't agree with those collective things because you're like, well, sure, I like it, but unless you're
I do
lazy
agree with
and
them.
then you
Yes.
don't get it.
I'm for universal. I live in Mexico. I live in Mexico. They have universal. Well, they have health care here, but if you have cancer or have a really horrible disease, you're still kind of screwed because you're not going to really. It's pretty much the same everywhere, though. They use their gas. They use their gasoline here. They tax it to help their healthcare system, which I guess that's good. But poor people that can't afford gas already kind of are screwed. But at least they get healthcare. So.
Okay, Chip, did you have another question?
But I'm for healthcare. Yeah, I would rather have it than not have it, regardless if there's lazy people or not. I get it. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so trying to keep these responses very simple and very basic. So are you for a food system that's not full of poison and processed foods?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's an outcome. Regardless
Not
of how
50
we
years
get
ago
there,
when they started doing it.
regardless of how we get there, that those are the means, but the ends would be a food system. Are you for somebody to be able to go to, if they want to get an education, to get it without going into massive debt?
Sure, as long as they really are serious about it and they don't sign on the dotted line something they can't fulfill.
Well, in other words, in most countries in Europe, you don't have to spend $30,000 or $40,000 a year and go into debt to get education. It's much more affordable, and most people who go to school.
I'm for. Like I say, my heart's I have a democratic heart. I still do, but I just see the system. It's so bloated and bureaucratic that unfortunately it tends to hurt more than it helps sometimes.
Okay, but you're always trying to bring up the things that are possibly negative with it. I'm just asking if you'd like to see it as a potential outcome.
That's life.
Last thing. Would you like to see there be a narrower wealth gap between the ultra wealthy and the average person?
I think billionaires could pay more in tax. Sure, that's not a problem.
That's a means to get there. I'm talking about. Listen, everyone's so caught up with the means and the policy. I'm talking about I asked you about the outcome only.
Yeah.
Yes or no? You'd like to see there be a more narrow gap? Yes or no?
Explain that to me, because what does that entail?
Rather than having a society where you have billionaires with hundreds of billions of dollars and people that barely make minimum wage to get by, would you like to see that be narrowed, or do you want it widened, or you want it to stay the same?
Yes, if taxing them helps them get ahead.
Don't talk about the policies. I'm asking you about the outcome.
Let's go by example. Conquistador. Listen real quick. Chip, I would like you, and if Valkyrie is open to this, Chip, would you ask Valkyrie the same set of questions that you intend to ask Conquistador? So Conquistador can kind of see what Chip is talking about, because I think Valkyrie will completely get it at the beginning.
Oh, I know exactly what he's talking about. I have my own opinions about him. He just doesn't accept them. I get it.
Sure. I mean,
no, it's
Chip,
not about acceptance.
If you want to ask those questions of Valkyrie.
Let me clarify the difference.
I know exactly what he's talking about. I'm not a dummy. I'm a mechanic. I've been a mechanic my whole life. Doesn't mean I'm stupid.
I know you're not stupid. I'm not claiming that you are. I'm saying I'm trying to differentiate between the general outcome and you're adding in problems and means to get there. I'm not asking you to cover any of that.
Yeah, because that's inevitable in the bureaucratic system where we live under, unfortunately.
Okay, we can talk about challenges and hurdles and means and all those things like that. I'm just asking you in general, your sentiment. Are you comfortable?
Yeah, and I said in general, I'm for all those things, those democratic ideals and principles. Yes, I just said that many times.
But you also added an awful lot to it as far as disclaimers.
Every time.
Yeah, I do, because reality is reality.
Oh boy!
I love Black Sabbath.
Conquistador.
Yes,
that's really not what he's asking you. That's not what he's asking you. I don't understand why you feel the need to shit on the very thing that you claim to be in agreement with.
Because the masses, unfortunately, communism work in small groups and all that, because you can see what's going on. But when you have it in a mass, huge system, it doesn't work.
That's not what we're talking about, though.
I get it. I know it's not what you're talking about, but in the end result would lead to what you're,
Which European state is communist? That you're.
I didn't say European. Who said European?
He's asking you a question, Conquistador.
Actually, Sweden is more capitalist than we are in a lot of ways.
Okay, so in those states, do they have a wider or narrower wealth gap than the United States?
Probably narrow because they have probably higher wages than we do. I think that's a good thing. Higher wages is a good thing. I'm not going to deny that.
Okay, so in those countries, does healthcare
Uh-huh.
tend to bankrupt or not bankrupt people if they need healthcare?
No, it definitely doesn't, and I'm for that. I said I'm
Okay,
for healthcare.
do those countries have
regardless of the
healthier,
outcome.
or do those countries have healthier or less healthy food systems?
Yeah, they probably have a better health system. Definitely.
Okay, are any of those
Healthier.
countries communist that we just mentioned?
I didn't say anything about that. I was
You
talking about
said you
China,
mentioned
Russia.
you went
The
to
ones
the
that go all
principle
the
of
way. The
you
ones that
went
go
to
total.
you went to
Yeah.
the principle of communism when I talked about reforms that benefit some of these issues. That's what you went to.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people on, unfortunately, my party that are that now. They're like Mendami. He's Mendani or whatever the fuck his name is. He definitely is a Marxist, and I'm not for that.
Okay, let me ask you the
Do you get
questions.
where I'm coming from now?
Let me ask Valkyrie the
Yes.
questions, because again, you always have to jump in and add a bunch of stuff. We can have
Well,
policy breakdowns.
So do you, but I don't mention that. So
I'm not getting into any.
You talk for like an hour this morning. So
I'm not
you
getting into
mentioned all
any
kinds of
policy
things.
stuff.
Jesus Christ!
It's not a matter. It's a matter of directly
Hypocrite
answering
much?
something instead of indirectly answering something. It's just a very simple premise.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, okay, I get it. Mhm.
So let me ask the same questions to Valkyrie.
Yes, do please.
You're not Valkyrie. Hey, Valkyrie, can you come off mute, please?
No kidding.
Yep, I'm right here.
Okay, so let me just ask you a couple simple premise questions. No other specifics needed. Do you believe that we should have a narrower, wider, or about the same wealth gap in the United States?
More narrow.
Okay. Do you believe we should have a healthier food system, or is the one that has toxins and impurities and processed foods, is that an ideal setup?
That's a loaded question, but we definitely need to have more pathways for natural foods.
Or healthier? Yeah. How about for education? Do you think people should have to go into massive debt to educate themselves?
No.
And do you think that people should be able to have affordable housing?
Definitely.
Okay. And these are some of the basic principles that I think, regardless of how we arrive at them, they are outcomes that we are aspiring to, at least hopefully aspire to, get towards. I think the different arguments come in is how to get in that direction and how to avoid
Exactly.
some of the
In principle, I
pitfalls.
believe in all those things. So yes.
Okay.
In actuality, I don't know if they'll work, but yeah.
Fair enough. And
let me try to understand, why do you feel the need to add like the qualifiers to that which you actually agree with? Why does that?
Because I'm a cynic.
Because
I'm cynical. Not quite blank,
Okay.
Quite obviously. So, and
well, to that, I mean,
are you cynical? Are you cynical at all?
Well, of course I am.
Okay, are you cynical at anything? Okay, there you go. Thanks.
Sure, but if somebody asks me a question, I'm not going to go on and like contradict the very thing that I'm answering that I agree with.
Well, how do you have a discussion without that?
To answer a question?
Clarifying questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you have a
done
discussion without being cynical?
Well, you can have a discussion without being cynical.
Yes, but not totally.
No, I don't know. It sounds like you're trying to play both sides.
In theory, I believe in all the democratic principles. I do, but in actuality, whether they'll work or not is another story. Because we have too many people that don't play by the rules, that don't work hard, that don't do a lot of things they should do in their life, and screw their life up, so other people have to pick up the fucking weight, and that's not good.
If those people continue to be,
I don't need to say anything else. That's my whole philosophy. So,
let me just ask: if those people continue to be, for example, lazy, as you put it, and don't work or don't have the gumption, as you said,
and even smug addicts or whatever,
even if that's true, do you still think that society should have those things that you agree with, even including those people?
Yes, and there should be schmug programs. Maybe give them a chance. Yeah, of course. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, at least we got there. Okay. So, Chip, do you have any other questions for him?
Well, the question he's certainly reasonable to put out whatever he wants to do as far as how he thinks about if we get there. My question would be, if it's as challenging as you think it might be, but how have the Western European social democracies been able to achieve the outcomes that we're talking about, given the difficulties that you're trying to share?
Well, actually, they had to change some of their programs and reestablish some of them because they were they weren't working out, and they had to recalibrate them, so to speak.
You want to share some examples for us?
Sweden actually changed their healthcare system and made it a little bit different than they had because it was having some what would you say, financial problems with the budgets and stuff. So they did other things, and they made it work still. And I believe in the main principle of it. So as long as they keep trying to make it work better, I'm good.
Well, I think the bigger point in this whole discussion is not so much those particulars, although we can have those detailed conversations.
Yeah, I get it.
The principal challenge in our nation is that we have a one-sided version of things that almost
Sorry, I got a bunch
always.
of animals and birds in the background.
You can just mute up if you want to, and then come back when you want.
Okay.
Talk. How lopsided it is in the United States versus some of the other more advanced economies. And again, nothing's ever going to be perfect. Obviously, you're going to have some freeloaders, like you talked about. That may be the price that one has to pay to have a more egalitarian society. The question is, what is the prime objective of any society? Is it to enrich the few who are go-getters and willing to take risks and control capital and politics and the military? Or is it to try to benefit the most people as best possible, given the inefficiencies of complex society? I fall more towards the latter, and I think that we as a public are learning the unfortunate challenges that accompany when you put the emphasis on the former. And what's happening right now is people are very quickly falling off the ledge of being able to have a dignified life. And it's going to increase with automation, robotics, AI, and all the other challenges we're having, including foreign militarism. I don't know anybody. I wouldn't want to go off to this war right now and risk my life or my kid's life for this kind of stuff. I think most people want to have less war than more war. But there are people in the oligarchy who make a lot of money off of war who seem to be indifferent to the suffering it causes because it's not their family, it's not their taxpayer dollars, it's the public has to pay for it, the public sacrifices their kids, they get to keep the profits.
Yes, there's oligarchs play both sides of the war. They sell weapons to this side and both sides. It's pretty sad, but that's the way human nature does, unfortunately.
But these other European countries they have the same humans, but they're not behaving the same way as the humans in this country and the oligarchy are behaving. How do you square the difference?
Yes, in principle, I believe in all the good things that European nations do for their people. I do. I don't know.
If it's human nature, if the same human nature exists in both places, how can one have a different outcome and the other one have a totally different outcome?
Well, we have totally different systems, and we need to change the system completely to make it work. And
there you go. So you just hit the nail. But
I don't see people getting serious enough and get off the couch and do it. That's the problem.
Do you think that we'll be able to change that system without some hardships for everybody?
Well, we've had Democratic administration with both houses of Congress, and they didn't do enough.
Not what I asked you
either.
I asked you, do you think we'll be able to change the system without hardship, or do you think that to get to that, we're going to have to go through hardship, and people should be ready for that? What do you say?
It depends how hard the oligarchs and billionaires fight for what they have, and if they don't want to give it up.
I mean, I think we already know the answer to that. I'm pretty sure they're good.
That's what. Okay, and I just told. Exactly.
Real quick, let me give a shout out to Lil Red. Thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate that so much. Sent 41 DJ cactuses and 2 little crowns. Thank you. And I do have a new gifting goal up if you guys want to support. Go ahead, guys. I just need to give a shout out because that was a big gift.
Valkyrie, did you want to jump in and share any thoughts?
Yes, please. And I love the name, by the way. It's my favorite motorcycle. It's a Valkyrie. Valkyrie, you are muted.
I'm sorry.
Catch her attention. I don't know. Valkyrie. Okay.
That's okay.
We'll come back to her. Anyway, go ahead, Conquistador. What were you going to say?
Yeah, so I work for a billionaire. Him and his dad owned, I believe, 2 or 3 mines in Africa and China, and we made tantalum, which they make screen mesh, surgical mesh, and also capacitors with. And we process it in this plant up in Mound House, Nevada, because they have really low. They don't have many regulations as far as treating water and this and that when you release, unfortunately. But anyways, pretty important stuff we're making. But he treated everybody at that company. He paid me well. I was a maintenance technician there, repaired pumps and this and that, and he had full health care for all his employees. And so and it was non-union because Nevada's a right to work state, but he just did it on his own. He was a wealthy man, I'm not sure Bill Gates wealthy or Elon Musk wealthy, but he was very wealthy. He was a Brit from Hong Kong. And like I say, his dad and him both not only own mines, but they own the processing plants. They sold to a company in Mexico, actually, and they're here in Mexico now. It was kind of funny. Anyway, so, billionaires can be generous. He could have been more generous. Sure, they could always be more generous. But I'm for unions, though, because
was he a billionaire?
Of my own situation. Oh yeah, oh absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, do you think
Definitely.
that by them doing that, it creates loyalty within the workforce?
Absolutely, yes.
And they probably, even if it's not altruistic and they're just trying to hang on and make sure nobody tries to screw them over, it's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah, and you had to sign. You had to sign certain waivers if you come up with any ideas. The company owns it. That kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, he and they had a barbecue every Friday, and they had the El Salvadorians that worked there have making carnitas, barbecuing carnitas and having talk. He was a great guy. He really was a good person and treated the people right.
Nope.
It's hard to find that kind of place. I've worked for others that were just little repair shops and stuff, and dealerships that weren't so generous. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if Valkyrie made it back, sorry, I thought you were finished, Conquistador. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, Valkyrie. Did you want to jump in there on any of that stuff?
I'm sorry, I was kind of AFK dealing with something. Where were we at? Can we just real quick?
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure what point we're making at this point.
It's actually the fate of mankind. That's what it is. I mean,
well, sure. I mean, it's we've got to get somewhere, and to me, the bottom line is that the oligarchs have to be posed the question or the statement to them that they also pose to us, which is, if you want this revolution to be bloodless, it'll be bloodless if you let it. That's what they said to us. And so that fear factor, in my opinion, is going to be one of the most powerful tools once they start to concern themselves about their stuff. Because, we see these people torching stuff or whatever.
Especially if they have access to especially if they make rockets. Like he has a plant that actually makes his own rockets. AI.
That concern is not that I want that to be what everybody is worrying about, but we worry about them being violent to us all the time, and it's a deterrent for behavior for us. And since no justice is ever met with these people, you know what I mean? How do you deter that behavior? There's currently no deterrence against that behavior that they're currently pushing on us.
We'll have to put a lot of trust in Elon Musk and his goodness, his heart, because he can be, if he was an evil person, he could do a lot of terrible things. I mean, I think what they did to him during the Doge thing and all that was kind of screwed up. Burning Tesla, other people. He had nothing to do with
of
a guy
Elon Musk?
To work with his Tesla.
You think Elon Musk?
No, I'm saying it wasn't. I don't think it was good burning Teslas of other people's. It wasn't his cars. They had already purchased them, and it hurt a regular guy that had a fucking Tesla. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's not what I asked you. You think that Elon Musk is altruistic? Do you think he's going to save the world?
Well, we have to have a lot. If we give him, he's already got. He's already pretty much there. It's not like it's either we trust him or we don't. Either he has a good heart or he doesn't. I don't know his heart.
Well, because earlier you had mentioned
really
that he was.
I don't know Bill Gates' heart. I don't know any billionaires. Bezos. I don't know his heart either. They could all do a lot of harm if they really wanted to with their billions.
Do you trust Elon Musk? Conquistador.
We're all kind of speculating as to the character of people.
I'm not asking what society believes about Elon. I'm asking what you believe. Do you trust him? I need a cricket sound effect.
The immediate answer isn't no, you're not fighting against the oligarchy. We have to fight against them by using our dollars. That's the only way they listen. As the consumers, we can control the market. If we take away our dollars from a company, they feel that impact. If they're not making the sales, they feel it.
That's right.
That's the biggest way that we can impact them. If they're not able to sell their product, they have to discount it just to try and sell it. If there's too much on the market and it's oversaturated and we're still not buying, they lose money just by storing their products in a warehouse because they have to pay that warehouse to store their products. So then they're losing money every day by just storing their products and not actually selling them. So we're able to contribute to taking them down essentially by excluding them from our own purchases. If we're not paying them, they don't make money. End of story.
Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but,
and you're absolutely right.
You need certain items and people.
Well, Conquistador, you never answered my question. Do you trust Elon Musk? Do you trust him?
I'm not gonna judge somebody's heart. I don't know him personally, so I mean, I don't. I'm cynical, so no, I don't. But we really don't know. We're speculating. So
okay, so I don't know. Do you think when it comes to AI, do you think he has the best interest of the world in his heart?
Well, he actually wanted to stop it for a while and reassess, is what I understand. So that
he actually said those things as he was creating OpenAI.
Yes, but he also said in the same sense that he doesn't know there's other people besides him making AI. So unless he's not the only one. There's other people.
It was a lie.
Okay, yeah, it could have been. I'm not saying it wasn't or it is. I'm cynical, like I said.
And it's kind of funny because you had two technoligarchs that lied to each other, essentially, Sam Altman and Elon Musk. Altman ended up winning that one and even tricked Elon Musk. So, you know what I mean? Elon Musk is lying, claiming AI needs to be, it needs to be in the hands of people who are altruistic and and that was like the foundation of OpenAI and ChatGPT was this thing that we've got this thing and we need to make sure it's in the hands of good people. Both of them said this.
And how do you do that?
While still building it for themselves.
Who's a good person?
Certainly not Elon Musk. I wouldn't trust a single billionaire because as son of man, of Musk.
So therefore,
as son of
no
Musk,
billionaire can be involved.
Real quick, as son of Musk said here, and this is, I think, very true. Wealth comes from stepping on the neck of others. That type of wealth, you've probably harmed someone down the line at some point. That doesn't come from altruism, right? People that are
or bribed a bunch of Congress people to vote your way to get a bill passed, so you get
or that. So that's why I just generally don't trust them, even if I don't understand their background, because it's hard
there's oligarchs in every country in the world that run this show. So I don't know what you're going to do about that, but.
Well, that's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, Chip, do you have anything to add to that before we bring in the next people?
It's pretty apparent that it's going to be difficult to overcome the challenges that we face. It's been that way historically. We know that you've had rulers and kings and despots that have always done these sorts of things. We have a system that's supposed to counteract that, and yet it's been co-opted by a small cabal of people cut from that same mental cloth. So yeah, it's going to be very hard to do it. The question is, we have a history of people that were willing to take risks. We wouldn't be an independent nation from British colonialism had we not had those people. The question is, do we have people of similar mindset, fabric, courage now to do something that'll break us from this particular set of binds? And I think right now the answer is unfortunately no, and that's not an indictment of anybody. It's just, as was mentioned earlier, I think until people have it so rough that the potential fear of making change is greater than their current set of misery, they tend to stay in the same spot. And that's why they're going to stay in the same spot, in my view.
Right, until they're forced to do something.
Yeah. Chip mentioned earlier about the late 20s in Germany and the rise of who, and there were some good ideas put out, but the end result wasn't very good, unfortunately. But I work for Germans.
You don't have to go that far.
Yeah, no. But he was mentioning that there was something good about some of the ideas of that rising out of that. They were eating cockroaches in Germany after World War One. I mean, it was horrible. I mean, I get it, but look what happened because of that, putting people so far the boot to their neck to where they had to go to that extreme, and that's where it ended up. It just it amazes me still to think about it, but that's what happens when people are desperate. They choose sometimes not the best leader, so to speak.
Well, when you wait till it gets bad enough that you're then
Right.
forced to do something, it's going to be way worse than had you started doing something before it got to that point. But, even some of the people that have come up here have really shown me that we're fighting an uphill battle here. Chip, do you share that pessimism, or do you have any words of inspiration or hope?
No, I think we need to have something to rally around, but I think right now people are still caught up in the left-right. They tend to point the finger across the aisle and say, "Oh, it's the Trump voters that are the problem," vice versa. And the other thing is, like I said, people don't think of anything outside the system. That seems too radical for most people, and I understand that. No one wants to have to think about doing things outside of the system because that's risky and dangerous and uncomfortable. And it makes sense that people want to stay within the system. Most people, by the way, are not on TikTok in the middle of the day talking politics. They're working.
That's
they're thinking
true.
about their kids' soccer practice. They got other priorities, and they just hope that their leaders, quote unquote, will do the right thing because that's what they're supposed to do, not really understanding the bigger system of who's really pushing, who has the power. I think more and more people are waking up to that, but far too many are still under the impression that America's the good guy. We're for truth, freedom, and justice, and everything we do is justify. The whole BS propaganda system.
Yeah, we're into, like you say, tribalism, and we don't compromise anymore. Like if I agree with 60% of what you agree with, if I don't agree with the other 40%, you're an outsider. You're no good. I mean, that's the way I hear anymore. That's all you hear anymore. If you don't agree with every single thing somebody agrees with, you're no longer a part of them. And that's where I had a problem with my own party. I don't agree with everything the Democratic Party does, but I agree with the principle of it. But they're going to a place where I'm not at. So that's all.
Well, yeah, we're up against it now. Valkyrie, did you want to say one last thing before we bring in the next people? Valkyrie. Okay. Well, I don't know. She looks like she's busy. Well, Conquistador, I appreciate you accepting the invitation to come up here and offer some of your thoughts that you've been putting in the comments. I appreciate, I looked and you'd sent like 100 and some comments on the live, and I appreciate that because that helps with the algorithm. Again, if you guys can't tap for whatever reason, commenting is a great way to do it. Supporting it through gifts is a great way to do it. And it looks like I have Raw sent a little crown. Thank you, Raw, for that. I appreciate that.
Hey, ditto. And I really appreciate your live here. I really appreciate your live. I think it's a good one. It's one of the better ones that I've gotten involved with. So.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're always here and push back and offer your pessimistic thoughts. Because, like I said earlier, if you're on a board member and everybody's agreeing with each other, it's probably not a good idea. You need somebody to say no from time to time. It's a good
and you got to be cynical. Remember.
Yes. No, I appreciate that, Conquistador. I'll go ahead and drop you down. We got a few more people to bring up. Thank you. And Chip, maybe we should also do this at night. Maybe tonight or tomorrow night or whatever. If you have time, I guess I can talk to you later. That way we can reach some more people. Because, I mean, you're right. A lot of people are at work right now. Let me see who we got.
By the way, just before he takes off entirely, I want to just I actually agree with him on a lot of his reservations and concerns and skepticism. To answer your question fully from the last time, and this sounds terrible, I think we're absolutely screwed. The average person in America is absolutely going to be going through hell on earth in the next 10 years.
Yeah. No, I do agree. I mean, if we can avoid that, that'd be great. But I don't know. It's not looking good. Our prognosis is not good. Navy, welcome aboard. How are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing fine. All right, let me get this. Although the timer hasn't been so useful, but I'm going to put it up here anyway, just as a guide point. Go ahead. What do you think?
Well, I'm at TikTok a lot. I'm out on the streets, and I heard Chip was talking about the electric. Oh, I'm sorry, my brain ain't working. But that we have 330 million people, 180 million vote, and there's millions of people that are out there voting. I just liked him. That's why I voted for him. They don't follow politics at all. Like I'm odd with other lives. I talk about politics all day long. You can ask me who's the vice president, who's the secretary of state, who's the secretary of. You ask my 37-year-old daughter who's raising 3 kids and working her ass off, she don't give a shit. You know what she votes? She votes the way her mother, her stepfather, and her sister votes. They're in her ear all the time. That's who she votes for. Well, and that's who she votes for. I got a friend. I'm in Alabama, so I'm covered up down here. And I have a friend. She's in her church group, and I don't know about all that politics stuff, but Marianne and Maisel and Elizabeth, they're all voting for Trump. So I'm voting for Trump, and that's really why we get blue states and red states. There are millions of people in this country that just don't follow politics. They want to live their life, and I'll confess, I was that way. I'm 69 years old. I'll be 70. When I was younger, and in my Navy career was from 1977 to 1997, I did not give a shit about politics. I wanted to know where the next Liberty Port was, whether the bar was going to be open, and whether there were going to be chicks in the bar. All right? I wanted to live my life. I wanted politics to take care of itself. And for me as a white man, what was being voted for out in the world? 2 white men. Kennedy against Nixon. It was going to be, and are they going to pass policies that are going to hurt my white ass in Alabama? Hell no. Even when I grew up in a younger Alabama, when Alabama was Democratic, all the good old boys, they weren't going to pass any laws or regulations going to hurt me. So I never had that where I felt I needed to vote. Like the world was going to operate for me the way I needed it to operate, no matter what I did. It was cool. I just needed to live in it and enjoy myself and enjoy my life, which a lot of people do. But as we all know, we got caught up in this Trump shit, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. And the first time I voted was for Joe Biden. And I mean for fucking dog catcher. I did, my 20 years in the Navy, I went in young. So I served under 4 different presidents, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. I wasn't political. I didn't have that fucking deep ideology bullshit going on. So, but man, I can recognize, from years of being in the world, I can recognize a danger and a con man and a liar. Maybe because I'm not all jumbled up in all that. I wasn't jumbled up in all that politics. Like I just recognized a con man when I saw one. You know what I'm saying? And being in Alabama and 20 years in the military, hell, I registered as a Republican in '89 to change where my taxes were paid in the military. Because Alabama, you had to pay state taxes. When I was in Florida, switched to Florida, they said, oh, you got to register to vote. I said, Bob, put down Republican. That's what they always tell me. If you're in the military, you got to vote Republican so you can get a pay raise. You get pay raise. So, but I didn't give a shit. I didn't give a shit. And I know I'm rambling, guys, but I'm trying to share a little of my story. And I think about this critically. There are millions of people in this country that just vote because the way they feel. They feel like it. Not on policy. Trying to get a motherfucker to vote on policy. Jesus Christ.
Well, how do you think we reach them? Have you thought about that? Like, have you ever had a conversation with them about it? Like, you're saying that they're voting it because, Mazel and their auntie and uncles are all voting for. Have you tried to have those conversations? What does that look like?
Let me give you a class now. I'm on TikTok a lot. Been on here a couple of years now. The guys on TikTok, these baggers like Icy Man, fucking Harry Balls, those right wing, they're locked in. They're locked in. Like they're in a corner where they've defended
It's
him
a tribe.
so long. They've got to defend him. Now, out in the real world, one is turning. You see, to me, you see anecdotal evidence of one person here and there all the time. They're losing faith one voter at a time. When it actually hits them, when their abuela is put in a concentration camp, when their friend is shot by, something, or their money's affected, or they lose their job.
Have you had a conversation with those people?
Yes,
okay,
I
so
do.
what does that look like? Like, give us an example of.
I have several people in my life here in Alabama. I could talk to them till I'm blue in the face. Matter of fact, one of them I had to have a conversation. Yes, and as a matter of fact, how about this? A friend, someone I've known since I was 15 years old. Me and this man have broke bread and drink and whatever else you want to call it out there, partying our nuts off since I'm 70. And I talked to this man on his front porch about how I didn't like Trump, and he looks at me like, this is Trump country. You might want to watch your mouth. Like I'm getting a warning from a man I've known my whole life. If this is Trump's country, I might need to watch my mouth. And it's like, so it's different. But I've made some points to people here and there, like, what about this? But that, some of them don't know enough politics to really even get into a full discussion about the JCPOA or what his points were or why it was, or any of it or any of the day-to-day intricacies that we follow.
Right. They don't follow it. We know that. Like, how do you go about reaching those people? Maybe if they complain about something, right?
Yes.
That happens in their life that they're pissed off about, you can relate that to politics.
Right.
And it's about planting a seed. You can't generally change somebody's mind, right? But they need to feel like they changed it themselves. You plant all those little seeds, and before you know it, one of them's light bulb gonna go off. It ain't gonna be today. It ain't gonna be tomorrow. Could be a month. Could be a couple of years.
But it's tough down here, man. I've got a relative.
Subtle seed.
He could lose his Social Security check. Lives on nothing but Social Security. Trump could take his Social Security check and he'd still vote for him. You understand where I'm going with that one?
Yeah. Well, I mean, some people you ain't gonna reach it all. Right.
At all.
I mean, they're in a Faraday cage with the loudspeakers, giving Trump Jesus talking points all day long. Chip, do you have anything you want to, add to that or questions you want to ask?
Well, I think it was really important to hear that because that's probably more people in the majority of society than not. Most people, like we said earlier, are just doing their thing and they can't be bothered with it. And the fact that most politicians know that, they can speak in ways that the people like you and I can see through their nonsense, but the average person, it's not going to register with them that what they're saying is nonsense. And it keeps people duped. They blame the other side. This is why Fox News and MSNBC exist the way they do. It's to point at the other person, blame them for being an idiot. And if those idiots would just get out of the way, life would be just swell. And meanwhile, the people that are really pushing the buttons are making their way to the bank with everybody's money.
Right. And that's one of the failures of my party is that they don't really message in that way, and so they lose a lot of those people who need those simple, like emotive type messages. I don't know.
Like I said, it wasn't really political, but I'm 10 toes down on the Democratic Party now until we get this shit fixed. So whether I'm a temporary ally or a permanent ally in the Democratic Party, just because Joe Biden was the first person I'm 10 toes down on the Democratic side and the cause till we fix this shit.
I mean, I at this point,
unless something comes along better than that, because we know it's either a Democrat or Republican, right? We're not
Ball
voting.
Talk's got it. It may be too late because they put Gavin Newsom in there. It's that's a wrap. That's a wrap. Because when the good guys don't even fix it, and I put good guys in air quotes, when the good guys won't fix it, it's toast. Bye-bye toilet paper.
Talarico?
I don't trust. I really don't. I don't trust the guy. I think he's, I don't get into the super duper religious people. I don't, they've been the least trustworthy
Andy Bashir,
people.
Kentucky.
Andy Bashir the other day could not answer a question about Israel and AIPAC. He would not state that he would push to reform AIPAC, and he would not state that Israel should go away. So Bashir, I was supportive of him until I heard that. This is the same shit that lady that I played that video of earlier was talking about. They're just going to keep doing the same thing. It's going to keep doing the same thing because they're, they ain't representing us. They're representing somebody, but it ain't us.
Well, I'm going to, I like to win. Yeah, as y'all can see, I'm a critical thinker. I'm also like a hedge bet. It's like, would I love? Do I think Hillary would have made a great president and Kamala made a great president? Yes. But I'm gun shy now. I'll admit it. I want our ticket to be, I hate to say it, I want our ticket to be 2 white men. This time, I don't want to take any more fucking chances with our country. This great experiment. I need some fucking ringers. I need something, dude. Bashir, Shapiro. I mean, maybe a woman as vice president. Or
YT male Mamdani is the person that needs to be in the Democratic ticket.
I would be cool with Wes Moore. Maybe I'd like Wes Moore as vice president first.
I don't know enough about Wes Moore, but I think it's too early to crown anybody.
All right, who's your favorite? Who would you like to see?
There's nobody currently that speaks to me because this has to be a populist. This got to be somebody who comes out of left field. It's got to confuse the opposing party. They have to be opposed to AIPAC. They have to be opposed to Israel. Let me just play this real quick. This ought to tell y'all something. Because even with this, what I'm about to play, the fucking Democratic Party is still going to put in an Israeli AIPAC suck-in piece of crap. Yep. You watch this.
We are running all the numbers on Israel's U.S. popularity problem. Israel is losing support here in the United States, even amongst Republicans. Take a look at this data. Take a look at this data amongst young Republicans. Look at this massive shift that we have had over just the last 4 years, the net favorability of Israel among Republicans under the age of 50. You go back to 2022, look at this. How about amongst moderate or liberal Republicans? They make up about a third of the Republican base at this point in time. The net favorability of Israel with moderate liberal Republicans back in 2022, again, 2 thumbs up. You'll notice I do a lot of Siskel and Ebert reference. You may know him, Thomas Massie. He, of course, is the representative from Kentucky's 4th District. He has been opposed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump has endorsed his opponent. Pro-Israel voices are also opposed. Many of them have also opposed Thomas Massie. But at this point, look at this. His chance of being the Republican nominee, winning that Republican primary in Kentucky's 4th District, is actually more likely than not to occur. Look at this. According to the Cow Street prediction market at this point, a back in 2024. They have very much shifted away from Israel. Look at this. Net favorability of Israel among men under the age of 50.
And I can go through there. They were all extremely unfavorable for Israel. And if this party, and the Republican Party for that matter, continue to push somebody that is all Israel all the time, AIPAC is up my butthole, we're kind of toast. And if they gatekeep to the point where they force that candidate upon us and they're like, oh, vote blue no matter who, you got nothing left. There's nothing.
Well, the good thing is we're gonna have a primary this time. We're gonna have freaking 17 candidates up there on that stage.
Yeah. CW. I don't agree with Massie, but at least he's not full of shit. Exactly. Massie's been one of the. I don't agree with like anything he says, but he has integrity. He says fuck you when it makes sense, and he's not beholden to that country.
Well, it's like Liz Cheney. No, I wasn't with her on politics at all, but she was defending the Constitution, saying, hey, guys, you can't overthrow the government, Trump. You can't, January 6th was a big effing deal to her, which it should have been to all of them. But at least she had the ability to recognize it. But politically, nothing would we agree on.
Well, Chip, do you have anything to add to any of this, especially those polls?
Well, what he said earlier about Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, remember, it's hard to disabuse people of this. All of these people have their hands tied by all the same people. They all go to the same cocktail parties. They all know the same key donors. They all have to play the same song and dance. Again, think about a marionette stage. And the people that hold the wires behind the curtain, they have all the money, they have all the power. They control all of the people who are on that stage, and they can swap one out for the other. They don't care. They don't care who comes into office.
Well, it's been a centrist since Bill Clinton. I pointed this out to a live one time. They were talking about a liberal this, whatever. I said every time we've had a real liberal run, they lose. The only people in the Democratic Party who win, if you go all the way back, are centrists. All the way back to Jimmy Carter. Centrist. Not flaming left wing, centrist. That's who wins in the Democratic Party.
What do you think of Mamdani?
That's the history. I don't know enough about. I'll be honest. I don't know enough about Mamdani, and I'm not scared off by. I'm not scared off by the whole socialism, communism. He's really a Muslim shit talk. I'm not. I just don't know enough about him as far as would I elevate him on the national stage? Let's see how he, as a CEO, let's see how he runs New York. Shit.
Okay. Do you think that he's a centrist?
No, I wouldn't call him. I wouldn't call him a centrist.
Do you think that a candidate?
About it.
Do you think a candidate that runs in that way? Do you think that will be popular among voters? With the similar messaging.
I just think a lot of times it does roll back to the economy. What is the saying? It's the economy, stupid. I really think if people will stay on, and at some point, I can't believe this country. At some point, but it has to do with the money. Look, Citizens United fucked us. They put all this money. It's why we've got corporatist Democrats. You got to have a ton of fucking money now to run. Abraham Lincoln from a log cabin shit. Those days are over. The Joe the Plumber days. I'm going to Congress. You know what I'm saying?
I remember Joe the Plumber.
I'm going to run and I'm going to Congress. Those days, and I don't want to get on a long diatribe about getting rid of this, but
I don't want you to either.
The money in politics is really the evil. They're buying up all the media now, and I've warned my liberal friends. I've warned them. We went through a long reconstruction. Don't think that just because Trump is this fucked up, that you won't wind up with a Republican president in 2028. Don't be fucking sitting on your laurels. Don't be thinking that.
Even if you get a Democratic president, doesn't mean that it's going to fix everything either.
No.
So it's got to be the right one. The primaries are so vital, and Republicans need to nominate somebody who shares a similar thing, and Democrats do too. That way, if one fails and the other doesn't, you can go either way.
Yeah.
Chip, do you have anything else before we move to the next person?
I'm just surprised. I'm sitting here watching the markets, and we've gone from the low dip during the war. We're right back up near all-time highs right now. Even though oil is still above $90 a barrel, it's almost as if the market forgot about all the other things that were going on before the war.
Well, and they're claiming that now that Trump has opened the Strait of Hormuz and that ships are going through it. And they're just, but this is how separated the stock market is from actual reality. It's, and how easily manipulated it can be too, just by rhetoric. It's nuts.
Thanks for bringing me up, LLM.
Yeah,
Chip, I followed you. I followed everybody. I'm gonna go because when I get fired up like this, I get to be a motor mouth. And
no, you're
sometimes people,
good,
yeah,
man.
let him go.
Are you Roll Tide
No,
or
you're
War
good,
Eagle?
man.
Roll Tide, my
Roll
friend.
Tide.
Roll
Okay.
Tide.
Yeah,
All
thanks
right,
for
y'all.
coming up, Navy. I appreciate it, man.
I'm on TikTok streets, man. I'll be around. I'll swing back around.
All right, man. I appreciate you. See
All right,
ya.
man. Bye.
All right, we've got now this person. Oh, let me hold on real quick. Let me check something. Did you have any words, Chip, before we bring? Oh, thank you, Mrs. Chaos. I appreciate that. That was so pretty.
Now bring somebody else up to share what they want to share.
Yeah, let me. I'm trying to see who I need to bring up at this point. Well, this person's been waiting a while. I don't even know if they're still around, but I don't see them in the list. But Troublemaker, thanks for being patient. What's up, man?
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, what's going on?
I just want to go back to a couple of hours ago when Chip was talking about, he talked about a lot of things, but I just want to go over to when you're talking about a system, and he talked about the IMF. There's a few points I want to talk about the system. The IMF, central banking, the Federal Reserves. I don't know how to explain it, but these are very oppressive, evil systems. I don't even want to start with the IMF because I could rip into them for days. I just want to go straight to the Federal Reserves and how it works. I know, many people understand. It maybe think they seem to understand it, but I don't think they do. So let's start with what's going on. You got a government right now asking the Congress to borrow $200 billion, and that's right, it's going to be borrowed, so they can sustain whatever aggression on Iran or whatever the hell that they want to do. Now, once approved, it goes to the federal bank. The federal bank prints $1 billion or whatever, the $200 billion, but let's just keep it $1 billion. That $1 billion turns into bonds. Now, what are bonds? Bonds is the ability of that government to pay the interest on it plus the bond itself, the $1 billion. So let's say I'm Saudi Arabia, I come and I buy this bond. Now, the central bank just got that $1 billion. They release the funds. The funds go and as a loan to the government, which has to be paid by the taxpayer when you actually just got the money. Now, as a country like Saudi Arabia, they come and they do deals with us and they buy all this aircraft and they buy all this whatever, and then we make billions off of them, but that loan never gets paid. Not only that, the taxpayer has to carry what they call servicing the loan. So now you're only paying for the interest, which is usury, and you will never pay that loan off when you've actually got the money twice. Did that make sense? Now, these bonds, if you don't pay them, they're actual assets, American assets, whether they're bridges, roads, electrical grids, and so on. A lot of times you'll hear them say, oh, some French company bought this whatever road, and now you have to pay toll on it, for example, right? That's not because of anything. It's because they didn't want to pay for it. So they give them that road, and then they put tolls on it, and they say, you know what, just hire a couple of Americans to run that toll so that we can, have some employment. They go, no problems. Then they make $10 billion off of it, and they still own that road. That's what a fucking bond is. That system itself is an oppressive regime. It needs to be dismantled. Usury altogether needs to go away, because as long as we keep doing this, we'll never get out of debt, and we'll always need more money to pay more debt. And here's where the biggest problem becomes a bigger problem. That $200 billion is going to turn into a bunch of tomahawks and a bunch of artillery that they're going to go drop in the Middle East or somewhere. I don't know where they're going to go drop it. And that money is not even coming back to us. It's coming to that manufacturer, who's the manufacturer, Lockheed Martin and Palantir, and I don't know whoever else is in that picture. But all that money is going to those big billionaires that are actually the essential problem, who actually do bribe our system, and we see it right in front of our eyes. You've all seen Madeline when she stood next to the president, offered him another $250 million, and he admitted to it, to run for president again. Well, if that's not bribery, I don't know what the fuck it is. I mean, why would she do that?
Talk about Miriam
Right?
Adelson, right?
Yes. I mean, I was disgusted when I seen that whole scene. It was obviously obviously, how can I say it? A bribe, and you got all the other people who are like all these billionaires are standing around who are only becoming richer as we have to pay for their richness, and we pay it as interest. We need to get rid of that whole system. We need a president or somebody. Well, I mean, to get there, we're going to get there later. But sorry, I know I'm taking time, but to get there, you need to get rid of the system. You need a president's going to come over and say, listen, fuck off. We're not paying no fucking interest no more. Any payments that we make from this point on has to go towards the principal. Something of it has to go to the principal, and it better be the fucking majority. Otherwise, we don't give a shit. You go deal with Japan and whoever else that you fucking have the loans with. We paid you enough money, and do whatever you gotta do. And as the government and the president, I won't sell nothing. So now the federal bank is fucked. They have to play into a new system. You also touched on something where people are worried. You actually brought out a beautiful example about your neighbor and how you would take them in and so on. This is what actually needed for this. I'm going to call it resistance, because I think the resistance is already born. And there's men out there who are willing to put their lives on the line. Don't fucking forget it. There's a lot of men out there, a lot of men that would love to be doing this. But the only problem is that they're afraid. What happens to my children? What happens to my wife? What happens to my parents? Right? There's no support. This is something that we know as Palestinians. I'm Palestinian. And especially you've seen the example with Iran lately. We call that the National Popular Civilian Incubator, as a second and third and fourth support lines. Whatever happens to those fighters, we're behind them. We're going to take care of their children. We're going to take care of fucking everything. Just get rid of this system. And you have to understand that you're going to win at the end. If you think that you're not going to win this, you've already lost. But the numbers are the sheer numbers of the people that want to change should be able to pull this off. But ultimately, let's say we did the revolution, we won and everything. What do we want? This is where people get lost. The answer should be simple. For me, it's justice for everyone. Once you get that concept into your head, then now you're not looking at black and white and right and left and fucking up and down and all this bullshit, right? You're looking at everything as equal, and now we're all on an equal level because we're all getting screwed. And as long as we keep fucking understanding that point, we're going to get together, because this is the need to actually make the change. So you actually have to change something. If you're, a lot of people I hear that, I changed my bank to the credit union. How come, all these fucking people change their banks to a credit union, but I don't see the banks crying? Because no one's doing shit. You have to do something.
Doing anything. Yeah, well, and like the two people that were up here earlier, that are comfortable, generally speaking, people that are comfortable in their lives, they know that something has to happen, but they don't want to sacrifice what they have. The people that already don't have anything are the ones that are like, getting fucked anyway and willing to do it. It's always the poor people that are being oppressed that have to do everything that it will end up benefiting the people that were already okay, that weren't willing to actually sacrifice. And it's, it's a fucked up cycle, really, because then they end up, getting the benefit of the thing that everybody else did, just like rich people sending poor people's kids off to going on alive in a fucking war to protect this global, as you were talking about, financial system that indebts you the moment they print the currency. I mean, think about that. You start with the $1 billion you talked about, and then you want it back with interest. How do you get something that was just created? You have to make them create more and then pay them back with the stuff you just got from them. It's you're already in debt the moment they do it. It's a fucked up game, and that's how and it's a global problem, really. Now, I'm not so, in tune with economics and stuff. I really am not. But Chip, you could probably speak more to that system, because that is a global problem that we do need to rectify. And what that looks like to get away from this, constraints that we see with the financials across the world. But that's the tool that they've been using to get us fucked, I think, in a large way.
Well, I want to clarify about how the lending works. So, believe it or not, it's the United States government that issues treasury bills or treasury bonds, and they auction them off. And the money that they collect for the bond comes into the treasury, and then it's used by the procurement process or whatever the allocation is by Congress in the budget. The central bank, which in our case is called the U.S. Federal Reserve, is called the lender of last resort. It's a consortium of wealthy families that created a bank in 1913. It got authorized by Congress, and they provide liquidity to the big member banks like Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, et cetera, like that. They can also, if they choose to, monetize debt. What does that mean? They literally, when they loan money, when the Federal Reserve or central bank loans money to a member bank, they don't actually have money. They have a reserve they're supposed to have started with when they first created the bank of $1 million or whatever it was. But they can literally just keystroke in money into somebody's account. I know it sounds crazy. Like, how can that be? How can they just put money in a ledger and it just exists? That's how they're able to lend money into existence. So they provide the liquidity to the system. And what happened in the Great Depression, which was in the late 20s, the bank had been around for 15 or 16 years, is they started to withdraw or call in the loans faster than companies and banks could repay them. And that caused a huge credit dry up. And that's what caused the Depression. It was done on purpose by the banks. And what does that give the banks the ability to do? They can use some of their own capital, that which they create or hold, to scoop up assets at a discount as people have to panic sell and shut down their businesses and stuff. So it's a big wealth transfer. So anyway, getting back to that though. So really what happens is the treasuries are auctioned off. Now, if the bond auction doesn't go well and not all the treasuries get bought up, if you're trying to bring $10 billion in and you only auction off $5, well, you still need to have the $5 billion. Well, where does that come from? In those cases, the central bank will step in. They will create the money to then give the treasury, and now they own the bonds. So they basically can give something they didn't have to the government and get interest on something they didn't have. I know it sounds nuts, but that's how the system is set up. And right now, our Federal Reserve Bank has $7.5 trillion of money they didn't have that they created to buy U.S. bonds in order for us to have more liquidity to be able to pay our debts, et cetera, et cetera. Now, some of that debt is held by foreign governments. Japan is the largest, China is among them, and other countries. Pension funds buy these bonds at auction to get 3.5%, 4% interest for their endowment funds and stuff like that. Universities have it. But that's how the credit system works for the government. The Federal Reserve Board of Governors in the short run can change the rate for short-term borrowing, like I just mentioned. That's your 20, 30-day, 15-day overnight repo treasuries that gets lent out between institutions, and that's called the short-term interest rate. So when they talk about the Fed changing rates, they can change that rate by policy. That means they just lend money at a lower rate when they give that money out. But in the longer term, the 20 and 30-year treasuries and the 10-year, that's set by the market. And so if you think there's inflation and you're looking to buy a long-term investment to park some money, let's say you want to park $1,000, you want to loan it to the government for 10 years. Well, obviously, if the money's losing value because of this money printing I mentioned, you're going to want more interest. So the problem is that the market right now wants more interest for longer term lending the money, especially as our credit gets degraded through all the, we have more debt than we have GDP now. I think it's like 120%, and it's moving fast in the wrong direction. And when it gets to a certain point, you get downgraded. We've already had 2 downgrades. The U.S. debt is supposed to be the rock solid standard against which all other assets are priced. But as the American system starts to degrade because of debt and trade imbalances and stuff like this, this is where we're losing our control. Now, what the government's now doing is it's trying to use military force to preserve the hegemony of the currency to artificially support the value of the dollar. How is it doing that? It's cutting off key shipping lanes and trying to force consumers of energy and other assets to go to the United States to buy liquefied natural gas and oil because they're making it very difficult and expensive to get it elsewhere. And that's what's really going on here, because the only way we're going to be able to save our currency, given our own irresponsible spending and overextension, and by the way, it's not the average person who benefits from that. As was mentioned earlier, when we allocate $10 billion to a chunk of money for Israel or Ukraine or wherever, that money doesn't go to the people. That money goes to a specific set of owners who manufacture weapons or who provide contract services, software in Palantir's case. And the debt, the ledger, the credit card goes to all of us. So we're all responsible to pay the monthly interest. Then a big chunk of our annual budget now is allocated to interest, almost $1 trillion a year. And it's only going to go up as rates go up. So this is the predicament. So how do you solve that problem? Well, you have to force countries to do business with you so that you force them into using your currency to artificially support its value. Otherwise, people wouldn't even use our currency. They'd use Chinese yuan or the euro. And anybody who tries to do that, we try to force them out of doing that by sanctioning them,
right,
making their life difficult, and if need be, use military force or regime change.
Now, do you agree with removing usury?
Well, fees and interest are different things conceptually. In certain cultures, they're allowed to charge fees but not interest. The compounding of interest is what causes the problem. Anybody with a student loan knows this. You've all seen the TikTok videos where somebody says, I've been paying my student loan at the minimum for 10 years and now I owe double. That's the compounding
like
of interest.
A flat fee that will, if I loan you this amount, you're going to pay this percentage back, whatever. And that's it.
Yes.
It doesn't keep accruing.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's in Muslim cultures, for example, usury and compound interest is considered what's called haram or forbidden. But you're allowed to charge a fee that equates to what would be an interest rate. If I borrow $500,000 for a house, I may charge you, $20,000 to get the loan. But it doesn't accrue and gain interest. And when you don't pay 1 month or you underpay, it doesn't add more interest to the loan and making you subservient to the lender in perpetuity. When they take your property, they take your farm, they take your house. And that's the problem of usury, is that it creates an imbalance of ownership where the small, who can afford to ride out the economic undulations, can then scoop up assets at a discount from those who can't. And that's what's happened in our system, is that we have a very small number of people through usury and through legal extortion, taking assets from others, including gold, including land, including key resources, from these very practices. And it's manipulative and it's exploitative and it's immoral. And yet that's at the crux of all of our problems. That's what Germany got out from under. Germany said, no more. We're going to take the people that are doing this and we're going to physically kick you out of the country or put you in a work camp. You're no longer going to do this. And they took control of their own currency. And they issued their own currency, which replaced the old currency that was devalued to almost nothing. And this is how they turned their entire economy around. They eliminated that part of the commerce system and used the state to incentivize lending and borrowing, and all the benefits therein came to the accruance of the people, not to the private lenders.
Yeah. And how go ahead.
One more point about the government. We're not voting our way out of this. That's not how it's going to happen. Because
they got me. I'm joined. I'm going to be on in a minute.
Whether you vote Republican or Democrat or anything different, that system is what needs to come down. Because as long as you go in and work under that same system, we're never going to get out of it. So we should be demanding this shit. Because that really is the essential problem to all of your fucking economical problems. And that's a root
It's
problem.
what creates, debt slaves out of us all.
Exactly. It's fucking what's
you
the
get in
word
a
they call
hole.
it?
It's like a hole that you're trying to get out
sharking.
of, but the hole just keeps getting a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper as you're digging your way out of it. It really is fucked up when you think about it. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, should maybe do a whole live about that, about how the IMF works and all this stuff. Because this education is very important for people to understand what's going on. Because you hear these words, and without understanding the system itself, you're never going to be, oh, we're getting fucking screwed here. Something's got to change, and demand that change.
Yeah, I mean, it'll have to be dumbed down because most people start to fall asleep. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Like it's a rough topic. It's a 20-person listening topic. Unless you can spice it up. I mean, that's a hard one to get through. Yeah. I mean, I've watched it. But, I might have 120 people watch, and you start talking about the intricacies of finance and economics, and you just,
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It is, because it is such a vital part of it, but it's so most people don't. Even me, I'm no expert at this stuff. I just have like a general understanding of it, and it's like reading another language.
Yeah. And a last point that I was talking about, I really wanted to push this home. This idea of a popular incubator, which has to come from the civilians, right? that this idea has to have some sort of support system by other people. And I don't mean it has to be a support system as in you're the one that has to be on the front lines or you're the one that has to do whatever. But everybody has to play their role. If you don't do anything, to achieve anything, you're not going to get it. But there's a role that you can play within that system that I'm talking about to make the change. I don't know if I can explain it any further than what I'm saying.
You're talking about roles in which to help other people get through the situation. Is that what you're talking about when you say incubator?
Yeah, because we're going up against the government and the system. You're not going to vote your way out of it. So now let's think about it. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
I
get what you're saying.
There is men out there who are willing to be on the front lines. We just need to be the second and third line, which ain't shit. Just make that change.
And it has to be by example. It's something that you have to do and then show others this is what I'm doing, and they will also follow suit if they're able to.
And it all starts with the idea, which is born by education. Very important to talk about. I'll leave it right there, Liberal. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Trouble. Chip, did you want to, before we get to craps?
Well, that brings us back full circle to what we talked about earlier. So yeah, awareness is a big part of this. But even if everybody right now, if we snapped our fingers right now and every single person who normally doesn't plug into politics became fully aware of all of these problems, including the finance and the usury and the government and the corrupt ownership class and all those things. Okay, then the question is, well, then what? What is the willingness of the public to do something about it? And what level of risk are they willing to take on, and what sort of steps? Really, that's what it comes down to: is risk versus reward. And then what do we envision coming out the other side? And that's where we're not clear. And nothing is so unbearable right now, day to day, that people just can't take it anymore. Some people have reached that level, but the majority of people haven't reached that level yet. And so that's when somebody reaches a breaking point when. They don't have a place to stay anymore. They're living out of their car and they just can't deal with it anymore, or whatever. And that's when somebody's opened up to doing something more, something a little more involved than they had before.
Yep, you're right, and that's a big hurdle. That's a big hurdle to get over. Yeah, I mean, maybe you just wait until the bad shit happens, and then instead of pointing fingers, I told you so, then you just have to work with those who are under the pew, as it were, if that makes any sense. But no, thank you, Trouble. I appreciate you bringing that up and bringing us back to the beginning of the conversation 4 hours ago. Craps, welcome in. Thank you for waiting and being so patient.
Cool, man.
You had requested a while back, so thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey, I love you guys. I love what you're doing, man. This is totally cool.
Thank you.
Bottom line, I think we need, I know, good versus evil. Evil is winning big time right now. Okay. Personal righteousness is like your best. You got to start there. And then it really pissed me off when Trump got control of the military, and I hope to hell the military steps up, I mean, I don't know how. That's scary when the military follows Trump.
Yep.
Yep. I really like your ideas and what you guys are doing. And Chip, you're so damn smart. That's cool. And, but yeah, it'd be nice to be able to do what Germany did. Personally, I think it's so evil and so organized and so corrupt. I'm hoping we get an election, but I won't be surprised if they fuck that up big time. You know what I'm saying? I think that it is. I think maybe we have 7 years before Christ comes and cleans up this whole shit thing. But I mean, I know a lot of you guys don't go into Bible prophecy and all that stuff, but I really think if we could organize enough people, there are enough good people that want good to be done and not this evil shit, this Satan worshiping pedophile bunch of bastards that all need to be wiped out. But if somebody like you guys could probably get as many people together, organized, and then let us know exactly what we do. I mean, the one thing that probably needs to be done, you can't even talk about it, because the evil need to get rid of it, and you can't even talk about it on there. But I want you guys to just totally organize, do what you're doing, and let us know what you want us to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of what we're doing here. I don't
You're
know,
doing great.
Chip.
You're doing great. Keep
Is
doing it.
there, because I can speak to what is going on in my life right now, but Chip, is there something that you're doing now that you can point to?
Well, trying to find ways to be less dependent on the system is always an ideal thing. I mean, if you live in a built up area like I do, I mean, right now, if the power were to go out or if I couldn't get to the store, if the stores weren't resupplied, the question is what then? Things like having water purification, water filtration, some temporary shelter type of stuff, some extra food stored away, some lights, flashlights, basic preparedness stuff. Not, if the world ends, it's going to be tough to survive in a built area just because people are going to come take your stuff. But just having some of that is one thing you can do. Another thing you can do is just be clear in talking to people. Have the courage to speak to people and say, hey, have you thought about the what ifs that if we keep voting and none of this stuff tends to change, that we're going to have to do something different? Are you open to having that conversation? Because most people they want to put their head in the sand and just hope that voting will somehow change. It's like somehow, some way, some great leaders will come into the system like Mandami and just we're going to find a way to change things. We have to disabuse people of that. It's a total pageant. Elections are nothing more than a pageant to keep us with the illusion of choice. We don't have a choice. We have rulers, we have oligarchs that make all the decisions, and then unless we go for the people behind the curtain, we're not going to change the system. We're just wasting our time with voting. I think we should still do it, but our primary organizing should be at the local level to push back against the oligarchy, not to rally people to vote for candidate A or B.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it'll help if we some way can release the Epstein files completely, and definitely got to be a survivalist. You got to be able to grow your own food. You got to be able to
and share it with your neighbors.
Definitely survive off the grid. And I mean, my family are the highly educated ones, but hell, they're all Trumpers, and I don't get it. I just don't. They love me, I love them. Super good bond, but how in the hell can they support Trump? Shit, that just blows me away, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to do, but again, even if you tell these people it's going to be, they're only going to react to what happens to them when it happens to them. And
yeah, I mean, I love my family. That yeah, it.
But until then, the people like that Shamel guy at the Kimberly Clark plant, that stuff's going to continue, and maybe that will help work itself out. Yeah. Once they have to start doing cost benefit analyses on their the wages that they pay. Yep. If I don't pay enough, I may end up losing all my shit. That's they do it about everything else. They'll allow people to be unalived if that's going to cost them less than the recall.
That's right. They don't give a shit about life, man.
Right. And then have people like normal people come up and criticize because I call that person a patriot. Like they're unaliving you and then also convinced you to browbeat the people that are being unalived by them. It's crazy.
Yeah, and if you care at all about people, hell, the shit that's being done in this fucking world, man, it's so fucking evil. The war crimes, the whole bullshit there, man. It's just enough to make you want to unalive a lot of people,
Kara says, I got this. I'm a professional camper. Hit me up in the woods for a good meal. Go hunting for, mushrooms and stuff, which I don't suggest if you don't know what the hell you're doing. That's a good way to find yourself, food for the rodents.
I would say get as much money as you can and protect it, and so you can be as comfortable as possible when all the shit's happening. But I think we're in for a rough 7 years.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay, Kara. Now, Chip, well, I guess I can ask you this in private. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Oh, please ask him now.
Well, one of the suggestion, I know the prices are up, but if you don't have any physical metals like gold or silver, you don't have to buy a ton because prices fluctuate. But obviously, that's something that people will always accept. I don't know whether the physical currency, the dollars, U.S. dollars, are going to be something that people are going to want, especially if they do some sort of a switchover or if we go through hyperinflation. But if you have silver coins pre-1965, or if you have gold coins, people will always take a gold coin in exchange for something physical. So it's not bad to have some of those, not have all your eggs in one basket. If you only have currency in the bank, better to have something that you can trade for something if things go really bad.
Well,
how will the casinos survive? You think they'll be okay?
I think they will. They may make less profit, but I think they'll generally work through it because that's entertainment for a lot of people.
Yeah, the reservation casinos, I think they're going to survive.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay. These are like me, for example. I go from having a really good life to I could show everybody my mortgage not being paid overnight, but it's not like I haven't been here before. Most of us probably have that situation where we've been dealing with this, struggling for a long time. So, for us, it's just par for the course. But for some people that have never really known true struggle, especially financial struggle, or wondering what you're going to eat, those people are going to be the ones most devastated.
Yeah. I've been all the whole range. I've been married to millionaires, and I've been on the corner panhandling. So I've been everywhere. But I think shit's gonna happen, and you just got to be a survivalist, do your best, and try. Everybody's got to be as good as possible, and be educated on how evil these bastards are.
Yeah, Chip. Like, how effective do you think moving your money from a regular bank to a credit union would be? And aside from that, what is the least sacrificial thing that somebody can do, in your opinion, that can harm those, or at least bring attention to those that are pulling all the strings? What do you think?
Well, again, individual actions aren't bad, but they have to have certain scale to have impact, whether it's a boycott, whether it's removal of funds, non-payment of taxes, not paying your rent, your mortgage, your credit card bills, your student loans, or whatever it may be. If we could get 3 to 5% of the entire population to do any significant numbers of those, and the challenge is, well, who's going to do it, and how are they going to deal with the consequences of it? Your credit score gets hurt, you may lose where you're living, all these other secondary and tertiary impacts. This is where we have to have local support levels, just like a union has a fund. For example, I said earlier, I live alone, dog and 2 cats, in a 1-bedroom apartment, not huge, but I'd be willing to take in a family or a few people for a duration of a strike or a period of transition for as long as it took. That's something I can do. Would it be convenient? No. Would I like it? No. Is it a pain in the ass? Yeah. Is it a limited? Is it a small sacrifice in the big scheme of things? Yeah. I was in a war. I've been in jail. As long as you're not at war and jail, everything else is just a minor inconvenience. So I don't think people, and again, this is not a dig on people, but most people in America, notwithstanding those who are at the lower end who have really dealt with problems, but most Americans have never dealt with significant struggle that really is life and limb or serious inconvenience. They've had emotional trauma, they lose people in their lives, breakups, job stress, money stress. But I'm talking about real brass tacks problems like no water to drink, no clothes on your back, no place to stay, no heat, those kind of things. And those are big deals. It's traumatic. And, most people in America just aren't used to the concept of being in a position of suffering and sacrifice because we haven't had to so far. And that's not to denigrate anybody. It just is what it is. And so, again, I think the pain level is going to have to be increased dramatically for people to have a willingness to plug into some other sacrifices.
Yeah, I think, remember the old days when the rich would lose millions of dollars and then they'd throw themselves out the window, they'd kill themselves, and then there's a
you
guy
can't say that. Don't say that. Those words
yeah,
together.
unalived himself. Is that right? Can I do that? But anyway,
Yes.
yeah, and then there's that one guy that's just happier than hell, and he says, "Hey, any day I wake up and I'm not in prison, it's a good day," kind of thing like that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Chip, based on what you said, like, I don't know that those individual actions will make up the larger action. So it almost sounded as if you think that we should wait until a bunch of people are willing to do it. But I'm of the opinion your credit score, fuck it, it's about to get fucked anyway. So if you got shit, you don't have to pay them. You ain't got to wait for everybody else to stop.
I mean, that's one thing I did. I ran up a bunch of debt. I did this back in 2006 as well. If this was a small business giving me credit, I wouldn't do it to them because it affects their family. But these are big banks, the shareholders of which are on yachts sipping champagne and laughing at us regular people being so foolish to play their game. So you can, if you have good credit, you can either order credit cards, or if you have credit cards, you can run them up and just walk away. It's what's called unsecured debt. Now, it'll affect your credit score. So if you have a need to use your credit in the immediate future to get a loan for a car or to buy a home, then it's problematic. But if you don't really have an immediate need, or if you have another person that can co-sign for you, I mean, I did it for $165,000 back in 2007. And I won't disclose the amount that's in play right now. But, this is not something that if you don't have a need for your credit, I think credit scores are going to become irrelevant here soon because they're going to make everything unaffordable for everybody. So that's something you can do.
It's I'm my credit score. They called me at one point. I didn't even realize it, but I was like, well, I'm going to get a crappy car because I had a bunch of cash on me, and instead of paying for it, I was like, well, I can try to improve my credit. Because I'd gone for a long time. I didn't have a bank account. I didn't use bank account. Like I had removed myself totally from the system because of bad credit. Well, I get to this place and they called me a ghost. They said a ghost creditor or whatever. I had nothing on my credit report. And because I guess that, after 10 years or whatever, it all like went away. And so I got that loan. I managed to get my credit score back up, like 800, almost 800. It took fucking forever.
Another thing to know, and again, this is what rich people do, is you can shield your assets from creditors pretty easily. So let's say you do what I just said. Let's say you run up $100,000 of credit card bills, and you're worried they're going to sue you and come after you for the money, right? That makes sense. Same thing with the IRS. You can literally put your savings. You can create an LLC. You don't even have to disclose it's your name that does it. You can create an LLC, move your assets into the LLC. Those assets in the LLC can't be touched by creditors because only your name is on the lending agreement, even though you're the sole member of the LLC. Or you can create a trust. But an LLC is much easier to do. You can get them done for $100 out of state. Mine's out of Wyoming. But you can get them done anywhere. And there are services that'll be your registered agent, which is you have to have that in every state where they have an LLC. So there's all sorts of ways to shield your assets from anybody being able to collect on them. And by the way, there's a statute of limitations with the IRS. If they don't collect your tax bill within 10 years, they can't continue to pursue it. They have to write it off.
Never heard that. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, are you sure about that? Because
I'm positive because I went through it. I had to meet with a bankruptcy attorney and go through the whole 9 yards.
Wow.
Yeah, I had to go look back at what the time frame was, but apparently 1 year we just didn't file state at all, even though we filed federal. And I'm pretty sure it was like 12 years later that they came after us about that. And we didn't even know until we got that letter. And then we were like, what the fuck? And I'm pretty sure it was over 10 years. I could be wrong, but, I'd have to go back and look. So are you certain of that?
Well, the only thing is if you have real property and it's titled in your name or your spouse, tenant in commons, whatever it is, then you have to move that asset into a trust. Anything that's in your name has to be moved elsewhere to evade collections, which is kind of a pain, but not that big of a deal. And if you owe a lot of money, the cost to set up a trust might be $5,000 or $10,000 with an attorney. If you owe somebody $80,000, it's worth it to do it. And these are things that the rich people do. They put all their stuff in LLCs and trusts, so they're completely unreachable by lawsuits and creditors.
Well, I was talking about the state taxes that you said after 10 years. I'll look it up, but I'm pretty sure that Oklahoma came after us.
Well, that's state, not federal. That's state, not federal.
Oh, I thought you said that after 10 years, state taxes couldn't come after you.
No, federal tax.
Oh, okay. I must have misheard you then.
Every state's different in terms of its collection laws.
What would happen if everybody delayed paying taxes for 1 year?
Well, there is a tax strike that people are participating in this year and more. But here's the thing. Like I said earlier, the government can print money. So if it doesn't collect tax revenue, whatever it doesn't collect, it'll just monetize the difference.
You can't affect them that way. Okay.
I mean, they don't want to have it be that we're having to monetize an extra $2 trillion a year if everyone's not paying taxes, because that hurts the money supply and stokes inflation, but it's not going to halt them in their tracks.
Yeah. So make a list. What do we do first? What do we do second? What do we do third?
You help people.
First thing is pull your money out of the damn bank.
Okay, got that done. What do we do second?
Stop paying your shit. I guess do the trust thing. I'll have to look into that, Chip.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing to do.
Well, really, it's withdrawing from the system as much as you can in whatever way you can. So the menu of things, so to speak, go from not working. If you can afford not to give somebody your labor, that's good, especially the more people you can do it. Don't send your kids to schools, which is complete indoctrination anyway. Don't pay your taxes at the state, local, and especially at the federal level. Don't pay any of your debts, which is your mortgage, your car payment, your student loans, your credit card bills, whatever debt obligations you have. Just don't pay. Shift your assets to a place where you can't be, killed by that. And again, these all have other side repercussions. They're going to affect you, and we have to have a system of mutual aid to backstop those who are going to be affected by this negatively. These go together like peanut butter and jelly. You can do even more stringent things if you're so inclined. We've seen what's happened recently with people taking more, quote, direct action against property in person. I think those should be last resorts. But really, getting more people to act at scale is the key, because you and I doing it one off is it's good. It doesn't make anywhere near the impact. We have to have enough people doing it at scale. So you have to make people aware. Really, you have to inspire people, because talking about what's wrong with the system, yeah, people are like, okay, but you have to talk about what could be better and how it could be better and why. That gets people to do something.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's literally a mental shift, right? Where, how can I say it? Where you stand on who you are and what you want to happen. Where you are going to be that person that does things to make a difference. You're going to be that person to help other people get to where you want to get to. It's not just about me or you. It's about everybody together. So if we get people around us to do what we're doing and do it ourselves, it's different than not doing it and just talking about it. There has to be that collective way of getting that shift in order for this idea to be born, to become an actual idea. I think that's ultimately where it starts, is to be that person. You are that person. You want to be that person that makes that actual tangible change. That's I think is something to look forward to. I think that you have to have a positive outlook towards it, and if you're worried about the future, like Chip said earlier, how did we live back in the day before this money? We traded, we did things. It's not going to be the all be all end all. It's not. There's a lot of smart people out there that can get us out of this problem if we actually get to the root cause and get rid of that first. Then we can solve the problems. If we don't get rid of this problem, that the biggest and how should I put it, hardest part, which is I think is easier than what everybody thinks if we actually fucking did something about it, because the people that want change are a hell of a lot more than the people that don't want it. And they'll become isolated. It's that simple. But you need to be that person and you need to get people on board. Not just on TikTok. I'm talking about your family, your friends. Talk to them. Tell them, look, here's what I've done. You should do this. This is what's going on. And get them involved that way. That idea has to become something that is livable. And be that person. Live it up to be that way.
Let me just say, we're up against it because I can't even get people really to tap the fucking screen on a TikTok live that they're watching for hours. So, it may be that they have to because they lose their job or whatever before they do anything. And then they're going to be looking for everybody else at that point to help them out. And when they weren't willing to sacrifice anything up until that point anyway. So, I don't know. So tap the damn screen. I'm just kidding. I really am kidding. And there are a few of you that have been tapping the fuck out of the screen, and I greatly appreciate you all for that. But it's just, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know that people are going to do it.
Can I ask, what would happen with the peaceful protests if all the peaceful protesters were armed? Would that fuck things up, or would it be better?
Well, I mean, depends on, which side of the news cycle you want to be on. I don't know that.
Can I also jump in on this?
If we don't exhaust economic means, going straight to that, because there are other ways to go about it.
Yeah.
That you have to try. But
I think protesting shows numbers. I think the more people, if they protest and they have these big numbers, I'm not talking about one-off protests here and one-off protests there. I'm talking about 24/7, 15 million people on the streets at all times. You're going to see a huge change come down the pipe because that's what everybody's waiting for. They want to see those big numbers and that support system. And you're not going to see it if you're not involved in it. And they're not going to air it on the air. They're not going to do whatever. But when you go to protest, I know people say, yeah, it's peaceful and whatever. Yeah, but if there's enough numbers, guess what? Then there's going to be the people who are on the front lines are going to make a fucking change because now they know they have the support system. Now I can see it with my own eyes. There's no reason for me to say fucking chicken, right? Or whatever the, not sacrifice. Let's see. For me not to sacrifice for the greater cause at the end of the day. I'm doing it for my children. Because in this capitalist system, I don't know what fucking capital you have, but I don't have any. I don't know if people have, even if you have $1 million, it's fucking nothing. Because, like a million seconds is 11 days. A billion seconds is 31 years. That's the point I'm trying to make. There's a lot of money to be spread around to pay everything off, and we're always going to be in this big divide and never get anywhere. I'll leave it right there again. And if you want to drop me, I think I've been talking for too much and too many ideas. Thanks for having me again.
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate it, man. You're welcome to hang out, but we will be wrapping up shortly. But Carson, what's up?
Hey guys, I'm really glad you're having this conversation, but I do have a question, maybe for Chip or anyone. Because I'm I am on board already. I'm not paying shit. Today's the last day to file taxes, and I was going to do it until, but I haven't done it so far because I feel like morally I literally cannot pay these overlords, And, but what do I do? Do I just not do it? Chip, how do I do this?
Take it, Chip.
Maybe he's not available.
Well, I'd offer my opinion. My opinion is that can put you in jail. Yeah. And you can't do a whole lot of good if you're going through court and going to jail. So I would file. Yeah, I mean, that's going to create other problems. I would file, you know what I mean? But the thing that people have been doing is exempting everything, putting that money into a separate account, hawking it away and not touching it to make sure that when the bill comes due, you can pay it. But then for that entire year, it's like a tax strike or whatever, that they get nothing until the one lump sum. I mean, but Chip, did you hear her question, Chip?
Unfortunately, I had to go outside and walk the dog real quick, so I didn't hear. What did she ask?
Go ahead and ask it again, Carson.
I was just, I wasn't going to file my taxes this year. I didn't make that much anyways. I was just working like a little bit door dashing. So, I don't know, but I am scared about going to jail. So if that's going to happen, I'm definitely going to file. But I was going to ask you, like, how do I go about it? Do I file exempt? Do I just, because I also feel like, fuck this.
Well, I'd be irresponsible to advise people like what to do in terms of your own choices. I think that what I try to do is point out things that people could choose to do if they so desire. Everybody's circumstance is different. In terms of the mechanics of what to do to actually do it, are you working at an employer or self-employed, or what do you do?
Right. No, I've just been door dashing this year. Like, that's it.
So you're 1090, which is an independent contractor. So generally
Right.
speaking, if your wages are above $600, then they're considered 1090able. So did DoorDash already send you a 1090?
They haven't sent me anything, so I don't know. But I know that I can like go on the app and download the paper, and that I need to do it myself.
Yeah.
But they haven't sent me anything, so I don't know.
Maybe they sent you a notice and you have to go download it. But either way, if you make more than $600, the company can claim that against as a tax deduction, and you have to then pay taxes on the money as an independent contractor according to your income bracket. I'm not a tax advisor. I'm just letting you know what the laws are. And so that's just up for you to do. It's up to your conscience whether you do or don't do that. Now, what is the likelihood if indeed
You cut out.
If somebody chose not to pay that, and what would then happen next potentially? Well, it goes a couple ways. So the IRS is obviously, if more and more people are making these decisions, then they're going to be more and more inundated with how to decide what to go after. I think some of their manpower or personnel has been thinned out some. So the chances of one being audited is probably low already. Where they prioritize the value of money they go after is also another consideration. If you owe, I don't know, it's $300, chances of you getting audited for $300 is probably non-existent, or whatever your taxable amount is. So again, the liability is going to make a difference in terms of doing it. I mean, in terms of going to jail, I've never heard of anybody going to jail for non-payment of a small amount of taxes. They usually work out payment plans. It's only for those who refuse to even work out a payment plan or even communicate with the IRS do they try to take to court. It's very, very rare for someone to go to jail for not paying taxes.
Right? Okay, that's what everyone has told me so far, which is why I was, even more sure about not doing it. But I did, like I said, I didn't know. Do I just file exempt?
But
do I
the
just
risk
not
is
do
not
anything?
zero.
Right. But I feel like I'm willing to risk owing, and getting audited. But I don't know. I cannot risk going to jail. That's the thing. I have a daughter. I have a 6-year-old,
Yeah. The risk is not zero, because here's the thing that generally speaking, because I worked DoorDash and Grubhub and Uber Eats for a long time. I filed many a tax return with them, and it was always above that generally with my but you have to fill out your logs. You have to have your logs in order, the miles and stuff that you put down. If you're not sure, you can go back over Google Maps. If you use Google Maps to have that stuff available or whatever, you can figure out how many miles, and almost certainly your deduction for mileage is going to cover that. And so you may not owe anything at all.
Any good tax man will get her money back.
Right. Yeah, the expenses that you can write off for that is pretty high. Yeah, so you're gonna. I mean, I don't know that you'll pay. That you'll owe anything anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I've door dashed on and off for years now, and I've never filed for DoorDash. Like, I guess I just haven't been thinking about it, or but nothing has happened. I haven't received, but I know that I need to try to, get it more in order. But
yeah, if you make over
know.
600 or under 600, like Chip said, they're not going to send you anything once you make over that. So in the past, if you'd done that and it was less than $600, then it wouldn't have been a problem anyway.
No, it's definitely more.
Yeah, and to that point,
like 600 a year, a lot more.
Right. To that point, let me just show people what it looks like being a dasher. And this is when I really started to go away, because what they did was they made it so that you basically had to take everything they sent you, or they would just send you nothing but trash. So if your acceptance rating, because you'd be able to cherry pick the orders. If it wasn't something that you could profit from, you could decline it and then take the orders that were worth taking that you could profit from. Well, my acceptance rating would be like, between 0 and like 8%. Sometimes I'd get to 13%. Most of the orders I would just decline. But then at some point they made it where your acceptance rating had to be over 70% as an independent contractor, and otherwise you would just get nothing but trash. I'm going to pull some of these up on the screen just to prove to you guys the kind of shit that your DoorDash driver may get, and this is what caused me to leave. This is 16.8 miles. I don't know if you guys can see that. One way for $4.75. You see that? DoorDash wanted to pay me $4.75 to go 16.8 miles one way. Here's one here. 10.5 miles, $5.25. Again, one way. You can see this would go all the way down here, and in order to get another load, you'd have to come all the way back up into this area here to get another load. So you're double that for $5. Or this here, 10.8 miles for $2.75. And this is legit. I took these screenshots myself.
How much was gas?
Well, I mean, $3 a gallon, $2.75. But the wear and tear on the vehicle is right. The biggest expense. It is not hard to, if a full-time DoorDash driver, it's very easy to hit 60,000 miles in a year. Real easy. Right here, 3.4 miles, $2.25. 5.5 miles, $2.25. 19.5 miles, $12.27. 5.1 miles, $2.25. This is what, look at this, 17.8 miles for $9. This is what these companies have done to us. And we're expected to just roll over and fucking take it.
And Liberal, now that gas is so high, because, DoorDash, like you just showed, it's not really shit. It really isn't. But I was doing okay somehow with it. Sometimes I'd make around like 15 or even 20 an hour about, it depends how much people tip you and the whole thing. But now, since this stupid war and the gas prices, it's like, I obviously have to find something else either way, but now it's literally impossible,
Right. Well, next time you make that $20 an hour, right? Go and look at how many miles you drove. I actually created an Excel spreadsheet to determine my cost per mile, and it was just under, because I used a beater. I didn't use like a new car, so the depreciation of value was not added into it, which is what the AAA number is for, like 60 cents a mile is the cost or whatever. Generally speaking, that's what AAA says. But if you take away the depreciation, if you're not worried about that because your car is trash anyway, it was still over 30 cents for me a mile in a car that gets really good gas mileage. So at 30 cents a mile, depending on how many miles you drove in that hour to get that $20, you might have been making $2 to $3 to $4 because your transmission goes out. It's a couple $1,000.
Yeah.
Right? You because in that,
And I have no money for that.
Right. In that, I figured it in even the cost of oil changes and shit like that. They really, because when you do the math and you do the numbers on that, it's, it really, you're getting pennies if you think about it. Because, if you're not like putting money aside for breakdowns, DoorDash ain't going to help you. 400 here, 500 there, $1,000 here. Air conditioner goes out. You know what I mean? Like that's very costly. And that's what these companies want us to do, and that's why people are gonna have to. They're gonna have to do something. It's just untenable, and that's why you should tip your drivers if you do order. And you should tip them even before you get the food, because you're not even just tipping like as a gratuity. You're fucking paying them because they don't pay enough. Like the $4 ones, the $2 ones, that's without the tip. And DoorDash will I don't know if they still do this because it's been a while since they would hide the tip in the order. So you're rolling the dice. You don't know what the tip is. They'll hide the tip and you won't see it. So everybody, after it gets over like $5, they'll start hiding the tip in the cost of it, and they won't show you the full price that you get or the full amount that you get until after you've delivered. Pretty crazy. But the $2 ones, that's all you're getting. There ain't no tip on that. Looking $20 for $2. Get out of here. 20 miles for $2. Anyway, that's triggering to me because I used to make really good money doing that. And it just
I drove for Uber. I did the same spreadsheet you did. I calculated my costs. I drove an electric car, compact Chevy Bolt. I could charge it for free. All I had to do was pay for tires and brake pads once every so often. So my cost was like 24 cents a mile. It wasn't very much based on the value of my vehicle. But Uber changed all of the bonus structure in March of 2023. I remember it like it was yesterday because I was able to take 4 rides an hour and try to get a $5 or $6 bonus per trip. And they changed the bonus structure per active hour. So in other words, instead of getting $5 per trip, you'd get $5 per active hour. What that means is you have to either be en route to pick somebody up or taking somebody to their destination in order to get a portion of that $5 bonus. So instead of making an extra 25 or $30 an hour gathering up those bonuses, you make an extra $2 or $3 an hour. And that gutted the revenue because most of the trips themselves are terrible pay. The shorter trips were better, but the longer trips were terrible. I would never take somebody to the airport.
Right.
Just wasn't worth it. I mean, it doesn't math. Even though it's more dollars, the math doesn't math because you're putting in so many more miles, which depreciates your vehicle. Basically, the gig economy. No offense to anybody who does it, because we're all where we are. But you're basically front running your car's equity. So you're being paid out of your car's equity as a loan, but that money's due back to fix the maintenance problems as your car, degrades.
And
you're not actually earning any money.
It comes at random times that you don't know. Something breaks down. Tire goes out, air conditioner goes out, oil needs change. You know what I mean? It really is. And I don't know. Watching that happen, the way that it went from you could make $1,000, $1,500 a week easy and put, not a whole lot of miles on the car to making dog shit while these companies get massive and bloated and still run at a loss, and yet the stocks are great. Those people are living in massive mansions. Fuck that shit.
It's
they
just
really
more
got us by the balls.
More corporate exploitation is what it comes down to.
That's right. Yeah, and one of the benefits to being a contractor was being able to decide, do I want to take this order or not? And that's a decision that you get to make. That's like telling a roofer, well, you can do this roof. You can say yes or no, at some point. And so you take the ones that profit you, right? You can make money off of it. And then eventually they're like, no. You have to take them all, including the ones where you lose a shitload of money on them because we said so, while paying for your own health care and shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a bad deal. It's definitely taking advantage of people in the worst kind of way.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, go ahead.
Well, it's just that's our system. That's unfortunately our system. People who come to visit here are just shocked that we put up with it.
Right. And they're like, "Oh, look what we did. We loopholed because DoorDash can still claim, oh well, they'd still have control over it. They can, they can decline those orders, except you really can't because then all you get are those fucking 10-mile $2 trips until you reach that 70% mark, and then you start getting the decent orders. So they effectively force you into just taking everything." Being the only
I remember I would sit there, I would decline like 30 rides in a row because I did the math. You only have 5 seconds to make the decision. You have to do the math they tell you how many miles and what the value is, and you have to figure out the time, the traffic, and of course the pay per mile, and all the offers were below a certain threshold. So I would decline like 30 rides in a row, and they don't want you declining rides. They want you to accept all the rides.
Yeah.
So
and it's like, I would if you paid me.
It's garbage.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they used to where DoorDash used to, and they got in trouble for this. They would pay, they would give you a rate, whatever it was, right? And then you'd get paid out of that rate. Well, if the customer, for example, let's say they offered $6.50 for an order, and you could do 3 of those in an hour, whatever. But then you get it, and then you get paid, and you see that somebody left a $5 tip. Or a $5.50 tip, right, on a $6.50 order. DoorDash would drop its pay down to $1 because you were tipped $5.50. So then they would give you the $5.50. So 100% of the tip goes to the driver, is what they were saying. And then DoorDash would just pay $1. You could get that same order, $6.50, paying you, and then you would deliver it, 0 tip. And DoorDash paid $6.50.
Yep.
These people are fucking gross. And then the moment that they got in trouble, because I would tell people in my community, guys, don't tip. There's no point tipping cash or tip after the fact because they're paying us anyway. They'll pay us if you don't tip. And so when people got onto that and then they got sued, they turned around and then started making it where your acceptance rating had to be to a certain level. So to basically force you into that, taking all those shit orders, because you would go to a restaurant and you'd see their to-go, like their DoorDash shelf full of orders that have been sitting there for an hour because somebody didn't tip. And DoorDash is offering you $2 to go, 10 miles. Nobody picking that up. And so that food would sit there and rot. And so DoorDash started losing money. And that's when they started doing the acceptance rating stuff. They'll fuck you to save themselves.
Hey, how about if we get a list of how many people will sign up for the American People Party? Could you keep track of that?
Yeah.
Why
Chip,
not?
Okay, so I laugh because starting a party in this country, I feel like is a hurdle that is very hard. That would be very difficult to even... Because we already have third parties, and they've never been viable. I mean, Ross Perot had, 25% of the vote. I think that was the biggest third-party candidate in history. Yeah. Chip, what do you think of, like, a third party? Like, I'm not completely opposed to it. I just think that is I don't know that it's worth the squeeze.
How many people would like it?
No, it's better off to start a religion. And then you get tax exempt status, and then you can just lobby based on a religion.
Right. It's a religion. That's funny. I mean, do you think, though, that is not worth the effort that it would take, Chip? I mean, do you share that kind of view, or?
No, because the problem is with the third party system, there are third parties right now that there's the Libertarian Party, there's the Green Party, Constitutional Party, there's all sorts of third parties. The problem is that the two party system, every federal elections are done by state by state. And the states make it so difficult for the third parties to get their candidates on the ballot that it's nearly impossible, and it costs a fortune. You got to get like 70,000 signatures,
right,
all within a very small window of time. They make it punitive and impossible for any competition, and that's all by design. We're going to have to completely change the entire system, scrap the old system, and create a new system. It's the only way to fix the problem.
And how do you do that? Okay, what do we need to do?
Need to have leverage.
We got to have numbers, right?
Got to have leverage. So something has to be done at enough scale to have enough of an impact to make somebody experience some pain, so they're willing to make some changes or concede on some things. Because absent that, a protest, even though it feels good to be there, it doesn't in a material way affect anybody.
Yeah, because they don't give a shit. Yeah, they don't. They'll see 9 million people outside their door and smoke their cigars and drink their scotch and watch it and laugh and giggle. And they get in their underground tunnel that goes to the other building across the street and get in their car and drive home, or their helicopter. They like, it's really good. Like the Kimberly Clark stuff, that's the leverage, because when crazy people do things like that, they'll notice that $650 million up in smoke in one moment. That's noticeable. 9 million people out in the street. Blip.
May 1st is being promoted. I've just seen videos, maybe you've seen them, as a general strike day. General strikes are technically illegal in the United States. That's why they're illegal, because they can be crippling. But supposedly there's a tax strike people are participating in, a general strike, like a boycott, no purchasing anything, no work on May the 1st. And so we'll see how that goes. But again, one day is not enough. Not even 1 week is enough. You need to have about 15 or 20 million people do it for about 2 to 3 months. That'll seize up the entire system to whatever degree people can do any of the things on the menu. The more, the better. I think actually, believe it or not, in the short run, the damage to property or the damage to person is actually counterproductive, because it turns away people who otherwise might be willing to take on some of the other tasks. They don't want to be violent or associated with violence, and that makes sense. Only the more radical people are going to do that. But I do agree, in the long run, those tactics probably need to work their way into the fold, as regrettable as that is, because a lot of the times they'll still find ways to ignore the destructive ones. And you got to be willing to step to a pretty dirty level to beat these folks. These are some bad people.
Really bad.
Now, Holden, welcome in. Good to see you, man.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Good to see
fine.
You too.
We're fighting the oligarchy and the techno-oligarchy. This is the resistance. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I've been hearing you. I actually saw a video today of the whole thing with what we're doing with the Hormuz, blocking it, but we're still letting the China boats go through. And it was a pretty scary video for me, and that's part of, I don't know how they brought it. It's like, now China, if we blockade them, now does China blockade Taiwan and then starve them out? And then if we keep going after Iran, they could go to the other side of the Red Sea and hit up their allies to block the Red Sea, which is another 20% of oil. It's like, wow. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I saw that about the, them claiming to open the strait. I don't know. Like, I hadn't dug enough in it, and it's U.S. propaganda. So,
well, right now they have a blockade supposedly, but China boats just went right through it, and so now they're saying maybe they'll just put China boats all through there and just let them all go through and ship to different countries.
Didn't China? Sorry,
go ahead, Carson.
I was just going to say, didn't China threaten something if their boats weren't able to pass?
Oh yeah, I mean China's the same country that's giving stuff to Iran to take our stuff down, and China
Well,
just gets to go right through.
the last reporting I saw, and again, this is from U.S. media, is that
Yeah.
China agreed to not send any weapons to Iran, and Trump was allowing the boats to go through. And it wasn't just Chinese boats. He's claiming victory, and Iran said that they were going to, blockade the Red Sea or whatever. But again, this is U.S. propaganda stuff, so I
Right.
don't know, how true any of that is because that just came out.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you don't know what goes on. That guy's. Oh man, that guy. We are in a shit show right now.
Yeah, I mean, because he could be just totally lying about
Yeah.
it. He just make up.
We have a deal.
Because he do what?
He said we have a deal, and then Iran says we never talked to you about a deal. Remember that a couple weeks ago or a week ago?
Right, and he does that all the time where he's like, I talked to so and then so and so's like, motherfucker, we never talked. So, China thinking Trump, I don't know. I'm I'm going to need a little more than that, than the word of Fox News and Donald Trump and fucking Twitter. But, I guess we'll see. But Iran, I'm sure, is, they're going to do something to hurt us one way or the other.
You remember when you were talking about the being a patriot, about the guy in the toilet paper factory?
Yes.
I sent you a song somebody made. It's pretty good. It's about that.
So is that the guy with the guitar? I'm pretty sure I saw that the other day. Let me actually
like something's going on in here.
Yes, no, I somebody shared that in the resistance group. Let me pull it up because it is pretty funny.
Yeah, it's a short little. It's kind of true.
Yeah, give me a second. It is kind of clever the way he did that. Where are you at?
And when you talk
sent
about
it to my alt. That's okay. Hold on.
I sent to the both, so you can access.
Oh, did you send it to?
Way.
Okay, so it might be in my message request. Okay, there you are. I found you. For some reason, that went to my message requests. You know how you have to like click on message requests.
Accept it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here. Let me.
TikTok's weird.
Here we go. Let me pull this up on the screen so everybody can see it if they haven't seen it yet. It's pretty funny.
Who sings that song that's like, there's something happening here? What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a lighter over there telling me, get the fuck out of here. Think it's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? This motherfucker is burning down. What a field day for the heat. That CEO's probably losing sleep. Lost his job and he ain't getting paid. Guess he should have paid that one guy a livable wage. Think it's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? This motherfucker is burning down. We stop. Hey, what's that sound? This motherfucker is burning down.
I love it.
So who sings?
Love it.
I think it's Buffalo Springfield is the name of the band.
Because that was in the 60s, wasn't it?
Yeah, 67 or so.
Great song. And his version is great too.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty clever. Yeah, people are so creative. I'm surprised the music. Well, not so surprised that the music industry itself hasn't jumped on to some form of the culture changes in music as we saw in the 60s. I haven't seen enough of that today, and it needs to happen.
I'm writing a few of them.
I was going to say, but we know who's operating and in control of the music industry, and it makes sense why they don't.
Yep.
There's certain artists, I think. You're talking about talking about what's going on,
Right.
like Green Day does and Eminem does, and there's some artists that do that.
Yeah. And it needs to be, of course, I don't really even listen to the radio much anymore, so maybe there's more of it than I'm aware of, but I certainly don't hear a lot of it on TikTok or otherwise. I don't know. We got our work cut out for us, guys. They got us over a barrel. So, I mean, we couldn't even get some people to agree to pull their money out of a regular bank and put it into a credit union. I can't even get people to tap when I ask them to. Got a lot of work to do, y'all. And if you're in there working, I get it, y'all. I get it. Don't take it personal, but jeez.
I'm just wondering when the world's going to say enough's enough, and they're going to all get together and put us in our place.
Fight Op. They own the fighting industry too. That's what I'm going to deconstruct. This is something I've actually been thinking about a lot the last several days. Like the build up to the UFC, for example, seems coincidental with that kind of ideology and violent type of viewpoint or whatever. It's very interesting. You know, how the funding of that came, how all of that shit worked out, and how it's being used currently to, I don't know, put people up on pedestals that certainly shouldn't be there, and to, you know, I don't know, put people in positions of authority that don't need to be, with violence as entertainment. Although I got to say, you know, I'm guilty of enjoying that because it is entertaining to watch.
So I never got into the UFC. I watched some boxing and wrestling, but never UFC.
Yeah, UFC always, of course, I'd been watching it since it was, you know, underground tapes getting passed around on VHS. And then when money starts flooding into it, is kind, you know, that's like the TV show The Ultimate Fighter really turned that shit around and mainstreamed the UFC in a big way. I used to love that show too. You know?
Me too, man. It was great.
Yeah, a lot of Forrest Griffin, Stephen Bonner. That fight to this day. Have you seen that, Craps?
Yep.
Jeez. What a bloodbath.
That's some serious fighting, man. Shit.
That was, man. I'm surprised that Stephen didn't do a lot better afterwards. You know, nowhere near Forrest. But I don't know. Fight Op. I would. Do you do videos or something? Let me send you an invite because I'm actually intrigued by your. You're kind of digging into that. Unless you're busy, maybe you're busy.
Hey, boss, you can drop me anytime if you want. I love you guys, and I'll be supporting you and doing whatever the hell you think we need to do. This is crap. You know? Well, if you need to make more room, do it.
Yeah, well, I probably should have wrapped up about 30 minutes ago. But, you know, you're welcome to hang out until we go.
Oh, cool.
I just kind of want to see what Fight is, because I'm interested in what Fight has been working on. That might be something, you know, for content later.
Cool.
Yeah, now, Chip, I know you said Ari Emanuel. Are you aware of, you know, things where those people have found themselves integrated into the UFC?
Yeah, that guy, Ari Emanuel, is Rahm Emanuel's brother. Rahm Emanuel was the chief of staff to Barack Obama.
Piece of shit.
J/Zio Supreme people.
Yeah.
And their father was a founding member of the Irgun, the terrorist organization that hit the King David Hotel. So these are the same people like the Ellisons and the, all these families that are gobbling up the Adelsons. You know, the Adelsons bought the Dallas Mavericks from Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban is also tribal, for those who don't know.
What do you mean he's tribal? He's
Endeavor Group Holdings.
Groups that once in a while wear smaller headgear.
Wow. So he bought. That makes a lot of sense. He bought the UFC for $4 billion.
Yeah, when you start looking into the ownership structure of all entertainment, media, conglomerates, banking,
fuck,
it gets very, very consistent in the pattern. That's what Kanye West was pointing out, and he got ridiculed for it, but it's the truth.
That's anti-Semitic. That's a trope. All those are stereotypes, except it's always fucking true.
They'll call you a name, but they can never tell you're lying.
And see, I didn't know that, and I've watched UFC since fucking high school.
Yeah.
You know.
And then, sorry.
No,
but I just want to say to you and Chip, and then when you point it out, right, that they're all Zionists and they're all, you know, and then they go, well, what does it matter? What does it matter?
That is fucking...
I've seen that before. I've seen them do that to you before, Chip. Why are you focusing on the fact that they're Jewish?
Oh, I had somebody reach out.
It's like we're just pointing it out. Like, nobody cares that they're Jewish.
Yeah, I had somebody...
If there was a combination of Vietnamese business interests that controlled, 90% of our Senate and Congress, I would say, why is there such a disproportionate influence of, there's only 2% Vietnamese Americans or less. Why do they have so much inordinate power and wealth? That's noteworthy. So in this case, it just happens to be somebody else.
And okay, so like that blows my mind a bit, but I guess it shouldn't really surprise me. But when you think about somebody needing to take over the entertainment industry in all of the aspects that they've taken over the entertainment industry, that speaks to cultural manipulation. That's what that's for. That's its purpose, to manipulate one's culture. Your culture is derived a lot from music, the things that you find entertainment value from. It can completely shift the culture, or at least the perception of cultures of people such as black people in this country. What you listen to some of the rappers that talk about their complaints of the industry and the music that was pushed out in the 90s, for example. This was purposeful, and it continues. It's very subtle. You don't really know that, if there's somebody pulling the strings or whatever. Or I even hear like, just because somebody with a little hat is the CEO of a company, they don't run that company. It's a publicly traded company. All the shareholders run the company. For real. Like, it's fucking crazy to me. And of course, you're the bigot if you point these things out and say that's a problem that, 1% to 2% of the population essentially runs, everything. Crazy. And even to Chip, like what Carson was saying, I don't know what she was talking about, them going after you, Chip, but somebody reached out to me to try and, spin some fucking shit about some past stuff that, Chip had said or whatever online. Oh my God, I can't believe you platformed Chip Barnes. Fuck you. It's crazy.
They try to assassinate people's character in any way they can to try to. Again, if what you're doing and the way you behave is defensible, you don't need to go after anybody. Just present your argument, and if your argument makes sense, then people are going to embrace it and put it to bed. But they can't do that, so they have to try to go after whoever the messenger is, because they can't argue the message.
Yep.
They're doing it with Candace Owens right now, Tucker Carlson, Anna Kasparian, anybody online who's speaking out. Anybody and everybody.
Yep. Doing it to me.
I wouldn't pay attention to them. They're like flies on a wall. They're probably the people that don't do anything talking about people that do something. That's the funny part. I just want to tell Chip, by the way, I'm Pally Talk of Help Feed Gaza Now.
Yeah, I remember. I remember you.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, your voice is very unique.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I mean, I've had enough of I don't know what you want to call it, people doing things or saying things or giving me attitudes because maybe they feel like I'm doing more than what they're doing. I just don't worry about it. Like, I don't even fucking address it, to be honest with you. And I've been just fine.
Yeah, Wrath is right. Seems those who stick up for what's right get the most shit talked about them. Yep. And they traipse around as somebody else. A lot of this stuff is happening where it's not even about that. It's just about whatever. It's crazy. And I mean, I understand like ignoring it, trouble, like that's yes, but in some instances there are things that they do that seriously injure people. Even to the point of self-unalivement.
Hey, Tim, have you done any look into the Heritage Foundation and Zionist? Is there a link between those two?
I haven't personally looked. I imagine, Chip, you probably have.
What relationship between whom?
Zionists and the Heritage Foundation.
I'm sure. Well, the whole conservative like think tank movement with PragerU and that whole Salem Media Network and all those folks are intertwined.
So not only are they hitting us, they hit us really hard in this administration with the Heritage Foundation. They finally got their big foot in the door.
They cover all angles. They don't care left, right, in between. They try to cover every base.
Yep. And they're very, very, very good at it. They're good at what they do.
Almost too good.
Yeah.
Well, with the Heritage Foundation, what I've been informed on, it's been a long plan for at least 50 years, and I think they started hard with Reagan, right?
I mean, that's just one vehicle. Is the vehicle always changes? They just change the vehicle. It's the same general tactics, just a different look.
Right.
Hey, does anybody think that Trump is the Antichrist?
No.
I saw AI on that with his picture, with his healing picture he had.
When he was a doctor, he's just helping people. Holden, come on.
So what? Somebody made a good video. No, but somebody made a good video about that. How he could have confused it. It was because I guess his press secretary said it was a doctored picture, and he thought, "Oh, I'm a doctor." Somebody said that. Then there's other words, where he doesn't understand, like this excursion instead of in what the other word for like we're going in, like he's mixed these words incursion? Up. Yeah, incursion, and he's called it an excursion. Somebody made us. There's a lot of. If on my page I posted it, this woman pointed out like 6 different things where he probably confused the word, and that's why he sounds so weird. Like I'm a doctor instead of doctorate,
That's fucking funny. I had a thing up. I think I changed it when I
last week.
Oh no, that's not it. Hold on. I had a fucking. Let me see if I can pull it back up here. It was
last week. Kamala Harris told the National Action Network convention she is thinking about running again.
Yeah, here it is. I saw this on Twitter this morning. This is actually pretty funny. Let me pull it up here. There we go. Somebody did his interview all up.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Oh my gosh,
that's pretty good though, man. The things people can. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna play this. I had this up just in case. I at one point I actually appreciated this guy, but now I cannot stand this motherfucker.
Ditto.
Michael Rappaport. Here we go.
Somehow, some way, in 2026, in the United States of America, do not feel completely safe, wanted, or included. Some might choose just to put their heads down and mind their business, and that's okay. So I vow to attack, expose, mock, and tease any one of these anti-Jewish blow jobs, and they're hateful, and for some reason they're able to get away with their hate exposed as anti-Zionism and Israel this and Israel that, but they have this hateful propensity. They have this non-stop hate. And I know in my gut that if you have a hate for people that support the right for the state, the Jewish state of Israel to exist, you have other hate in you. You just can't say it. It's hidden. You say it behind closed doors. You won't say it on your podcast. You won't say it on social media because it's unacceptable. The only acceptable form of mainstream hate is the hate of Jews and the hate of Zionists. And I don't accept that. Being Jewish, being in support of the Jewish state of Israel is not a free-for-all for your dirty, rotten scum public vitriol. You can trick it any way you want. You can cute it up any way you want. You can put your bells and whistles and your Wikipedia references. It's unacceptable. And I vow to give every one of these the same energy, the same sarcasm, the same amount of disrespect. Tim Dillon, that's why I have on my sunglasses, this Tubalard Tim Dillon, who I think is completely full of shit. He does his podcast with sunglasses on and he'll say something about, oh, it's because of my eyes, and oh, it's because of the lights. Piggy. Oink, oink. The reason why these podcasters wear sunglasses during their shows is because they need to hide the blatant. They need to hide the hate. They need to hide all of their. And if you go on a podcast with your big stupid sunglasses, Tim Dillon, and you're spewing all your it's because you're hiding. People.
That man is so fucking gross. And let me just say, as somebody who you'll see me rubbing my eyes or blinking a lot with my panel light, it fucks with my eyes. And I used to wear glasses because the ones that I had before were way worse. So yes, people wearing sunglasses while they're doing a live makes a lot of fucking sense. I love how he's like, oh, these people just hate us, and then call him Tubalard and all kinds of fucking names. What a douche.
I say I hate
why you don't support Israel. Like, he doesn't talk about, unaliving children and all the destruction, all the corruption, and the rather despicable, grotesque actions that they talk about, and why they shouldn't be supported. Then he runs over to this other topic talking about people put glasses on so they can't see the hatred. I mean,
Right.
is that even coherent? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Makes no sense.
I hate war crimes, man. I hate war crimes.
Yep. And matter of fact, the responses on his Twitter post are not in his favor. They're not real good. And so people like, this is a good thing in my opinion. Like here's my response. Said, unalive 20,000 children and have people look at you with reverence, biatch. Y'all been playing victim forever, but your Zio ideology is not just predatory but supremacist. You are the Yahtzees. F you. And then you go through here and most of these people are just trashing them. And so, I suppose in one vein, like, it's surely they have to realize that this isn't working. Right? These Zionist ideological leaders. Chip, do you think they're going to realize or are starting to realize that it doesn't work? Or do you think they're going to triple down on like the violent rhetoric? Or do you think they'll try and change tactics?
Well, they're trying to shift attention away from some of the more toxic elements. AIPAC has gotten a lot of negative attention, so they've shifted some of their donation techniques away from the name into using bundlers instead. They'll do more of that, but as far as them pushing their agenda, they're never going to stop. These people are ruthless, they're cunning, they're diabolical, and they want to take everything they want to get as fast as they can get it. They'll act like they're your friend one day, and as soon as you don't have any more usefulness, they'll throw you away, spit you out, stab you in the back. These people are awful humans. They're demons in my view.
Evil and so fucking rich.
It's crazy. I don't know. I'm so. Now this is a video also I hadn't seen yet, but I liked the beginning of it. Since we're just kind of chilling. Everybody good? I'm gonna go ahead and play this real quick because I would have watched this after the live was over anyway. So we'll just do it here on the live. Let's see.
Fuck the whole United States of America, including me. Every day I wake up in this fucking country and I realize the only way to fix it is to burn this bitch to the ground. I have no confidence in politicians, elections. It's all an illusion of something better that never is gonna come. We are slaves to a system that fucking hates us and despises us. We as humans have a God-given right to live happy, prosperous lives, free from control. This is hell, and we should let this motherfucker burn.
Damn, that was like our whole live in a minute.
That is. I agree. I'm going to give you guys a little scenario. I was on a live about a month or two ago. This guy is he's born here, but his heritage is from Palestine. He still has family there. And he's like, I love America, but it's hard to, like, this is really hard to me because my country is destroying my heritage and my family members. To me, that was like kind of powerful. Like, wow, you're in a country that's hurting your people. That's got to be hard.
Well, and we're all getting it. Just like that fucking $2.75 order from Billy Sims Barbecue going 10 miles one way. Every time I look at these screenshots, I get, this is DoorDash for the record. I don't know if you were all on here when I was showing this stuff. What the fuck, dude?
That's crazy.
What do they think people are, and now they all but force you to take them if you want to make anything at all. DoorDash.
Well, that's why I tell my girlfriend when she's going to order pizza, I'm like, don't use DoorDash. Just call them directly. They have their own drivers anyways. You don't have to use DoorDash, and we tip them. They're actually getting their hourly wage from the pizza places. It's probably a little better than DoorDash.
Yeah.
Because they get hourly, right?
Who's that? The
Like
actual
if you
workers for the pizza place?
Yeah, like say you order from a pizza place and they have their own drivers. They're getting paid by.
Yes, kind of. So like, what was that job? It was.
Well, another thing.
I think it was Domino's.
It takes less money from the company because DoorDash takes some of their money too, right? From the companies.
Oh yeah, no. So DoorDash charges them. I've seen upwards of 30%. They were charging up 40% of the actual like food. If somebody went to DoorDash's website, order from a restaurant, the restaurants were having to pay commission from 15 to 50% in some cases. The restaurant would then owe DoorDash. So the restaurant, DoorDash was getting paid by the restaurant. They're getting subscription payments or whatever, and all the taxes and fees or whatever that DoorDash charges you, and then simultaneously not paying the driver enough.
Right. So they're just taking from everybody, making their profit.
That's right. Yep. And then operating at a loss. Because instead of like having a solid business where you're making money on every end of this thing.
The fucking loopholes, man.
Right. And because what they did was they took all of their money plus and put themselves basically in debt to expand their market share. So they would spend all of that money on advertising to go in and pay, salespeople to go to these restaurants. They basically forced a lot of restaurants to take this stuff and lose money on some of those orders. And, it's just rapacious greed, just disgusting.
No, I saw something with car mechanics. The car manufacturers are like on a rear of F-150, the rear brakes. You should, do it yourself. Now they lock the brake on the emergency brake, so you have to have special software to unlock it. So they're making you go to them for a simple brake job. They're doing that with all their computer systems. They have firewalls, so you got a scanner, you get the code, but you can't clear code. So if you spend a prescription of $50 a month. Like they're just out there robbing us wherever they can.
Subscriptions for features on your car.
And it's all legal.
Yep. Unless we put regulations, which we should be doing. But we have a president that doesn't believe in it. He believes in just robbing us and giving it to all the rich.
Yeah, it's all the whole thing is rigged in every which way, in ways that you don't even realize it. Look into the fire truck industry in the United States. That is a fucking egregious industry. Absolutely agree. Yes. China is producing fire trucks just quickly, cheaply, quickly. And you can repair them, but here in the United States, well, company's got a monopoly on it. They're charging fucking $1 million for it. You can't to get a part will take you a fucking year.
Electric. They don't need nothing.
Yeah,
and they fucking have like the Chinese fucking what's it called, super trains that go like 1 million miles an hour, and they have all this shit, and we're still fucking trying to figure out what to do with energy. I don't understand why we don't just fucking go to like renewable energy and just buy a whole bunch of fucking solar panels and like get in with the fucking times, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
the oligarchs want to keep charging you for your fucking hydro. That's why.
Sure. Well, to wrap up what I was saying,
on oil, man.
The fire truck industry, look into that, because they have a stranglehold on cities across the entirety of the United States, where you're paying far too much for the fire truck. It'll take you a couple of years to get one. It takes you a long time to get the parts, and so you have a lot of cities that they have fire trucks they can't use because they're broken and they can't get the parts for it. It's really wild, and it's a monopoly, and it's done on purpose.
It's the same thing with the military industrial complex. My girlfriend nephew makes a plastic urinal, just a pisser, for the B-2 bomber, and guess how much that urinal is that straps into the sidewall?
Well, it's
$60,000 for a plastic pisser. Yeah.
Federal contracting is a way a lot of people make a lot of money. That shit is wild. So I know a guy, he's actually a representative in Oklahoma. A guy's very wealthy, and that's what he does. He's a middleman, basically. So he'll, the government on sam.gov will post these, federal contracts that they're looking for somebody to fulfill. So if you need toilet paper at a facility and so, they don't just go buy toilet paper. They put a federal contract up for it. And as a middleman, all you do is you call Kimberly Clark. How much is it for this many rolls of toilet paper? And then you call the transport company. How much is it to transport this? And so they figure up that cost, but then the bid is plus 15%, 20%, whatever they think they can get it. So a lot of them don't even do work, and they're just jacking up the cost, and we pay for that. And that's very common. Yep. It's crazy. You talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. I don't know. Chip, have you read into the fire truck stuff? Have you seen that?
No, not at all.
Oh man, I went down a rabbit hole one night. I was blown the fuck away. Like it's a problem. But it just speaks to a larger issue, which is the monopolistic, greedy nature of companies in this country, and a government that has no willingness to fix it.
So would you guys say it's a fair assessment about Bill Clinton's times You really stopped enforcing the monopoly law like you used to?
I mean, Bill Clinton didn't enforce it
No, I'm
that I'm
saying
aware of.
his times is when they started becoming bigger monopolies. They didn't really enforce, since him and on hasn't really enforced the monopoly law.
Yes.
Like they never enforced it.
But I don't know that it really started with him, because the last president to really enforce, monopolies was, Johnson?
Is it?
Because Roosevelt?
You talk about Theodore Roosevelt?
Yeah, right.
FDR, right?
Well, no, Teddy broke up, a lot of these monopolies. I'm not sure any president
and then right
since
after
then
him
really.
And the president right after him did too.
Telecom companies got broken up. Who did that? Who was that under? You guys remember that? Where whatever Bell, they broke it up into regions. So then you had Southwestern Bell and you had whatever Bell. Do y'all remember that?
I think that was in the Carter administration.
Was that Carter? Okay, so then after Carter, I don't think starting with Reagan, I think would be more accurate, because I'm not sure that Reagan did any of that either.
Well, do you guys know who owns all the large bakeries in the United States?
All the bakeries?
All the large bakeries, not like the mom and pops, but the large ones for like Sara Lee or Wheat.
Bimbo.
And who owns those? Yeah.
I
That's
actually
wild,
DJ'd for a Christmas party for Bimbo. I don't know who owns it.
50, the majority share is still owned by Mexico family, but obviously they have like 50%. The rest is probably investors,
Interesting.
But they still own it as, I think it's still like a family owned, but it's they own the majority of it. But yeah, they own. It's because my girlfriend's brother-in-law worked for Sara Lee, and then they got bought out by Orwell. Then now Bimbo bought them out. It was just like, and I thought we had a monopoly law. How can they own all? Like, how could 4 manufacturers supply all the baby formula, like 80% of it? Same thing with the meat industry, 4 to 80%. That's just not right.
Right, and it requires enforcement, and they just don't.
Yep.
Right here, Monopoly Enigma, the Reagan administration's antitrust experiment in the global economy. So yeah, it really started with him, and then just continued. Just, Bill Clinton didn't do anything to stop it either, to be clear. But
right, I thought it was started with him, but I didn't realize it went back 2 more presidents, and then like if we have monopoly laws, a company like Amazon should exist.
Right. But they're gonna, and we're seeing these mergers that are happening now that are very, very clearly monopolistic in nature, and a president who's willing to say, "Well, what can you do for me?" Like the current, is it Paramount and
Yep.
What the fuck was the name of that other company? Chip, do you remember what the name of that other company was? I think it starts with an A.
Warner Brothers Discovery.
Well, the one before that,
Paramount Skyview, I think is the name of the company.
Well, Skydance. I thought there was
Skydance.
Yeah. But yeah, and so they're just sucking up market share. After that merger goes through, they're going to own like 80% of like televisions in the country. That's crazy to me.
Yep, media consolidation. It's a big problem.
Huge.
Aren't they saying now like 80% is owned kind of on the right?
As far as, and this is something I actually got into an argument with my U.S. government professor about, because I'm like, these corporations are neither left nor right. They will donate to both. And the parties themselves have been really pandering to them to get that money.
Right. I agree on that. I'm talking about the media part with manipulation, because CNN, not a lot of people know, got bought by conservatives, and they're slowly changing their rhetoric. So it doesn't look like just like Fox did way back when they started. We're fair, we're honest, and now are they?
Right.
They slowly did that,
Yes, they've certainly leaning. They're all leaning towards Trump at this moment, because the moment they report on the news, he'll sue them for, $25,000 billion. I mean, this guy's lost his damn mind. Of course, Wall Street Journal, he, just got dismissed. Of course, I'm sure they're going to appeal that or start a new lawsuit. But, I don't know. It's something that we have to do. That's something else a candidate is going to need to put as their platform. Do you think that is a worthy thing to have on the platform, Chip? I know you often talk about 5 main things. Do you think that's worth having on the platform, or do you think that's a kind of a side?
I think it's a second tier. It's important, obviously, but I think the core outcomes are what affects people's day-to-day lives. That one is indirectly affecting, but not directly.
That's true. So what are the 5 in your view? Again, to list them for the people that are watching.
Affordable health care, affordable housing, affordable / non-toxic food, affordable education, and probably no more foreign wars.
Sounds good to me.
I think most people, out of 1,000 people, probably 980 would probably agree upon those 5 things.
Right, no matter the party. Yeah, I mean, it's necessary for life. So what are your thoughts, Chip, on UBI? Because we had this conversation the other day. Lonnie was, I think it was Lonnie was up here talking about, because I was in favor of UBI, but then, when AI really started taking hold, I'm like, I don't know, because, if they do that, they're going to want something in return, and that's going to be control over our lives. So instead of UBI, for example, having electricity be free, water free, your cell phone free, you know what I mean? These basic needs that you have available to you. And if you want more than that, then obviously you can go get a job and do whatever else. And those things can't be taken from you. What say you about that, Chip?
Well, if I was somebody in power, I would want to be able to use it as a tool of control. So I'd want to be able to use it not only for them to cover their basic expenses, but also to track whatever they do with their discretionary money. So I think that's what they're going to do. And they'll say, you can have this stipend per month, but it's going to be in the form of X token. And if you don't want it, don't take it. But if you want it, here it is. And then it's going to be on the ledger and trackable.
Well, no, I'm saying, do you think it's better? I was asking your opinion of it. Because that's why I'm not really so in favor of the UBI, because it will be used as control. I'm talking about, instead of that, you take care of the basic necessities of life for free: housing, electricity, water, maybe cell phone, internet, free. And then anything after that, you obviously go to work, whatever, and get that stuff. So you can survive and live, everybody can, instead of the UBI.
Yeah, I think certain services, healthcare services should be no or very low cost, maybe a small copay or some incentive not to be a complete disaster on your self-care. But I think things like education, there should be a little bit of copayment because it shows some investment in the outcome, not completely free. As far as the UBI goes, I think people need to be engaged in meaningful activity, whatever form that may take for them. It's not always going to be income producing. But lack of positive engagement leads to emptiness, and sort of like, idle time is the devil's thing. We humans need to be engaged in something. So whether it's creativity or physical labor or arts or whatever it may be. But I think that lacking that and just giving people sustenance is actually bad for the individual and society.
So basically, you could work for the city or the federal government, and in exchange for, whatever it is that you're doing, however many hours a week you work out, you get those things for free.
Yeah, it can be seasonal. In the warmer months, you can be helping with agriculture or planting, or you could be doing municipal cleanup, or you could be assisting the elderly, or there's so many different things you could do, taking care of animals, whatever it may be, whatever your passion is. You create a number of areas where you can be of service to some degree, or you can serve in the armed forces, police forces, whatever area you are good at. But something to be engaged in, something that's productive and beneficial to the whole, and not just sitting around playing video games, doing nothing, getting fat, old, decrepit, and just collecting welfare.
Yeah, I don't disagree because COVID really showcased that social need in a big way. There's a lot of people dealt with depression with that. So yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, human beings, we need meaningful activity because think about it, just in survival mode, when you're out there during the day, you're gathering, hunting, building, helping others in your group. It's constant activity, and then you have rest between. But you can't just have rest all the time. It's not healthy for us.
Holden, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I was just, when you spoke of C19, I just feel very lucky because the person I'm with, I could only imagine if that was times with an ex-wife that I had, it would have been disastrous. So I just felt lucky.
That's funny.
The person I was with. But I know a lot of people were in my old situation. I'm sure that really caused a lot of problems, you know?
Yep.
Being with a person you could stand, but imagine being with them 24 hours and dealing with all the craziness.
I mean that's of course that is a personal problem, not necessarily society in general, but I take your point. Snowy, what's up?
Yeah.
Snowy, you're muted.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum.
What's up?
How are you, man? Good?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Doing well, relatively.
So what brought you up today?
Well, saw my buddy, Troublemaker here. Said to myself, yeah, I'll have a good intellectual discussion about politics, economics, whatnot.
Okay. Well, did you hear something that sparked your interest, or you just come up to say hey to Trouble? Because we are wrapping up at this point.
I'm not American, but I can explain in theory what in general might work on the economic side. I'm a socialist, for example. I don't know what economic ideology you follow, but I'm a socialist.
Okay. I'm more of a democratic socialist.
Yeah.
Capitalism at its core with guardrails to prevent it from unaliving itself and screwing everybody over.
So I'm a libertarian socialist. I don't believe democratic socialism is actual socialism because capitalism is still there. There is still money concentrated into the hands of the few. And the common analogy of democratic socialism, where this ideology is present in Scandinavia, mainly Scandinavian countries like Norway or Sweden, is that capitalism is the tiger and the cage is social securities and social safety nets and whatnot, which protects the people. However, I see it in a different light. I see social democracies as still the tiger being capitalism. However, the social safety nets are not the cage. They are simply obstacles the government throws at the tiger to delay the inevitable. That's how I see it.
I like the way you said that.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Do you think that a purely socialist country can exist?
There have been many successful experiments, if I may present it to you.
Sure.
Yeah. So you have experiments like Thomas Sankara's Burkina Faso, which before Thomas Sankara's rise to power was known as Upper Volta. It was known for being one of the poorest nations in the world. with low agriculture, famine present, and even, I'm going to censor this, uh, female gender M word. All right? I'm not gonna say it, but they did practice horrible practices with female women. So once Thomas Sankara arrived and overthrown the current government, he renamed the country from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso. I believe Burkina Faso translates to land of the people. He made the country food self-sufficient as per UN evidence. He improved economic conditions of his people. He banned female gender M word and overall enacted policies that benefited the people. He combated droughts. He vaccinated the population. He, I believe, eradicated illiteracy rates. So that was a successful socialist experiment. However, he was overthrown in a Western-backed coup that saw him assassinated, and Burkina Faso de-evolved after that. And it's still suffering to this day, even though Ibrahim Traore took power. But honestly, Burkina Faso, I don't believe it will ever succeed unless a Thomas Sankara model is reenacted in its current day and age.
So do you think that because trade still happened during that period, they still had private entities during that period, but let's assume that he wasn't assassinated. Do you think that that country, without intervention within itself, could have turned into, for example, a dictatorship?
The thing is, what you're describing is close to probably communism, probably authoritarian communism, or privatization is banned. However, in socialism, at least in my version of socialism, I imagine 80% of the country's economy being owned by the state, mainly essentials and other crucial aspects of society like transportation, rail networks, healthcare, public services like parks, museums, etc., etc., etc. While the rest of the 20% are businesses that can thrive in certain sectors that would allow competition and the thriving of creative owners. So it's not that I'd want to ban business making or private ownership, but I'm pretty sure the vast majority of the economy should be owned by the state, especially once we consider that the state can fund these projects more efficiently. It doesn't go after profit, it only serves to fund what works. And we've seen the China model. The China has the best high-speed rail network in the world, something the US doesn't. That's because China actually owns the vast majority of the economy, when I mean the government of China. It does allow private sectors, of course. However, it is constantly regulated by the government, especially the banks.
Okay, so if you centralize your power structures and ability to do things into the government, does it not make it easier for somebody that wants to turn it into a dictatorship? Does it make it easier, do you think, to do that if it's already centralized? And how do you combat that?
All right. So honestly, that's not really only a critique of socialism. I get to it in a second. But it's a critique of many economic models. Capitalist nations do centralize power actually more aggressively than communist or socialist nations in the past. We've seen Germany in 1939 to 45. It was a capitalist nation. Whoever says, oh, it was National Socialist, that was only in the name. Hitler didn't really care about the worker. He wanted to make it a war-based economy that produced results. And especially fascist Italy, it was hardline capitalist nation as well. So I would argue that capitalism is inherently undemocratic. It inherently centralizes power, while with socialism, at least in my view, yeah, you should centralize under the government because the government can enact funding for it. And if you tell me, oh, what if the government turns on this? Well, you should. That is part of weak institutions. When you have strong institutions, so you can implement that model, then you can drastically lower the risk of governments that would be very corrupt. That's why strong institutions matter.
So you're saying the risk is probably the same?
The same between centralized socialist economy and as the same as centralized capitalist economy? Is that what
Right.
you're saying? The
Right,
risk
right,
is the
right.
same?
Yeah, I'm asking if that's what you think.
No, I would argue the risk is that. Yeah, I actually said it. I don't know if you heard me. I said the risk is actually lower in centralized socialist states because capitalist nations, by definition, they concentrate wealth into the hands of the few. And in the current day and age of capitalism, companies can get away with giving you the lowest quality product for the highest possible price. So no, I believe socialist government, if you take A and B, implement a centralized socialist economy, and the B is the centralized capitalist economy, the centralized socialist economy with strong institutions compared to the centralized capitalist economy with also strong institutions will fare better overall.
And you can prove that? Or is that just an assumption?
I give examples. It's there's also there's also Chile, Salvador Allende's Chile. He implemented one of the most successful experiments in Chile, socialist experiments, where to the point where the Americans overthrew him with, quote unquote, President Richard Nixon ordering the economy to scream because of how successful it is, and implemented and helped pave the way for the rise of Augusto Pinochet, who privatized the economy except for the copper industry, which actually saved Chile because if he had privatized the copper industry, Chile would cease to exist today. It accounted for 85% of Chile's revenue.
Well, let me ask you. You give
like I always say, man, like liberal loud.
What?
Yeah. No, you go ahead. Go ahead. It's
well,
okay.
You said, like I always say, liberal loudmouth. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
All right. Thanks, man. So that's what I say to people who argue for capitalism, and that is, if the Western world feels that socialism and communism is a dead theory, it doesn't work, then why do they always have to spend billions of dollars to overthrow successful socialist experiments? I mean, for God's sake, don't you believe it doesn't work? Just let it run its course. It will fail eventually.
What will fail eventually?
No, they think that.
Who?
They think that the socialism and communist theory, quote unquote, doesn't work. So they go ahead with what the examples I gave, like Burkina Faso, like Chile. They spent billions of dollars to initiate coup d'etats to overthrow these governments, to quote unquote liberate them from communism. And but I mean that's contradictory to the statements they say the propaganda they spew, which is that communism and socialism doesn't work. So if they say that, then why would they even go ahead with those coups d'etats in the first place? I mean, it's going to run its course and it's going to fail eventually. We'll get the same result.
Isn't that just a part of capitalism where resources being necessary for these private industries then end up using, if these institutions aren't properly checking themselves, using those institutions in order to obtain those resources or control over those resources. Right. And I'm not even arguing for pure capitalism, because I think if you get pure anything one way or the other, socialist or capitalist, it's probably not a good thing, because in a socialist country, I'm not sure that there is a big push for individual rights, right? It's more of always community and you come last, right? And so the government, in order to better everybody in the country, are going to pass laws prohibiting certain activities, such as what we see in China and in other places as well. Of course, we're seeing that too in our country, but again, we're not democratic socialists, right? We haven't adopted that necessarily. So I feel like if you get pure of anything, it can be manipulated negatively.
So, actually, on the point of individualism that you mentioned, I actually don't really believe in individualism. I believe in universalism, where everyone is equal. Because when you start going for
it's not the same thing.
That's very common in the Western world. That's why many socialists. No, I come from a part of the world where universalism rules. You come from a part of the world where individualism rules.
No.
There's a big focus on individualism in the
maybe
West.
And maybe
that's
I
why
should.
I believe there
maybe
has
I should
been
clarify.
A rift in many.
Because somebody else telling another person to not do something that isn't harming somebody else, right? As long as I'm not going down, chopping down a rainforest or whatever, something that's going to harm other people, I don't think the government should have a right to do that. I don't think anybody should have a right to do that. I think somebody has a right to make their own choices as long as it's not affecting somebody else. And I'm not sure that you can get that, because it's always about everybody instead of, the right of somebody else to do something that they want to do.
Hey, Snowy, how you doing? Snowy's got a bit of a delay. He's in Lebanon.
Yeah, no, that's why I've been waiting for him. Every time I say something, I sit and wait for a while.
Yeah. I'm always looking at this, and especially people who are into politics and talking in political terms, like democracy or capitalism or socialism, and everybody has a certain picture about that particular idea, whether it's negative or positive. But really, I mean, there is really good things with all these systems. If you mix them together, that's what you can come up with a solution for everything, really. If you're going to box it into all socialist, democratic, whatever, without having the other theories being involved within the same framework, in order for you to come up with the best solution, I think we shouldn't name it. I mean, if you, for example, nationalize the resources, where the money will go back to the government, and then the government will be able to sell it to the private sector to do whatever they want with it, and sell it worldwide, and that income should be coming back as income for the people, because it's from the government that supports different social programs, education, and so on. That could be one way to kind of socialize things. On the other hand, in order for you to be able to sell internationally and to deal with other systems, you still have to have a capitalist system somehow. You have to have some capital, and it's not always with like the U.S. dollar, but trade. where I trade copper and you give me, I don't know, soybeans, for example, or whatever, and we kind of make those agreements based on what's needed for each country, and that would probably resolve the issue of even putting taxes, and you'd have a lot less taxes to pay for, given the same results.
Well, I mean, that's essentially what I'm arguing in favor of. You can call it whatever you want. I think hybrids of these systems taking the benefits of both, and trying to mitigate the negatives of each is probably the best way to go about it. But I did want to hear Snowy's response to what I was talking about, because he's talking about universalism and that everybody is equal, and I agree. But it's the notion that somebody has a right to tell you that you can't or have to do something for whatever reason, cultural, whatever, as long as what you're doing isn't hurting somebody else. I don't like that, and I haven't seen any really good arguments in favor of why I should submit myself to a centralized government, aside from, that which is actually helping everybody and I'm playing a role in it. But I should still have individual freedoms to a degree.
I think that was to you, Snowy.
All right. So when it comes to central, yeah. So your internet, I don't know if it's from me or you, but the internet, your voice is cracking a bit. But I'll try to answer as much as I understood. Okay. So if there is anything I said wrong, just correct me on that notion. On the point of in a centralized government, I believe, at least in my context, in unstable countries, especially one in Lebanon, which is inherently divided into sectarian lords and into different interests, I do believe in a temporary centralized government that is secular politically, that makes all sects equal politically in front of the eye of the law, to remove to remove the name of the sect in government documents and IDs, which is inherently discriminatory. So I believe in this. And then once the government gets stable, then we can explore other decentralized models. But I do firmly believe that in systems that are already divided as it is, decentralization is a very bad idea, because it gives more overlords leverage, and it simply makes the country that is already divided legally divided at this point, because each one will have his own quote-unquote state or governorate to govern legally with a framework. So that's what I am against in my context, at least. And I'm not talking from a Western perspective. I'm talking in my country's perspective.
Okay. I'm not sure if that relates to what I was saying, but I don't know. Well, what would you say to what Trouble said in terms of the hybrid stuff? Which is kind of what I look at and say is probably a good idea.
So actually, okay. So I already said your voice just cracked. I don't know, it was cracking. I don't know if the internet's from me. So I said I'll try to explain and understand what you were saying during the circumstances. Is your internet okay, man?
Yeah, I've been on a live for 6 hours almost, and you are the only person that has said anything about it. So I'm going to assume that it's your internet or whatever. There's also a huge delay.
I understand. So just not khazni, man, as we say. It's all right. Next time, if we were to meet on better internet terms, we would have a better conversation.
Well, you're welcome to come back.
To what Trouble was saying about the hybrid stuff.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
yeah.
I
Thanks.
wanted
maybe there's a less delay between you two. Go ahead.
Yeah, so first, thanks for sharing your views. I've been listening very intently and enjoying what you've said. What do you think about China's, pros and cons of the Chinese structure of government and commerce versus, let's say, a more westernized American or European one?
I can't hear you, Chip, if you are asking me the question or liberal loudmouth. I don't know, but I can't
Oh,
hear you. If you're
can,
asking me
can
the
anybody else hear
question,
what I said?
Yeah, I heard you perfectly fine.
Can you
Yeah.
repeat the question just to
if you want
compare
to
China
write it in
versus?
the text in the chat.
Yeah, I'll text it here. Let's see.
And by the way, while you're doing that, the market, the S&P 500 closed at an all-time high today.
Wow.
War pays. War is good for business.
That's
I guess.
insane.
But wait, Chip, do you?
Do I what?
No, I heard that. I heard that. Wait, did you just refer to the stock market as? Did you refer to the stock market as "quote unquote" your economy improving?
No,
Do you
no.
know
I
that
was,
less than 10% of
I was,
Americans
I
own the
was,
nine?
I was jokingly saying war is good for business, but for the rich people, not for the regular person.
Yeah, yeah. So, liberal loudmouth, if I may, I want to get to Troublemaker's point about the hybrid economy. Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Go for it.
I don't know if you can hear me or not, but
Yeah. Very cracking, like biscuits, but all right. So, I don't know if you heard me, guys, but I mentioned that 80% of a country's economy should be owned by the government, while 20% should stay for private institutions, businesses for example, restaurants, hotels, businesses that can flourish in competition. That's what I mean. However, I'm not against the idea of privatization. I believe, however, staunchly that it should not be the overwhelming percentage of a country's economy. I believe that the vast majority of a country's economy should be owned by the government, between 60 to 80%. That's what I believe. So I'm not against the hybrid economy, but it should lean strongly towards government owned, such as the China model. The China model does include privatization. There are private sectors, however, it is regulated, so it doesn't take over the government like the U.S. model.
well, do you agree with China's Great Firewall, in which they prevent their citizens from hearing certain, propaganda from other countries or whatever, or accessing things that the government hasn't approved? Do you agree with that?
In its current context of U.S. propaganda and trying to recruit Chinese citizens to destabilize the government, I believe it is not a bad idea in the short term, because we have to look at it from the Chinese lens. You cannot look at it from the Western lens, because if the Chinese were to tomorrow allow U.S. propaganda to flow freely to the country, there would definitely be uprisings and people that would be willing to sell themselves to the CIA to initiate government destabilization. And if I want to look at it from the Chinese stance, no, I want the government to be stable, so my life could be stable. So if so a civil war doesn't happen, so millions of people get back to poverty. You got to remember, hundreds of millions of people were lifted from poverty by China's economic policies.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty short jump
I agree with that statement too.
from just Because the statement isn't that they are just stopping U.S. propaganda. That's not actually true. That's not what they're doing. Although that is an effect or byproduct of what they do. Right? They also shut out anything that isn't pro CCP, that isn't pro the way they do business. And, I'm not even saying necessarily that their government is horrible or terrible. I'm just saying that a lot of it gets shut out and citizens don't have access to it. And so if you don't have access to it, the government gets to feed you whatever they want. And if nefarious actors, for example, get in there, I would argue that that's dangerous.
Actually, I saw a recent statistic. I don't remember it exactly, but if you can search it up, I believe a YouTuber called it is named Make You or Make You Know, whatever. He stated a stat where actually China scores higher on the democracy index, higher than the US.
Okay. You think that they're democracy?
Take my talk about the statement with a grain of salt. Yeah.
They're more democratic?
Yeah. Democracy is a spectrum, isn't it?
Sure.
It's not one thing.
Do you think that China is a democracy?
In what sense?
Well, I'm asking you. You said that they were more democratic than the United States.
No, I mentioned a statistic. I didn't say didn't say that I believed it scores better. I just stated a stat. That's not my own talk. So take my talk on this with a grain of salt. You can search it later from independent sources. But I don't really remember it, so I'm not going to say, it's their democracy, because I don't want to say blind stuff.
What was the exact statement that China ranks higher for democratic? What was it?
You mean which?
Do you remember exactly what he said?
You mean which one ranked higher?
Yeah. What was the stat?
There's a stat.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, he said that there is a stat that shows that the Chinese are more democratic than the U.S. Pretty broad brushed.
Okay. And who did he say it was? Make you know?
I can't remember that part.
Let me go to YouTube for a second. I'll find it that I'm subscribed to.
Well, here's The Economist. China says it's more democratic than America. Oh, it's paywalled. Of course. Their stuff gets great walled. Ours gets paywalled. I'll look that up. That just seems silly to me.
Which system, and this is a good question, which systems between the Chinese system and the American system do you think serves the general population better or worse?
China, probably.
Okay, so I found the name of a YouTuber. His name is No Way, No How. He has a profile picture of his face. He has slightly brown hair. No Way, No How.
Okay. Process democracy. Do you have like a link or something?
I'll try to find it. Hold on a minute.
Because I'm not seeing anything about that. I don't know. I did, however, see recently, and I don't know if this is an error or whatever, that they had like 40 million homeless people, which is, and per capita, I looked it up and it was like way, way higher. And see, this is another problem with when you shell off your people from information and you control as a state the information. What Donald Trump is trying to do currently is the media can't say anything bad about me or my regime. And if they do, they get sued. And they continue to do that until the media no longer reports things that are happening. So bad things could be happening in China, and we may not know about it because China controls all of that media for the greater good. And I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm saying this is one of the problems that I associate with a more centralized government where you've given them so much power, which is what Donald Trump is actually trying to do himself right now. This is part of the Heritage Foundation effect, this unitary executive theory. It's more efficient. Sure, you can get things done faster. You can probably mine more shit. You could, deforest a lot faster. If you don't have any regulations or checks there. But you also end up with information that's bad.
Okay, so liberal loudmouth, I believe you saw the YouTube channel.
Hooligan.
Yeah. I want to tell you about the video. There is only one solution to the Taiwan issue, okay? That's the video I'll refer you to. It's a 44-minute video. It also mentions, I believe, this statistic.
Okay, so in the middle of a 41-minute video,
there's only one resolution to the conflict over Taiwan. While China surpassing the...
Okay. So this 20-year-old...
Go to the beacon... so go to the beacon of Western Democracy Lie. Like Beacon of Democracy Lie. It's divided into chapters, this video.
Okay.
Deals. One of the largest talking points about Taiwan is that it's a shining
There's
beacon of
also
democracy,
Western
but
narrative.
this has never been the case. The battle between Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong wasn't a battle between communism and the West's idea of democracy. The KMT government represented the interests of wealthy elites and landlords from major Chinese cities and US-backed anti-communists. The soldiers in the army were either non-ideological recruits or people who had been abducted and forcibly conscripted. There was little to no widespread support for the party or liberalism amongst the general population.
Unlike the nationalists, the morale and fighting spirit of communist troops were high. They were winning, and they knew it.
There was even still large support for communism in KMT-controlled Taiwan after the war, and it was squashed through what was called the White Terror that lasted for decades and saw thousands of leftists tortured, killed, and disappeared. As mentioned earlier, they didn't have their first presidential election until 1996. Even in its just 30 years of elections since then, calling the island's government a healthy democracy is a reach. If I asked you whether America's two-party system, where power constantly shifts between Democrats and Republicans who hate each other and immediately undo each other's work, is a sign of a thriving democracy, would you say yes? Democrat or Republican, do you think we have a healthy democracy that represents everyone's opinions? Obviously, I'm guessing 99% of Americans watching this video would say no. Okay, well, it's the exact same situation in Taiwan. No other party has ever led the government besides the DPP and Kuomintang parties. Does it make it vibrant and dynamic just because it's Chinese? Their legislative branch frequently erupts into insane shouting matches and even physical fights, and Western media loves to present this as a cutesy, vibrant democratic process, but in reality it's just the same polarized bullshit spectacle we have in the US. There's also rampant corruption throughout the whole system. The first president of the DPP, Chen Shui-bian, was arrested and sentenced to life in prison for massive corruption and embezzlement charges in 2008. Recently, in October 2025, the DPP led a recall campaign to oust democratically elected KMT lawmakers, clearly retaliating after losing control of Taiwan's legislature. They claim that the 24 KMT lawmakers had colluded with the mainland as a pretext to remove their opposition. However, the campaign backfired spectacularly, with all 24 recall attempts failing, with a majority of voters rejecting them. This couldn't be more ironic coming from the same party that's presenting itself as the defender of Taiwan's democracy. The Western narrative that their system is the best and the only way to govern is falling apart. Across Western countries, governments are consistently unpopular and ineffective and are rolling back rights everywhere from Germany, Canada, the United Kingdom, and especially the United States. They're hitching their identity to a sinking ship of a rigid idea of democracy, which will only continue to unravel in the years ahead. Mainland China simply has a different form of democracy called the whole process people's democracy, which is objectively outperforming Western models and is consistently more popular. It doesn't rely on division, short-term thinking, but actual accountability and meritocracy. As a result, according to polling from Western universities like Harvard and other Western international institutions, respondents in China consistently are satisfied with their system and view it as much more democratic than those respondents in the West and in Taiwan. Mainland China also consistently ranks far above other world countries, not only in their own perceptions of democracy, but in trust for their government. This is not because they are lying or because they're forced to do so, but because China was one of the...
Let's see, when asked how democratic people think their country currently is, only about half the world says their country is actually democratic. This is true even in democracies labeled as free by Freedom House, where only 59% say that their country is democratic.
Poorest countries on earth 40 years ago, and is now the biggest economy on earth measured by purchasing power parity. People can see direct, tangible benefits in their life, and things get better year after year. Mainland China's system is perfectly suited for Taiwan, given their shared collectivist, Confucian, and Chinese cultural heritage.
Okay, so I don't think that's actually what was said, right? It was the feeling or perception of being democratic.
Yeah, it said that a lot of different study or college, whatever who they talk to, view it as more democratic than our system.
Okay, well that's a
so. The guys who are educated feel that way. They might be onto something a little bit, right?
Educated in what way?
Well, when they went to college, they're talking to people that are educated in probably political science and all that, right? They said they went to different universities, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look at the study itself. Because
right.
I've met people with degrees that are not the most bright people.
Oh, yeah. I hear all the time on his app. I went to college. I'm like, you should ask for your money back. I tell them all the time.
Yeah, so just using that as the metric, I'm not sure that will paint the best picture. I don't know.
It's interesting, though.
I still don't know how he feels about the Chinese model.
What did you say earlier? You said something about the homeless is skewed, that there's more than they say there is?
Right.
Did you say that?
Yes. I saw it because somebody said it in the comments, and I looked it up, and that's what was being reported, is that their homeless population was like 40 to 50 million.
Out of, 1.3 billion? What do they have?
Right, something like that.
So what's their percentage compared to our percentage?
Theirs was like way, 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 way higher. Ours was.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. I'll have to look it back up again, but it was. And again, okay. but again, this is this could be U.S. propaganda. It could be information that's not coming out of the CCP because it's not being allowed to. Therein lies the issue with a lack of
trust.
Right, an individualized apparatus to make sure that everybody is aware of what's going on actually, not just what they're being told.
How do we know our homeless is not higher than they're telling us? You know?
Exactly. But given the fact that we do have independent agencies that are allowed to go around and do these things, we know that there's a higher likelihood that information would make its way out to us by somebody. Whereas, for example, Professor Jang, the guy that does the boards, I'm sure a lot of you probably know who I'm talking about. What was his name? Professor. Here, I'll pull him up. I'm sure you probably have seen him. He was actually arrested in China and was in there for a while. He may have actually been kicked out of the country because of him doing journalism. And he said that himself. Let me pull up his picture here. This guy.
Oh, I've never seen him before.
No, his videos are great. I mean, he really is a very smart guy. A lot of great information. Oh, we lost Snowbird. But I mean, so I'm skeptical of information that I do get about China, but I'm not, saying that it's not true. But to me, that's the problem of centralizing all of your authority into one unit.
Right. Well, then also we have, as right now, we know our jobs numbers are not as accurate because he keeps firing people that give out bad job numbers. So how much of our rest of it is going to stay independent,
Right. Well, I mean, it's, there was a time when our middle class, for example, although, not for everybody, because this is a racist country, where our middle class was booming. We were doing well. And then capitalist countries and the businesses that were greedy actually built China up. I don't know that based on China's model that they would have been as successful as fast had it not been the capital that got invested in them by the capitalist countries with the businesses that were greedy doing capitalism shit. I don't know that China would be where it is today without that.
That's a good, fair point. Yeah. 100%.
I mean, Chip, do you think that doing what China is doing right now, do you think that meteoric rise would have come without, capitalist nations like shoving their shit into them?
Well, you mean like direct foreign investment?
Right.
Well, they made a commitment. They obviously made a commitment to development in a big, bad way. And they've probably overdeveloped a lot of parts of the country as well, where they're kind of got ahead of themselves. But the feats that they've accomplished from an engineering standpoint and infrastructure are unmatched in modern human history. Just some of their bridges alone are absolutely unbelievable. I think they are a country that has put the infrastructure and the well-being of their population above the profits for oligarchs, clearly. And they also have very strict rules around corruption. So even though they have a single party and it seems to be authoritarian, most Chinese people don't seem discontent with their place in Chinese society. I've not heard anybody complain about being repressed.
But where they've gotten there without the capitalist countries helping them grow their economy is what I think liberal was trying to get to a little bit.
I don't know. I wish I knew the answer to that. I don't know what percentage of their development was directly due to foreign investment.
Because we have all those companies that now they have more revenue because don't they own percentage of all the companies that you have to give a stake of your business to them? Even foreign?
The Chinese government takes stakes in some of the semi-private public companies, especially in banks and stuff like that.
They can take that money and invest in their country because they got the extra money now, right?
Well, I'd have to see the data on how much of the money came from which sources to better break that down. But I don't know. If you know more than that, please tell us.
No, I don't. I'm just interested. And I'll have to do a little research into that. I'm kind of curious now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so like Chip, I think they could do what they're doing as it relates to business and things that, can affect people without the restrictions that they place on the people. For example, they don't have access to Google, YouTube. They don't have access to pretty much anything that the CCP doesn't want them to see. I don't think that's necessary for them to continue doing what they're doing successfully, but I could be wrong because to Snowbird's point, propaganda would then feed into China and cause discontent. So I don't know, but I don't like that aspect. But also, is it worth giving up some of your freedoms for that?
Yeah, the thing I don't know, maybe somebody else knows this, but I don't know what exactly does their internet censor. I mean, specifically, would it be like U.S. adult websites? Because I think that's probably not a bad thing for society to have that garbage off the internet.
I mean, I'll look it up, but I know that it's very, very restrictive. Even the content is restricted on the media and things that they do have access to.
I mean, they definitely have a mass surveillance and financial system that's sort of far further along the way than ours is, but I think ours is headed the same way. So we're going to have the worst of all worlds. We're going to have a government that doesn't care about the population, using repression as a tool to keep it in that way. they have a government that uses it for security and containment, but they have some sort of social compact they agree with as far as the minimum standards of living and healthcare and that kind of stuff.
I mean, yeah. Do we have more tools to combat it though than the people do in China?
Combat what? Combat what?
You know, that the negative side effects of it. I mean, aside from a
At the
strike
moment,
or
I
whatever.
don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, because what would the Chinese government do if people just like stopped going to work and shit? You know.
Well, I think the point is that they try to create a social structure so that people won't even want to go there. I mean, I think most people that I've seen, and maybe I haven't seen enough to know more, seem relatively content with the way things are structured. They have safety in public, they have reliable transportation, relatively cost-effective living and education. And the package for that, you give up some of your security so the government can manage things and keep crime down. So I don't know. I mean, it seems like it's functional. Nothing's perfect, whatever the balance needs to be. I can tell you here, if we continue with the inequality, and then on top of that, you place mass surveillance to stop any pushback against the inequality and lack of decent living standards and transportation and education and all the things, that's the worst of both worlds in my view.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But to give up liberty for comfort, you know what I mean? I don't know.
I think it's coming everywhere. I mean, I just saw a video this morning of a guy that moved to Vietnam, and there's zero personal privacy. Everything is digitized. You have to surrender everything to the government. Your bank account has to be under your social security number. They have so many provisions that make no privacy in Vietnam. And Mexico's doing it too. Mexico's moving to a digital ID system where everyone has to be connected to their social media and to the bank accounts. So that's the way of the world. That's coming everywhere, I believe.
By the people though that want to control us. I don't think that I don't think that we should be accepting that in any form or fashion.
I think they're going to make it impossible not to.
Yeah, and how do you Scheinbaum, I think we know who she's cozied up to. And look at that. You cozy up to us, you be nice to us, we'll give you free health care in exchange for you to turn over your digital ID and shit.
I'm still curious to know exactly what is censored and how the information is managed. I think Google does have access to Chinese markets. They just have to comply with government censorship requirements.
Well, I've spoken to people in China, and they can't access anything. They can't Google things. They have, it's called, what the fuck is the name of their search engine? I can't remember, but they have a specific search engine that they use. It's pretty restrictive. Yeah, let me see. I'll look it up for you. Because there were YouTube clips, for example. Couldn't watch anything on YouTube. Had to find it on their version of YouTube. They have a version of it, and all of that gets cleaned up and changed, and
So basically, they have their own version, and they only allow certain things to go through it.
And it's not just there's somebody in an office check marking, oh, you can go, you can't go. I don't think it's like that. I think there's various.
They have an algorithm. We're not allowing this content in. This says any of these words. You're not going to see it.
Let's see, blocking, of course. Well, that's a U.S. government information. I don't know. I don't know if I trust that. Let's see. Great Firewall of China, censorship at the internet backbone at the ISP level. So Great Firewall of China is overseen by the Ministry of Information Industry, MII. Policy about what substantive content is to be censored is largely directed by the State Council Information Office in the Chinese Communist Party's propaganda department, with input from other government and public security organs. Physical access to the internet is provided by 9 state-licensed internet access providers, each of which has at least one connection to foreign internet backbone, and it is through these connections that Chinese internet users access internet websites hosted outside of China. The individual Chinese user buys internet access from one of several thousand ISPs, who are in effect retail sellers of internet access that is in turn purchased wholesale from the 9 IAPs. Routers, internet routers, devices that deliver and direct packets of data back and forth between networks, are an essential part of internet networks. Most of today's routers, blah, 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 as the industry call it, filter the data going through them, programming the router to block certain kinds of data from passing in or out of a network. This filtering capability was initially intended so that ISPs could control viruses, worms, and spam. Same technology, however, can also be easily employed to block political, religious, or any other category of content that the person programming the router seeks to block. The first layer of Chinese internet censorship takes place at this router level. So wow, so it's built right into the hardware. According to 2005 technical analysis of Chinese internet filtering conducted by the Open Net Initiative, IAP administrators have entered thousands of URLs and keywords into the internet routers that enable data to flow back and forth between ISPs in China and internet servers around the world. Forbidden keywords and URLs are also plugged into internet routers at the ISP level, thus controlling data flows between the user and the IAP. This router-level censorship configured into the hardware of the Chinese internet is reinforced by software programs deployed at the backbone and ISP level, which conduct additional filtering of political content. In many countries, such censorship software deployed at the backbone and ISP level is a product called Smart Filter, developed by Secure Computing. China has developed its own, use blah, blah, blah. If this is, let's see, by internet content providers. So building censorship into China's internet infrastructure is the first way they block user access to politically sensitive information. Second step is to prevent ISPs, many of them privately held businesses, some with foreign investment, from hosting politically objectionable content by holding them liable for doing so. So those ISPs can get in trouble with the government in China if they don't do as they're told. Third step targets the internet content providers, organizations of individuals, either for-profit or non-profit, who provide publicly available content on the web, news, entertainment, or commercial websites, or who provide platforms on which users can communicate and converse with one another, chat rooms and bulletin boards, systems known as BBS, or on which users can create and share text, photographs, etc. Let's see, commercial, required to register. All ICPs are required to register for and display a license in order to operate legally and are held liable for all content appearing on their websites, whether created by the company's or organization's employees or by any of the site's visitors or users of its content creation or sharing services. It is expected to prevent the appearance of politically objectionable content through automated means or to police content being uploaded by users for unacceptable material, which is then taken down manually by company employees. The obligation to do so is manifested in a voluntary pledge, voluntold, more like it, signed by hundreds of organizations, including Chinese companies, universities, and government offices. This public pledge on self-discipline for the Chinese internet industry, initiated by the Internet Society of China, commits signatories to energetic efforts to carry forward the rich cultural tradition of the Chinese nation and other ethical norms of the socialist cultural civilization by observing all state industry regulations. So basically, it's what Trump is trying to do, which is nationalism. Which is, it's fine to be proud in your with your country, but as you were saying earlier, Chip, if what you're doing is something to be proud of, you offer your arguments and a living experience in a country, and if it's good, people will acknowledge that. But instead, they force that on you by filtering it. And see, I'm still not sure how much of that I'm willing to give up for something else. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just a personal gripe.
It's a catch-22 for me. It's that kind of a catch-22. It could be good, but then if it's used for bad. So, I don't know. We'll have to see after time. So far, it's been somewhat successful, like Chip was saying, because the people are happier, it seems like.
But will it stay that way?
I don't know. How long has Xi Jinping been the president?
No, it's been
It's got to be a
while.
while. Yeah. So far, it's content. I don't know. What's funny is we don't really see. I've never run across anybody from China much on this app on our forum. Have you?
Nope.
So they're not probably linked to us.
Yeah, and see that's one of the reasons that people look at that guy that I showed you and think that he's a propagandist spewing Chinese propaganda, talking about that stuff because he's able to do it from China. And since China only allows dissemination of things that it approves,
Right.
and this was something that I think it was Mehdi Hassan had pointed out in the interview with Professor Jiang. Of course, he's not a professor. He's not a college professor, but that's the moniker he was given. In the FISA 702 is what allows the government to, without warrants, monitor people who are communicating that are outside of the country, I believe.
Well, one thing I would like to see more here is holding the companies accountable for the things that they let spread. Because right now, you have these people who are not responsible, and you can say all the hateful things you can on X, and there's no responsibility for the company. I think there should be a little bit more, is what I'm saying. Because they have freedom.
I mean, and there is a balance there, because then you get, people that say false information on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And even though you're free to do it, it can be devastating and it can cause serious problems. And what's the balance there? Because depending on who's in charge, now you get to determine what's true and what's not true. You know what I mean? And
the example I like is when Facebook was actually censoring some of the false information of C19, and then the right's crying about that. But I'm like, people are unaliving over this, and you're allowing this propaganda that will hurt them. And I was happy that they did censor some of that false information.
But a lot of the stuff that they were doing was actually not false. Therein lies the issue. A lot of that stuff, like we would then also later find out that they had, that we would later find out was, true. Like, for example, the ivermectin stuff. You couldn't even talk about ivermectin on Facebook or other places. Yet there were study after study, doctors, even case studies during C19 in the moment showing effectiveness. There were studies that showed effectiveness of it prior to C19. They were looking into it to see, how it would function with viruses or whatever. And it had successes in reducing inflammation and a bunch of different things, that had nothing to do with C19. This was prior to it. But you talked about it and you would get your account banned. So again,
yes. I've never seen that study of it being helpful with C19.
And there you go, because they were blocking.
I was even on Google, and
no, it's there.
Yeah,
it was there if you looked for it, but the media.
I tried looking for it, and I found like a false report that used false data and all that, but I didn't find any. I never found any with real data. They were skewing it.
Well,
on Google.
So I can tell you this: when I got COVID, I actually got it from somebody who had been, jabbed. She had just been jabbed. This was everybody was going back to work and, driving again. My wife and kids and I had been locked up basically for over a year at that point. And so we finally were like, okay, I think everything's opening back up. Things are calming down. The hospitals weren't so overloaded. We go out to eat for the first time. And this lady wearing a mask, the waitress, she walks up to the table and she's coughing, and we're just kind of looking at each other. She pulls her mask off and she's like, "Oh, don't worry, I just got jabbed." And she's still kind of and we just like look at each other like, what the fuck? and we within like 2 days or whatever we had it from a jabby jab person who thought that because they were told that it would stop them from infecting others. That's what they said, and it wasn't true. Right. And so, well, hold on. I'm not done. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm not even going to try to upset anybody either. But when that happened, I had read the studies of ivermectin. I read them. There were almost 100 studies that were showing effectiveness, great effectiveness of it. So I had found a doctor that would prescribe it. And I drove an hour to this person, because they had reported on it in Oklahoma that this, this controversial doctor is prescribing ivermectin, based on the protocol that was done by other doctors who had also had success with it in the hospitals during C-19. And so, because I started getting feverish, right? And within, 2-3 hours or whatever of me starting to get feverish, on the way there, I'm really starting to feel like crap. I'm freezing, but I'm sweating. I get there, and he gives me this dosage or whatever. I take it. It was like 7 days worth, I think, was what I was supposed to take it. And, I take it, drive back home. Takes me an hour to get back home. Within an hour afterwards, my fever, gone. And C-19 was over. Seriously.
That's crazy because, my girlfriend, we went on a trip to Utah, and this is the Christmas, so it's like probably 2020 Christmas, and she gets it there, and then she's sick Thursday. I drive us home on Friday or Saturday in the same car, and I never got it, but I got the booster right before I went on the trip, and she couldn't because she was actually sick with the flu when she was supposed to get hers, but I got mine. So I can't attribute that stop, but she's got it twice, so I've never gotten it. And I was in the car 9 hours with her on the way home from Utah. Maybe it was too early and it wasn't that spreadable at the beginning. I don't know. It's just weird. I never got it. I had the booster.
So I ended up. So my fever went away. Within 3 hours of my first dose, my fever went away.
Oh wow!
And I still lost my smell. But I didn't get bad in the lungs, right? Okay. And it was, I didn't feel great, but my fever was gone or whatever, and I took it or whatever. Same thing with my wife. She got it either the day after or the following day. She started getting sick too, and so, but hers was on the weekend. She started on, I think it was like Friday night. She got sick. So we couldn't make it back to that same doctor until Monday. And so she wasn't able to get it as soon as I got it, right? Like as early as I got it. So by the time we got there, she's already hacking. But we get there, and 2 doses it took. Her fever went away.
Oh, wow.
And her coughing started going away. And of course, she had it worse in the lungs than I did because, she waited longer. Anecdotal, sure, but it just speaks to the fact that like somebody had said in the comments, so Sabrina said, but people were overdosing. Yeah, those are idiots. Right. Those people are stupid. They weren't reading the studies. They heard, ivermectin works, and they're like, hey, I can get that stuff at the feed store, dumbass. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like stupid people are going to do stupid shit,
That's true.
But back to the point is that when you're blocking stuff, like even in the moment, even if your intentions are good, it can, who's blocking what information? Who gets to determine that? You know what I mean? It's a balance, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a right answer ever. What's up,
my
Lonnie?
favorite one.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to add into the conversation that you were talking about, with C-19 and flu and all of that stuff. And we have to understand that some people are automatically immune to certain viruses. And if you get it, right, and that was one of the big talking points when C-19 was floating around, was I forget the word for it, but anti symptom, right? Like people walk around with no symptoms, but they still pass it around, right?
Right.
So there was that controversy too, because like if we're talking about viruses, everybody gets infected every year with the same virus and don't even realize that it is one of the most unaliving viruses, and people just brush it off like it's no big thing. And when I tell you the name of it, you're going to be like, what's that? The rhinovirus.
Influenza? The what?
The rhinovirus.
Oh, okay. I've
Do
never
you
heard
know
of
what
that one.
that is?
No.
That's what they tell you. Oh, it's just a common cold. Go ahead and drink some fluids and take some Tylenol and take the next day or two off and you'll be fine. That's a virus. The rhinovirus is the common cold virus. That's what it is. It's been around for a long time. Some people are, it's called anti-symptomatic, right? Some people don't have any symptoms with it, but they have it in their body and they're carrying it around. Other people, they do get sick. It depends on your immune system. You can unalive from it if you have a poor immune system. So understanding that, yeah, you didn't get C19, but your spouse got C19 is not weird. It's just how your body is set up, right? Your body was anti-symptomatic towards that virus, unlike someone like Lib. Now, I will say this. I believe I had it in February of 2020. Mind you, like I got sick. I woke
السلام
up one day.
عليكم. How are you from Gaza? أنا من غزة. الله يكرمك يا
Okay,
رب. بليز
I
نمسي
got it,
علي
Lonnie. Go
حبيبي.
ahead.
But I had woke up one morning and I had no voice and I was congested to all get out, and I had this weird, like I felt like I had a fever, but it was saying I didn't have a fever, and like it was a whole deal. And I went to the doctors and they were like, oh well, you just have rhinovirus with a side of laryngitis, you'll be all right in a couple of days. Cool. I had this congestion and this cough I couldn't shake for 30 plus days. Swear to God, I felt like I couldn't breathe half the time. And there was no answer for me. And then lo and behold, on March 13th of 2020, I'm at work. It's a Friday, and I'm a school bus driver. And my supervisor says, guess what? They're shutting down schools for 2 weeks because there's this virus going around. Boom, C19. So I believe I had it, even though the doctors never confirmed that I had it. But that's all I had was like a cough. I couldn't catch my breath for 30 days. I felt like everything I did, I was running to do it. But I was just tired, bogged down, congested, and I had laryngitis. But also, what I wanted to add was I was listening to people who like virus specialists, people that work with viruses and stuff. Like I was following that content during C19, and I forget what his name is, but he had a podcast. His name was Dale something, and he was talking. He was a medical journalist. And don't you know that Facebook banned him for trying to talk about ivermectin? And then he went to YouTube and YouTube banned him. And then he had his own website, and then they kept trying to take down his website because he was trying to talk about viruses and how they actually work and what they actually do and what C19 was doing. Like he was talking about all the stuff they didn't want him to talk about. He was saying about how Trump sold all of our PPE to China, and that the masks they were telling us to wear were not going to stop anything because they weren't graded. They weren't the right grade. You know what I mean? Like, and he was just putting it all out there, and they didn't want him to talk about it, and they censored the mess out of him. I forget what he
Yep.
was. Like I said, he's a medical journalist, and his name was Dale, not DALE, but I think it was like DAL or something like that. But anyway, the reason they do this is because they don't listen, and people run into the Tractor Supply to get this medication. It's the same reason why they tell people that you're not supposed to give your baby water. You're not supposed to give a newborn water, because there was a time in this country where people couldn't afford baby formula, so they were bogging their babies down with water, like because they couldn't give them formula because they couldn't afford it. So you can drink too much water and kind of drown yourself from the inside, right? Like People were doing that
Yep.
to their babies. So they told people that they're not allowed to give their babies water. So people don't give their babies water, but babies can have water in moderation. You know what I mean? Like an ounce or two once a day isn't going to hurt the baby, but people were substituting water for baby formula, and babies were unaliving because of it. And that's why they say they do the things that they do, because too many people take things to an extreme, you know. And that's just what I wanted to say about, you know, the way that they have to operate. And I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying I understand why they do what they do, because they didn't want people to go to Tractor Supply. So I think that's why they try to snuff out the ivermectin thing. But I think it was more of a hindrance than a help. But that's just my opinion.
Well, and it was cheap as fuck, and it was useful, and these pharmaceutical companies were making buku money off of that. I think that is one of the motivating factors. Well, I don't, you know, because like ivermectin, for example, has an extremely safe profile, extremely safe, and it's been used for, you know, 30 years, you know, very successfully. I mean, matter of fact, when I took that, you know, I have an autoimmune disorder. It helped with my back pain too. I don't know if that was just coincidence or whatever, but the inflammation reduction that happened with that was insane. It was really, really insane. So, you know, I think it has uses that go far beyond just, you know, parasites or whatever. And that's what they were studying for. And they were studying it prior to COVID. And there was, you know, no hubbub about it before until they started looking at those studies when it was, checked to see if it functioned against viruses, and it did prior to COVID. But when you brought that up during COVID, now all of a sudden it's a problem that has to be squelched out. And I just, this government, man, and
they pick and choose what people can talk about, especially when it comes to social media. Like even with Facebook and that whole situation, they stop people from having honest conversations on Facebook about the virus, right? But also at the same time, they pushed I think it was one of the most Trump propaganda on that app during his campaign in 2020. Like they pick and choose what goes where to feed people what they want people to know. And I realized that with this app, it's a similar thing, right? Like the algorithms, because if you spend more than 5 seconds watching a video, it'll continue to feed you videos in that same category. And so I get why, not everybody on the app sees the same thing. They're fed the information that they gravitate towards. So if it's fake news, really fake news, and a lot of people believe it because they saw it, it's because they watched it and they keep getting fed the same information. And they say if you tell a lie enough times, it'll eventually become the truth. And so that's what they do with these apps, is they feed us the information they want us to have. And if we're not smart enough to discern what we're reading or the information we're given, we're going to get sucked up in that loop. And I think that's why so many people can't see the devastation that is happening at the hands of this administration, because the things that they are being fed is to propagandize that what this administration is doing is actually going to help when it's not. And yet both sides of the administration, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not making one side better than the other, but I think that's what they're banking on, especially in this day and age, because they know that my generation isn't watching the news anymore. Like, we turned off the news and we're on social media. So they're using social media to push the propaganda, so that there is this constant, divide between people, instead of knowing that what is happening with this government is a problem. Because I don't care what side of the aisle you stand on, I still say we're both fighting for the same thing. We're just blaming the wrong people, right? Like, we're all fighting for equality in this country, but we're blaming the wrong people. The people on the right are blaming the undocumented, and the people on the left are blaming the government. And so until we can come to a commonality and agree that the government is the issue, the corporations is the issue, like what they're doing is the issue, there's no way we're going to be able to combat against it. Like the conversation that was being had earlier today. I listened in on a good chunk of it, not a whole lot, but a good chunk of it, to understand that there's many different things that need to happen simultaneously in order to have change in this country. Like there's many different things that can happen, that need to happen. But I think the biggest thing is that we, the people, no matter what you look like, we have to come together and say, yes, we can agree that this administration is screwing us over. This government is screwing us all over. Point blank, period. Not because I'm black, not because you're white, not because you're undocumented, but the fact that we are just regular working class people and they are screwing us all over. And we can come together and we can be like, now let's combat this administration and all these people that are screwing us over, okay? We don't need to argue about who, if it's a guy, if it's a girl, if it's black, if it's white, if it's not, whatever it is. That's not what we need to be worried about right now. We need to be worried about the fact that we're all getting screwed if you're making less than six figures at best. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm keeping that on the low end for a reason. But everybody's getting screwed, and we're just supposed to smile and wave and be okay because you can pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you're okay working 2 jobs and 90 hours a week, and you don't have to worry about it. Like you're doing all the things, but you're still struggling. Why someone such as myself, who's a single person with a child, I can't do that. And I shouldn't have to do that, and you shouldn't have to do that. One job should be suffice for everybody to have what I said a couple of weeks ago, the bare minimum. One job, a decent wage, and you should be able to live however you want to live. You should have shelter, you should have food, you should have access to the bare minimum of whatever it is you need in order to survive at baseline. Like this, pull yourself up by the bootstrap argument, or go get another job, or go to college, or that's the divide. We shouldn't have to do all of that in order to survive in this country. And that's where my stance on the argument comes. So many people on the right are fighting for the same thing as people on the left. And people on the right just refuse to want to agree that this government is the issue, because they still hold out hope that Donald Trump specifically is going to save them. And he's not saving you, because he is not giving you the job that you think he's going to give you back when the undocumented are gone. They're talking about bringing more undocumented people in to do the job that you think he's promising you. And a lot of us see that, and some of y'all don't want to see it, but we're still fighting for the same thing. Equality for all, no matter what you look like in this country. And the government is the problem. And that's what we need to agree upon.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we've been talking about that most of the day. I know you requested up earlier, but let me just, Holden, this is kind of for you. This study here is from 2020, right? I know this was during C-19, and this is related to ivermectin. So just read this. It says, taken together, these reports suggest that ivermectin's nuclear transport inhibitory activity may be effective against SARS-CoV-2. And of course, they always say maybe, right? But what they're talking about is this study here from 2013, I think this one was from. I may have put the wrong one up there. There's another one. Hold on. I thought I grabbed that one. I must have this one. Let me see. Because it was related to dengue fever. They had looked at it, and the mechanism by which it operates, they said needed to be further studied to see its benefits towards viruses and its antiviral or inflammatory properties. What the fuck did I do with that thing? Well, shit. Hold on, I'll find it. I've got like 20,000 fucking tabs open. I grabbed the wrong one. Now I can't find it. Anyway, there's another study that shows the actual mechanism, like it inhibits importin, which is required for like the transmission and replication of viruses. And ivermectin basically prevented that. And this was a study from like 2013. If I can find the damn thing, I'll pull it up here. I don't know what I did with it. And the point being is that this information was available. Oh, I found it. It was 2012. This information was available, but because they shut everything down.
What's up, everybody on YouTube? So
I'm God, that's me. Autoplay. But because they'd shut everything down, nobody could have an informed decision. And then they were threatening doctors. Yeah, right here. Ivermectin is a specific inhibitor of importin, AB-mediated nuclear import, able to inhibit replication of HIV-1 and dengue virus. And it goes in and it talks about the actual mechanisms by which it does that. And this is, of course, I read through all this stuff at the time. And then these findings were replicated during C19, but nobody ever knew about it because you were getting banned on Facebook. They had doctors losing their licenses and shit. And that goes back to the balance. Who gets to decide what's true and what's not true? Weird example. I was a pro-masker, pushing people to stay home and do masks. I ran a Facebook page of like 20-some thousand people, almost 30,000 people in this group. And they, oh, thank you so much. I mean, I was posting all of these, studies explaining it because I do have a medical background and I'm able to read these studies quite well. And people were always thankful, putting all that stuff up there until the jabby jabs came. And then you had the ivermectin information coming out at the same time. And I mean, we're talking, and most of these people were liberals, by the way. And they were like, oh my God, you're unaliving grandma. This is what they started claiming to me after they had spent, a whole year on the Facebook page screaming about Republicans unaliving grandma. Now I'm unaliving grandma because I'm sharing studies about this. And of course, I would get bans left and right from Facebook for it. It's very irritating, but.
Well, the fact that Donald Trump got rid of our, the book, whatever you want to call it, the team that Obama had in place to fight the virus, the viruses, or what was it? Was it bird flu, or there was one of them that like almost it wiped. It was bad when Obama was president, and he came up with a team of doctors to work on these things to make sure that we didn't have.
I think you're talking about SARS.
Yes. And he had a whole team of doctors, like a whole playbook on what to do in case this was a thing. And as soon as Trump got into office, he got rid of it. And so the only person that was up there talking about it was Fauci. And I was like, what happened to the team of doctors? Like, why do we not have a team of experts who specialize in viruses and understanding the viruses and making sense of what is happening? You know what I mean? Like, that was my first question when it broke. Like, you're listening to one man, like, you're not talking about a team of doctors, putting their heads together from around the world, coming up with a solution for this. Something about this does not sit right. And I agree that they were pushing a agenda, right? Like, I agree that they were trying to force something because that's what they wanted to do, and they didn't want people to be as well informed as we should have been. I was the one that was like, I'm going to go figure out more information because I know about viruses and I kind of know how they work and, like a very surface level situation, but I knew enough to question what they were doing. You know what I mean? Like, I seen the red flags. So to understand that they were pushing this propaganda of everybody, like, get in line and get the jab or you're part of the problem, and no one took into consideration like other alternatives, whether or not this was going to be the correct course of action for everyone, because everything isn't for everyone. And I'm not here to discourage or encourage you. Do what you want. It's your body. I don't care what you do with it. But I was just saying, like, generally speaking, I don't believe I agree with Lib. Like, they quieted it so much. And anybody that tried to be against it, they silenced in some way, shape, or form. Taking them to court, accusing them of spreading mis and disinformation, or this propaganda of you're gonna take out grandma because you didn't do this or you didn't do that. And then when you bring up, asymptomatic, people were like, yeah, but that's like, people don't understand, because so many people are used to being told, because that's what the education system has taught many people, is don't question, just accept it. And so many people still to this day don't question anything. They just accept it because this person said it, so it had to be true, and don't even think about asking questions. There's nothing wrong with asking questions to get the answer, but my thing is you can't just be one-sided. You got to listen to both sides and draw a conclusion. You can't just stay single-minded and just be like, oh, well, he said it, so it has to be true. And that's what they're banking on when it comes to this whole situation anyway. But that's what they want. They want people to be followers. They want everybody to be sheeple. They don't want people to question. And that's what's keeping us divided. But I agree, like, we have to understand, and they don't want us to know.
Right, and
that's what they're doing.
And this stems from the conversation relating to that guy was bringing up socialism as the way, the truth, and the light that will save us all from the hellscape of capitalism. And then Chip pointed to, I don't know if you were here, Lonnie, but Chip pointed to China, asking that guy what he thought of that. And I brought up the fact that, their internet's greatly censored. And there's benefit to the society to some degree, but what do you give up? And you're just told you got to do this. It's for the betterment of everybody. But is it, can we trust these people? We certainly can't trust this government. I wouldn't want to centralize anything
in China.
Right.
And real quick, Holden, I did a Google search in China. They're not allowed to have TikTok in China. So that's why you don't see them on the app, because China is not allowed to be on. They don't have access to TikTok in China.
They do have workers that work on TikTok. They do these. And now I don't know if they still do, but this was within the last, 5 or 6 months. You see these little dancing groups where they'll have these, 20, 25-year-old women probably that'll get up there dancing to send gifts and shit on TikTok. These are corporations in China that do these things to make money, from Americans. And it's presented.
Yeah.
So,
but I just mean
while
the
they
everyday
don't,
people.
Right. They won't feed their people information that you would see here on TikTok, but they will use it to extract wealth from Americans from TikTok.
Well, they've been doing that even in the urban areas, not to bring up, nothing. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but I just got to be honest. Like, if you go to the urban areas, there's more Chinese people that own, or people from Asian that own stores, and that money never goes back into the community. You know what I mean? Like, they've been doing this, but once again, it's part of the system. They have it in with the government, even though the government sounds like they don't like them. They still cater to them to a degree, because the government's still going to make profit off of what they're doing here in the U.S. You know what I'm saying? So it's but yeah, they don't feed their people certain things, and that's the biggest question. What are you willing to give up? Like, what are you willing to give up? I'm not saying like you need to answer the question. It's just, I was going off of what you were saying. Like, what are you willing to give up to get?
When you're in it, you don't know what you're giving up, because they're not going to tell everybody. They're not going to tell everybody what it is that they don't have access to, right? If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah. That's like with, there's videos where people be like, "Oh my God, what do you mean your kid don't know what a landline is?" Why? Why would your kid need to know what a landline is? It's obsolete now. I don't know
Right.
what a switchboard is. I wasn't around for telephones with
And it
switchboards.
doesn't, and to them, if it doesn't benefit the country, which is this nationalist stuff that they push in China, and they do, which is no real different from what Trump is wanting to push this,
Right.
only teach the kids about how great America is. That's what they do in China too. So and look, I look at China and I'm like, their people are generally more well off than we are. They certainly have a better way of quality of life, I think, or at least more comfortable. But the fuck are you giving up? I don't know that it's worth it to that degree. There has to be some give and take.
I don't know, Nikki, if those are actually people from specifically China or if they're just from the continent. You know what I mean? Like there's different ethnicities of Asian people, and we tend to conflate some of them because they look so similar. But and to that point, like Lib said, there are corporations that use TikTok Shop to make money. So
this was TikTok Live. I'm talking about they were doing lives. And
I see them with the crystals and the purses and all of that. Like, yes, they came on here to hurt the U.S. government. Like, they were on here, what was it, a year ago, 2 years ago? They were on here talking about, oh, you spent $100 for that Gucci bag. We got the same Gucci bag. It just don't got the Gucci logo on it. You know what I mean? Because,
made in China, sent to France to get tagged or whatever, and then shipped from France or whatever, country it is that the uppity thing, and then they're charging you the same amount for the same bag made by the same
and that's
company.
what we've been doing. I heard someone say this before, and
Clever.
It's like they said that the only thing the U.S. owns is patents. That's it. They don't own the means of production for the stuff. Like they own the logo and the patent, and then they send it over to China for China to make. And China made a living and a killing off of it. Excuse my French. It was a quote from an Eminem song. But you see what I'm saying? Like, China made their own world out of us letting them make our products, right? They capitalized on that.
I don't think they would be where they are without the companies that we have going over there and basically handing off all of our manufacturing to them.
Because they didn't want to pay for it to be done here. They didn't want to pay the people the money. They didn't want to pay us what we were worth.
I'm not going to knock them for doing that because they took an opportunity.
No, I'm not knocking them either. I'm saying that the U.S. is at fault.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying I think it's,
Because we didn't want to pay our people to do the making of those items. We wanted to go, they went overseas to get it done cheaper for pennies on the dollar and then charge thousands of dollars, and people flock to it like, oh, look at me, I got the latest and the greatest of the this and the that and the this and the that, not realizing that we were helping them grow to be where they are. And so many people didn't know that. So this administration is screaming, we're going to bring jobs back. What jobs did you bring back? Because
we're going to bring robots back.
Right. Like the back, we never, like, you know what I'm saying?
Toilet paper factories.
Yeah, you're going to have to bring that back for sure.
Run by robots.
Listen, they just out here, just one in Florida, one in Ohio, like all in the past, week? Like,
right.
And,
I got to jump off of here. I hate to cut you off. I got to get off of here. I've been on for over 7 hours now. Guys, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Holden. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Lonnie, as always.
Thank you.
Trouble, thank you for being up here, man. I appreciate it. And to you, liberal loudmouth, I don't know who this guy is. Do what, Lonnie?
Before you go, I just wanted to bring up real quick. I was reading up on the longshoremen strike of 1934 in Seattle, Washington. And what they did was the whole town came together. And they had food, and no one was allowed to go anywhere without permission. It was a union thing for the longshoremen, and like the whole town came together. Like the only people that were working were like emergency personnel, and if they were on the road working, they had a sign that said that we were given permission to be working today. You know what I mean? Like the union gave us permission, or the group gave us permission. Like they had food, they came together and they fed everybody.
Mutual
like,
aid.
It wasn't the greatest. Yeah, it was mutual aid. Like they because they were going against the longshoremen. You know what I mean? Like, they weren't paying the longshoremen a livable wage. So I just wanted to bring that up in case anybody was curious. It was the longshoremen strike of 1934 in Seattle, Washington. If y'all wanted to, and I think we need to get back to doing something such as that. That's just my point. But thank you, Lib. Have a good day, and sorry to hold you up.
No, you're good. I appreciate it, guys. And I'm gonna reach out to Chip, to maybe do another show like we did today. I thought it was interesting, at least, because when you get 8 people up here, it's annoying sometimes dealing with all that. Nobody gets to talk, and Anyway, guys, thank you all so much, and we'll catch you in the next live. Thank you, Bunny. We'll see ya. All right, peace.
Peace.